South Africa and Bangladesh emerging each other here today. And we'll start off with the coin toss. Please go for it. What's up?
Hey. Heads is the call. Heads it is.
Heads is the call. Bangladesh has won the toss.
We are going to ball first.
And talk us through why.
Lucas looks is still a bit soft, so we want to use the measure.
Obviously, the first game didn't go as planned, and you would have obviously loved to do something different today in terms of bat in hand. What's your thoughts on the previous game, and what changes you'd like to make on that?
Yeah, we see last match wicket was a little bit soft, but today we are batting second half, so hopefully wicket will be very good and we'll score. We will chase the run.
All the best for the game. Enjoy. Brother, lost the toss. Interesting surface. Your thoughts?
Yeah, we would have also had a bowl, but it is what it is now. Our batsmen will have to step up and try and make the most of it.
First game, obviously, as well, didn't get a result. You're hungry for a win. What changes have you made in terms of team setup and in terms of tactical changes?
Yeah, we've got a couple of changes. 3 guys coming in. You put me on a spot now, so I can't remember all of them. But we spoke about some small changes that have to happen from the previous game to now. Bowlers have been working hard. We've been fielding, so hopefully we can rectify the mistakes.
Let me not hold you up any longer. Go enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The news from the toss, we have Bangladesh won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Bangladeshi emerging team. Open the batting. Left-handed. Good first call. Left-handed batter. Playing at Tuks, of course, for the first time in this tournament today. And opening the bowling for Bangladesh, emerging 11 for today. Is number 2 on his back.
South Africa students, the University Sports Association of South Africa 11 underway straight away with a little single through square leg there.
Yeah, sorry, Iman Hassan to open the bowling for the Bangladesh 11. And straight away, as you said, single to get off the mark. Had a bit of a delay, of course, today because the wicket was a little bit damp underneath. So we are playing 47 overs instead of 50 today, and the first power play is going to be 10 overs, so nothing changes there. It'll be interesting to see how this wicket does play, Ken. I'm not here by myself, of course. Came Boylan to help me with the first stint of commentary today. Oh, it's a misfield. Gone right through mid-off there. That's gone all the way to the boundary. That's a soft boundary. Should have been stopped. Nonetheless, a midfield. And that's the first boundary of the day. And the first over of the day.
Morning, Mondi Zondeke. That will really frustrate the bowler, won't it? First over of the day, just a push down the ground. Really should have been stopped, but instead, batter gets off the mark with a boundary. That'll make him feel really good.
Yeah, always nice to get off your mark with the boundary. It was a very full delivery by Iman. Better length. Better length. Kind of bounced from a back of the length sort of position. I think that's why Bangladesh wanted to bowl first, because it was a little bit damp underneath. I'm interested to see how it does play early on this morning. I don't think it's going to be very easy for the batters. I think it's going to be a little bit damp underneath the surface. It might stick up and hold up. So it's not going to be easy to play your free-flowing strokes with this new ball on a slightly damp pitch. Look at that. Just a bit of extra bounce gone through nicely to the keeper. So you're going to have to be a little bit more patient as a batter. Just wait for it and play it as late as possible. Not go to the ball, or else you get a lot of cover drives being hit into the air if you're not patient.
Yes, that sort of tennis ball bounce, isn't it? And when I felt the pitch this morning at 9 o'clock, which would just be half an hour before the scheduled start, it was extremely damp. A lot of dew. And not surprised at all that play was delayed, because if they had started probably even at 10 o'clock, the ball would have been taking divots out of the service.
Yeah, I think the groundsman wouldn't have been very happy about that, messing up his pitch. The season's still coming on this field. Still, of course, August, so still a bit into our winter, but spring is coming very soon. But the wicket, yes, would have been a problem if they had started a little bit earlier like they wanted to start. Nice delivery. That's a perfect length, I think, on this wicket. Where early on, it might go around a little bit damp, as I said. It might not come on. It might do a bit off the wicket as well. So that wicket, I always want to say you want to bowl test cricket lengths here, or four-day cricket lengths. I'm not sure if the umpire is telling him to get off the wicket. Is he running on? It's still quite early in his first over, so that can't be good for the psyche of the bowler. Sometimes you think about what you're doing after you deliver instead of what you're doing on the other side of the pitch. Just having a look at him here, if he does run on a bit. Yeah, he does. He needs to get off.
Yeah, all very well getting nice and close to the stumps, as he did there. But he's definitely got to get away quicker.
They gone up there. I thought he hit bat straight. I think they reckon he started off with the pad and then the bat. Good lengths again. I like the. What he is trying to do is get them to drive the ball on a wicket that we don't think is going to play very well up in the morning. Got wider this time around. Obviously still worried about running on there. I'm not sure. Did I hit the pad first?
Yeah, if it didn't hit bat, then there was a lot of movement back into the left-hander. Probably taking it past leg stump.
Yeah, so that's good to see for Bangladesh, that is. Bit of movement in the air. Wicket also assisting.
And I'm not surprised there is this decent bounce because the pitch has been, it looks like it's been rolled really flat. And I think by the end of today it'll be really hard. But there is grass that's been sort of rolled into the surface as well. So I agree. I think the ball is going to do a bit this morning, and the USA openers and top order are going to have to be cautious.
What I confirmed for the first game, when the USA was playing against the SA emerging side, in the morning, the wicket wasn't that nice to play on. It wasn't really coming on. It was a little bit slow. But as soon as the afternoon and the sun baked on it, in the latter part of the innings, by the SA emerging side, Khalim, if I remember, got a 60, and he was playing beautiful strokes. The ball was coming onto the bat. So the longer the sun is out and it bakes on that pitch, it's going to get better to bat down later on. That's why it's a crucial pitch to sort of win the toss and stick them into bat, because it's not going to be easy early on. It's going to have to be very patient as a batter. And we saw that in the first over, a couple of balls bouncing over the top.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Mondi. As we see, Rohanat Duwala Borson is going to open the bowling from the other end, 21-year-old.
Yeah, right arm seamer. Takes a second over after a decent one by Iman the first over. Field conventional first power play, of course, third man fine leg on the boundary, 2 slips. Good start. Bit of movement away from the left-hander again. And that's where they're going to want to be all day, consistently hitting those lengths. It's going to trouble the batters, of course, early on. You can see him signal there that there's a little bit of bounce, a bit of movement here with the new ball. You're going to want to use it as Bangladesh. Make the batters play, pitch it up a little bit more. And almost think, as I said earlier, 4-8 length and making the batters play, especially early on with the new ball.
Even with overs lost, 47 is a long time. And USA could lose this game in the first 10 overs. They might not win it, but they can lose it.
Yeah, once again, a bit of extra bounce, a little bit shorter this time around. And we say it's not going to be easy to bat on that one. Shot up, bit of extra bounce. You can just see by where the keeper took that delivery about how difficult it's going to be this morning to bat on. I think as a coach, I'm interested to see what you would have said to the batters early on up front in the first power play, because normally this is where guys do go hard. Power play, 2 men out on the boundary, a lot of gaps on offer. But on a wicket like this, what do you say to your batters?
Have a look.
Almost common answer.
Yeah. No, I agree with your point. They've got to consider it almost like the start of a 4-day game.
Yeah, and have a look. Yes, of course, we make fun of that. That's what we all say. But you do actually have to have a look as a batter, because you're not sure exactly how the wicket's going to play, how quickly it is going to come onto the bat, and if it's going to be any sideways movement. So you almost have to tell yourself, like you said, 4-day game, where you give yourself 4 or 5 overs to see how it does play, and then from there adjust. Of course, if there's a half volley to be hit or very short and wide, yeah, go after it, but be a little bit more cautious than normal in a white ball cricket in the first 10 overs, like you would normally be, where you actually want to take advantage of the power play and try to be aggressive. But I think this time around, because of how the wicket looks like it's going to play, you're going to have to be a little bit more patient on this wicket. Yeah, very short again this time around. And you can just tell by how he played that he had to wait for a really long time for him to get for the ball to get to him. So that clearly does stick in the wicket a little bit. And so this is where the patient game is, and where you have to wait for as long as possible to play your strokes and decide which stroke you want to play.
Got on top of it nicely. Did Ludwig Schuld. Got it down to ground quickly.
Yeah, if I'm the wicketkeeper, or if I'm Iman who bowled the first over from the other end, I'm telling my fellow fast bowler, just get it up as full as possible on this wicket. You can see with that last delivery, he had time to sort of adjust to the length. It's stuck in the wicket and was slow. That's a little bit fuller. That's a better length. That's where he wants to be. Good fielding at point.
beautiful day out here in Pretoria. Chilly start in the morning, but it's warming up nicely, and just a gentle breeze blowing into the left-handed batter.
Slightly short, pulled nicely. That's gone all the way for another boundary. The second one of the day. First one was in the first over. This time around, too short, pulled nicely, and that's gone for another 4.
Very well put away, that one. So I think we'll be quite happy with the start they've made. Haven't lost any wickets. They've picked up a couple of boundaries in the first 2 overs.
Yeah, I think again Barson consistently a little bit too short for me. Made 1 or 2 deliveries. He started off really well, beat the bat in his first ball, and then it's got a little bit too short for my liking on this wicket. And it was easy pickings there. 4 Muirhead picked it up for 4. Iman to continue. Yeah, he seems to be, at least in terms of the length, has found it quite nicely. Decent delivery there on the front foot ball. Again, a little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, he's just 19 years old, is Mohammad Iqbal Hassan Iman. One of the interesting things about Bangladesh cricket in the last few years is how they've discovered a few fast bowlers. They've definitely found guys with a bit of gas, athletes who can really zing it through.
They certainly have. I think back in the day, especially the subcontinent teams, we used to think, India did produce a couple of fast bowlers back then, but it wasn't a lot. And I think these days you see more often than not. It always used to be Pakistan who used to produce all the really great fast bowlers that come from the Asia subcontinent area. But now I think all the teams are starting to find that. I think part of it is T20 cricket and them exploring and playing a lot around the world, and understanding that pace bowling, not just spin coming from those areas, it's also going to be very important for you if you want to win around the world, not just at home.
When Bangladesh first used to play against South Africa at the sort of turn of the century, I mean, generally they'd have like maybe a couple of medium pace bowlers to take the new ball. Well, one of them would be an all-rounder. Then they'd bowl a couple of overs each, and then it was just spin.
Yeah. But cricket's changing. And it's changing for the better, I think, in terms of seeing so many fast bowlers coming from not just the traditional countries, but from all around the world. You think about Bumrah right now, with India, of course, a standout. Guys bowling over 140. It's more common than not these days. It's going to be pitched up. Has gone for 4. That's where I think, as a bowler, I'm not too upset with that delivery and how he played it. Ball was in the air for a split second. Again, we said it's going to stick in the pitch a little bit. It's going to be a lot of patience needed from the batters. And that time, again, full yes, driven yes, through the gap yes. But as a bowler, when I look at this, a bit of width is probably where the biggest problem is, but that's in the air. That could have gone anywhere and got caught in the covers. So I'm happy with that length. Stick to it right now while the wicket is still a little bit soft and it's not quite coming on quite nicely.
It flew off the bat, but there was an element of it not being under control there. I think the outside half of the bat.
Both feet pretty much inside the popping crease. So I'm just trying to play it as late as possible. Oh, nice length again. Very good. Yeah, I think Imran has found the length here. He's very consistently bringing them to a front foot where he wants to be. And he's beaten the bat a couple of times. So he just needs to be more patient and stay there. Sometimes bowlers are a little bit impatient and look for the miracle ball. I think just stay there and wait. A mistake will come.
And I think there's enough in the pitch that it will assist. We have a rather large sight screen that has suddenly stood in front of us here on our commentary perch.
There we go. Once again, very good bowling by him, a very good over. Yes, there was a 4 hit in this over, but I think that the bowling, the lines and the length have been perfect. Yeah, I think that's the message he's going to have to send to Opening bowler from the others in Bosan. Go a little bit fuller. You're a little bit too short in that first spell. That first over anyway.
Perhaps seduced by the bounce a bit that he saw in the opening over.
Yeah, that can mislead you a little bit, can it? You see the ball shooting through to the keeper, him taking the ball above his shoulders and thinking, oh, this is going to be a nice pitch to bowl on. Just keep bowling that same length, but it's not going to work. Some are going to stick and they're going to be easier for the batters to sort of play their shot or decide if they want to pull or cut it or leave it.
Unsurprisingly, Bangladesh have 2 slips in place.
Yeah, coming around the wicket now, Bosan just changed his angle. We'll see if that changes anything in terms of his length. I was stuck over the wicket as well, especially at a wicket like this early on.
Well, I was worried about that. The danger of sliding onto the pads and in that case, going wide down the leg side. And it's not where his field is set either. He's got a mid-on and mid-wicket and a deep backward square. But the field is set for him to be bowling outside off stump, and with the angle, it could be tricky.
Better length, bit fuller, but this time a half volley, driven nicely, waited for it quite nicely, and another boundary. We're getting those boundaries consistently here at the South African Universities team. Good start as well, just a little bit over pitched. Yes, the length is a lot better than it's been, but maybe too full this time around.
Well, Ludwig Schuld, what a wonderful shot this is. Bit of width, but whipping the hands through the ball there, and this is ideal for the USSA 11. We've said they need to be watchful, but they're still getting a boundary and over.
Deja vu. Full, driven through the gap, another 4. Beautiful shot there by Muirhead. And it's gone for another boundary. I'm afraid he's overcompensated here. Bosan started off a bit too short first over, went around the wicket this time around, and now just a little bit too full. That's a lovely half volley and punished as it should have been. That's why I still think that the angle coming over the wicket, it's going to be a little bit more tricky for the batter playing those type of shots on this type of wicket if it does go over.
Absolutely. I mean, he beat the bat from over the wicket. Yeah, it's a bit of a strange call for your second over of the day.
It happens so often these days with in white ball cricket that bowlers almost look like they want to take the safer option in terms of, I'd rather just stop them from scoring than actually become an attacking option, because when you come over the wicket, if there's a little bit of swing, there's something in the wicket, the angle helps you. We've seen Iman beat the bat in his first 2 overs quite consistently, going fuller but coming from around the wicket, over the wicket, sorry. Yeah, a little bit too short again. Just struggling with his length here, Bosan. Overcompensated, got too full, and now just pulled it back a little bit, yes, but again, I think a little bit too short and too straight.
It was an easy one, wasn't it? Easy rotation of the strike by Muirhead. Best way to limit the run scoring is by taking wickets, surely, and these are going to be the best conditions all day for the bowlers to take wickets.
Yeah, of course. And I think, again, because of the runs that have been conceded, they've made... What happened yet? I thought they went 1 slip, and they still got 2 slips. So no changes in that area. But we haven't seen him beat the bat at all. So I think that's why, if you're going to keep 2 slips... There we go. Beats the bat from around the wicket. Length slightly better. Not carrying through to the keeper like it did a couple of overs ago, first time around. But I was saying, I think sometimes coming around the wicket can be sort of a negative mindset in terms of, I don't want to beat the bat. That if I do take a wicket, it's going to be through the fault of the batter, not because of the angles I'm using or how the wicket is assisting me in terms of swing and all that. I think he's trying to think in his head anyway, let me not give away runs instead of let me take wickets, is the mentality here when you come around the wicket so early.
I've got nothing against him coming around the wicket later on in his spell. you know, but it's his second over
Exactly. Yeah.
with the new ball. Give attacking lengths a bit more of a go, and especially since his first over, he didn't really nail those attacking lengths as much as he would have liked.
Yeah, because I think because he knows he didn't bowl well in his first over coming over the wicket, he thought, let me actually try to change things around a little bit for me. But had he stayed just over the wicket and then adjusted his length, I think that would have been perfect for them and for Bangladesh to try to pick up some wickets in this first power play. Nonetheless, he meant to continue. He's coming over the wicket. He's bowled well in his first 2 overs. So I'm just trying to think back on Sunday games when we used to come up play up here in the Gauteng region in white ball cricket. We used to love early on because of the wicket was under the covers all day and in the morning. The wickets used to be like this in the morning where they weren't coming on quite nicely. So every time you won the toss, you just wanted to bowl first. And then the afternoon, when the wicket does get a bit better to play, it's a lot easier to chase. First bouncer attempted for the day, called wide by the umpires. Not too sure if he's going to be too happy there, Imam, but yeah. Change up.
Well, that tennis ball bounce just took it miles away from Jason Muirhead. It is the thing about playing cricket this time of year that I think every team that wins the toss is going to bowl first. There's really not much in it for batting. Best assistance of the day, and batting just gets better all day.
Short one again. Umpire this time doesn't call it. So legit in terms of height. That's going to be 2 for today. You can't bowl more than that in an over in white ball cricket. Still got 2 slips. Conventional field. No changes in the field at all.
Well, Muirhead went after that one. Seemed like he was trying to catch up with it the whole way. In his opening game, Iman against the USSA emerging side. 6 overs, 1 made and 1 for 25, the wicket of JP King.
Better length again, driven, but no run. But again, unfortunately for them, Bangladesh, they were only trying to defend 89. So it was not a lot to try and defend in ball 2. I think they'll certainly suit winning the toss and bowling first on this wicket here this morning.
Well, it would have been pretty unfortunate for them if they had lost the toss and have to bat first
again. Well, maybe they would have learned something from that first game in terms of how these wickets in South Africa are going to play. Obviously very different from what they're used to back home. Yeah, short ball again. That's the third short ball he's bowled today, so I think he's trying to mix it up in his third over. I just like the length he was bowling consistently in his first 2 overs. It sort of feels like a more change of mindset and trying to be more aggressive with the shorter ball.
Do you think maybe the fact that Muirhead had a go at that one short ball has kind of encouraged him to keep at it?
Maybe, and also because the pitch is not going to be so easy to bat on, the timing of when to go for the hook shot, because if it doesn't come on quite nicely, like the way you think, if you play too early, you might get yourself into trouble as well.
Because that last short ball actually rushed him a bit. It did zip through.
And I think you'll get that on this wicket. There are patches of green grass on it, so depending if it hits the harder, grassier area of the pitch, it might just come on and bounce a bit extra, but if it does hit the damper side, then it might not come on as nicely. Changing field, there's a gully coming in. So he left the covers open for him. And I think that's part of, take the feet away with all these short balls and then give him a fuller one. It's part of the trick they try and employ. Another short ball. Try to put it this time again, Muirhead, but nothing. The umpire is calling, I think he's calling him for running on. That's a warning. That's not good. That's not good for the psyche of the ball. He's going to be thinking about that now instead of thinking about where the ball is going. And that sometimes can mess around with your length and where you're trying to concentrate. Now he's going to be worried about what he's doing on the wicket. And he can't get close to the wicket anymore. So he has to. Yeah, you can see there he's going a little bit wider off the stumps. Good delivery, nice and full. Has bought a couple of short balls to take those feet away. That's the end of the 5th over. And goes through to the keeper. Another player missed. That's the length he's been able to find consistently more than Busan.
End of the over. Mondi, you mentioned Bangladesh getting accustomed to conditions here in South Africa. I fancy there's a bit of a recce going on as well, because Bangladesh will be one of the teams touring here in the summer, taking on the Proteas. And I think a couple of these Bangladesh emerging players could be involved. Mohammad Zakir Hassan, he's played Test cricket before. Mahadur Islam Buyan Ankon has played Test cricket. So we could see a couple of these players later on in the summer back here again.
It also makes a lot of sense for if those players are going to be used in the tour, that the younger players sort of come to South Africa a couple of months earlier to get used to it, so that if they do get picked, then there's no big surprises how these wickets are going to play. Yes, I do think in summer, around November, the wickets are going to play slightly different from what they play this time of the year, but it does help that you are getting used to the conditions and know what to expect. That's a better length, better line as well. Yeah, seems like his found his length a little bit better. That's a good run there. Well, the USSA opening batters. Nice and early the call, no confusions, and they made it very comfortably for a single.
Excellent bit of play there between Short and Muirhead. That's the first quick single we've had in this innings. They've had a couple of easy singles, but good to see them being alert to the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen a lot of boundary balls being put to the boundary, a couple of fours in the first couple of overs, but we haven't seen a lot of running, like you've said. Hasn't been a lot of rotation of the strike, hit hard, past middle, and that's going for another boundary. Like we said, we've seen more boundaries than singles so far in this first power play. Another boundary, 2 full driven, and it's gone for 4.
Also the danger of this around the wicket angle into the left-hander, just sliding onto his legs. He was able to free his arms nicely, and really a tremendous bash down the ground by Jason Muirhead.
Back of the length. It's probably more your conventional length when you bought in one-day cricket early on with it, when the wicket is playing very well and it's hard. They go back at the length. They want to go too full where they can drive even on the up on some of these really good wickets. I was trying to. I always find that bowlers from the coast, when they do come up here in conditions like this, are a lot better suited because of the types of wickets that they bowl on, especially earlier on in the season. Down in the coast, you do probably bowl a little bit fuller because the wickets are a little bit softer, don't come in as well. So when you get those guys coming up here on wickets like this, they're very suited for it. Where a guy who grows up in Gauteng, where the wickets are generally hard and nice to bat when it comes onto the bat, you sort of get used to bowling the back of the length, where you don't want the guys to get underneath you if it's too full or to drive you on the up, but also you don't want to be too short.
Definitely more moisture around generally on the coastal pitches. Definitely backs up your point, Mondi.
Short ball again, try to hook it, called away by the umpire. Seen a couple of wides now from the two opening bowlers, especially on the shorter side of it. Not sure if that's down leg or is that height.
I think it was down leg because the square leg umpire is just indicating height. There's the signal also for height. So that's his first one for the over.
So then that's most definitely because of the length then. Better length, slightly fuller, gone through the covers, got a hand to it. Just one run, good hand. I've also changed the field as well. They've taken out the second slip and put him in the covers, so a little bit more protection for the bowlers if they go full outside all time. That's the end of the 6th over. Having a look at the field, there is another change in the field here. One slip only. There's a gully, but they've taken out the second slip and put him in the covers this time for more protection. So going slightly more defensive here, Bangladesh. Very nice and late. Waited for it very nicely there. One down to third man.
And one just senses that these two openers now are starting to feel more comfortable at the crease. They've weathered the early storm. And I fancy the second half of this power play, they might just start to become a little bit more attacking.
Yeah, I also think because of how well Iman, I felt, especially his first 2 overs, the third one, he was a little bit too short for my liking, but I think that was part of the plan. As a batter, you also got to tell yourself, okay, maybe I think this guy's a little bit more dangerous. I think Iman has shown that. Bowling from over a little bit short again, pulled nicely this time around. And then has gone for another boundary, gone all the way. That's a 6. That's a beautiful shot there by Skuld. Not too short, but again, the wicket is slightly slow, and he picked up the length very quickly as a vacant square leg has gone all the way for 6. First one of the game.
Well, the man from Puka certainly packs a punch. That was put away with absolute ease and authority. Not a huge swing, just almost a short arm jab sailing over the boundary.
Yeah, he needs to go back to those lengths he was bowling earlier. I think that last over, when he went a little bit too short, might have affected his bowling. And he's also changing now, going, it looks like, and I thought he was marking for around the wicket. Not too sure if he's going to change, but it still stays over the wicket for now. But I think he's thinking about it. But again, I liked how he started off. He's just lost his way a little bit with those too many short deliveries. Just needs to stay there.
I think the ball just getting a few repairs after it's clattered into the boundary fence.
Short again, pulled. Didn't quite get the timing this time. As you can see, didn't go to the boundary, hitting to the vacant mid-wicket area. That's going for 2 runs. Again, don't want to harp on the same thing over and over again, but the lengths again I think are going to be very important on this wicket.
Not as convincing a stroke that time. It does prove your point of earlier, Mondi, how with this slow bounce, if you like, occasionally, every now and then it will be difficult to play the cross-bat shots to get the timing exactly right.
Yeah, I think he did something to his bat there. I think he's signaling for a new bat after a last shot. Again, the timing wasn't quite there. I'm not sure if he hit the bottom of the bat. Yeah, it looks like he did. The way he's holding it, he's looking down on his bat. It looks like he hit the bottom of the bat, might have caused some issues.
It's always the bat's fault when there's a miss at home.
Yeah. It's like when a fast bowler was a bad delivery, it was something to do with the wicket. I didn't land properly, something went wrong with the wicket, I slid. short delivery. Again, was a bit too early on it, I think. And that's where it's going to get tricky sometimes for the batters. As you say, cross-batted shots, you have to wait for it. But your instinct says to, as soon as it's short, you're going to go and get ready for the pull shot or the hook shot. And sometimes it doesn't quite come on the way you thought it was going to.
So 32 without loss. The USSA 11 sent into bat. Muirhead and Short have done a very good job negotiating these tricky opening overs and scoring quite briskly as well.
Yeah, and I think you also have to say the boundaries that have, the balls that have gone to the boundary have, because of the one, the length. A lot of these have either been too full or too short where the boundaries have come. I've seen a lot of pull shots and a lot of drives coming from both these batters. So Bangladesh hasn't been consistently hitting those lengths. Yeah, he's gone. Change come around the wicket. Changing his angle. Which again is because of his bowling, not because of what the batters are doing. I think that's where the fault is. Maybe also because he's running onto the wicket, it does help that he does get off the wicket quite quickly if he comes around the wicket. Yeah, there we go. Short ball again, coming around the wicket. That's gone all the way. That's another big boundary. Second one of this over, actually. That's been pulled for 6. So coming along quite nicely, the pace they're going at. And gone to 48 without loss, close to the 50, and it's still in the first power play here.
Well, it's dug in closer to the bowlers in than to the batters. Just sits up nicely for Jason Muirhead to put it away. And Bangladesh need to think here now. They've got to either change this plan or maybe change the bowling.
Yeah, I just get the feeling the last couple of short balls in this over weren't intentional. I think the previous over looked like they were intentional, the 3 or 4 short balls. I just think it's missing his length and coming around the wicket now. He has to get used to a new angle. He's a little bit worried about he's running onto the wicket as well. I think that doesn't help because you do start to think about what you're doing on this end instead of doing it at the other end where the batter is. And that sometimes can mess around with your lengths and your lines. I think that might be in his head. Hence, we've seen a couple of shorter deliveries than he has because he was really good in his first 2 overs. The batter there was a little bit in between. Should I play it? Should I leave it? Changing field. Square leg going onto the boundary. Fine leg coming up into the circle. And I think because we've seen a couple of pull shots that they are trying to protect that boundary on the leg side now, just in case they err on the shorter side.
And the wind has picked up Mondi and just changed direction a bit, blowing into the bowler.
Yeah, it's a better length. Yeah, you're right. The wind has picked up a little bit, slightly stronger. The breeze, that is. Going from right to left off the screen. That's the end of the 7th over. 46 without loss. Yeah, I just saw they're bringing on a helmet, which means the keeper is going to come up to the stumps, and that means bowling change. As we said earlier, we weren't very happy in terms of the length that they were bowling. They were conceding too many runs up in this first power play, and they've made a change. Moin Khan comes into the attack. Right time off spinner. Early change. Spinner coming in quite early in this innings.
And one of the older heads in the Bangladesh emerging team, 30 years old, Mohammed Moin Khan, has played 55 list day games in his career. So good move, I fancy. Change of pace and also get a bit of experience on.
How long can you emerge for, by the way? Like you turn 30. I think you've gone past emerging at this point. Like you said, 55 list A games. That's a guy who's played quite a bit of cricket.
Yeah, there are a couple of more senior guys who are emerging for Bangladesh. Zaki Hassan, at 28 years old, played 13 tests. And Con, he's 27. He's also played test cricket.
Coming down the wicket, first time we're seeing a spinner into the attack, and he walks and he finds it. A beautiful shot that's gone all the way, and that's 50 up too for the USSA team. Very aggressive, good batting.
What a magnificent stroke by Jason Muirhead. Massive, onto the roof of the cricket club, the clubhouse, which we are alongside. That's the way in a spinner's opening over, just not to allow them to settle.
Yep. I thought he might give himself a little bit more of a chance to see if it is turning, but I think he's seen enough there. Jason Muirhead decided to come down the wicket early on into his second delivery of his spell here, Khan. Good batting, nice and aggressive, doesn't allow the spinner to settle.
He's bowling fairly briskly, Moin Khan, but I think there could be a bit of turn out there. You mentioned the grassy patches. Good grip on that, and also when there's a bit of a moisture around, it could grip. But he's bowling quite quickly.
I was just about to say, I don't think he's looking for any turn. He's just trying to stop them from scoring pretty much. When you're bowling that quickly, you're basically saying you make the mistake. I'm not going to bowl you a ball that's going to turn and beat you because of the pace that I'm bowling at. I'm just trying to stop you from scoring. And if you make a mistake, then we capitalize. Coming down the wicket once again. This time around, a couple of bounces has gone for 4. It's really good batting here by Muirhead, putting the bowler, the spinner especially, under a lot of pressure early on in the innings. And that's the end of the 8th over, 52 without loss.
And the change of pace has not worked for Bangladesh. So more problems for them, more worries. Fantastic batting by Jason Muirhead.
Yeah, maybe in terms of the emerging side of Bangladesh, there's probably a mixture of guys who might be involved in Test cricket coming up in a couple of months' time. Perhaps, but say they've sent some of the older, senior, more experienced players here as well.
Exactly. I think there is half an eye on that full international series later in the summer, and some older guys who might be involved, let them have a look at conditions and get more acquainted. And never a bad thing for a team of youngsters to have a couple of older, wiser heads.
Yeah, certainly can help the younger players, especially when you're under pressure. You're not quite performing the way you wanted to. I think also there's a change in the bowling for Bangladesh. Not happy with the 2 opening bowlers. They're making a change. Coming over the wicket, change in field too, no slips anymore. Both got out, square leg still on the boundary, fine leg up in the circle, and the third man is out. Full, driven over the top. I think this wicket is starting to play a lot better. That was quite full, hidden over the top, purposely done. That's a very good shot. That's gone all the way for another boundary.
Well, it was very much medium pace, maybe a loosener, over-pitched. And Ludwig Schord just said thank you very much. Up and over he went. Another boundary. One has to say that in this first power play there have been too many poor deliveries from Bangladesh. There's been some good stuff, but too many loose ones.
Yeah, it almost feels like it's either a good ball or it's a boundary ball. And not enough consistency in terms of hitting that. Looks like, a little bit aggressive from the bowler. Maybe perhaps a little bit angry about his first delivery there, just getting a warning from the umpire, just talking to there to calm it down a little bit.
Yeah, Chaudhuri Mohammad Rizwan 21-year-old, filled with enthusiasm. I guess if you don't have outright pace, you need to bring a bit of aggression to otherwise.
Yeah. It's a better delivery. Good line, good length, coming over the wicket, going across the left-hander. And that's a good comeback.
And it had a bit more behind it as well. He's loosened up.
Maybe he's loosening up. Yeah, still a bit of a coldish breeze coming across the field, so it might take a couple of deliveries to get the body going. But also, to the other point, if you're not going to be the quickest around, I don't think batters are too worried about your shenanigans after you deliver. They're more worried about the pace of the delivery. That's the more intimidating thing than what you say or what you do with your body language. But it's always good to see. He's found his length. That's a lot better. Down to third man. Just for one.
Jason Muirhead back on strike, and how impressive he's been from the Stellenbosch University, Marty's team.
Full again. 2 full this time driven, but there's a lot more cover in the covers with no slip. An extra man, 4 of them in the covers on the offside, so straight to the man there, luckily for him. Rizwan, that is. And again, I think it illustrates what we were saying earlier about the inconsistencies. They're always giving away a boundary ball in every over. That one, again, 2 full. Luckily for him, it went straight to the fielder, but there's no consistency in terms of hitting the ball, or the length especially, where they're able to stop the batters from getting those boundary deliveries. Also, what it does for the batter, though, because they're always worried about scoring the power play, but if I know that I can just be patient, I'm going to get a bad ball. It doesn't make you do anything that's more aggressive or more risky for you to get out. So it makes it easier for the batters, actually, because I can just wait. I know I'll get one, a boundary ball, that is. I just got to be ready and put it away when it does, the opportunity does present itself. So it does make the batter's job a lot easier when you are giving away those boundary deliveries every over.
Yeah, we thought the opening handful of overs would be quite tricky and awkward for the USA 11 when they were sent into bat. And yeah, a couple have beaten the bat. There have been a few plays and misses, but you just don't get the feeling that the 2 openers have really been under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and that's how you build the pressure, right? From them not scoring brings the pressure onto the batters. Then they feel like I have to do something to get the scoreboard ticking along. But now, all I have to do is wait. And I'm going to get that delivery. Though to the spinner, which I have liked though by Muirhead, used his feet, being more aggressive. We'll see how Schalk does play it. Muirhead clearly being, his mindset was, I'm not going to make him feel comfortable. I'm going to come at him. They've taken out the slip, by the way, because they did have one in his first over here. And the way that South Africa has decided to bat has made Bangladesh become more defensive. Good fielding. Good stop in the outfield.
Wonderful bit of fielding, diving save, stopping a boundary off the first ball of the over, which would not have been how Moin Khan would have wanted to start, given that he went for quite a few in his first over.
Change in field. Last over of the power play. This is long on. It's gone onto the boundary now. It was long off for Skilled, but for Muirhead, they decided to take the long on one, and that, again, because of his aggression, they're coming back for 2. That's good work. Very good running. Poor fielding. And long on, their fielder thought they were going to take just 1. Wasn't aggressive in terms of getting to the ball. And they saw an advantage to take another single there. So very good running, good awareness.
Yeah, Samir Basir Ratul took his time coming in. As you say, I didn't think they were going to think about 2.
I also think, but what the batting of Muirhead using his feet and trying to hit him over the top, what it has done is made Bangladesh, again, a little bit more cautious. They've got a man on the boundary. So now the option of rotating the strike becomes a lot easier if I can just punch it down to long on or long off for a single here and there. And that's because of the aggression. That's what you like to see.
especially against a spinner early in his spell.
Always want to, as a batter, always want to make the bowler uncomfortable. Always make him think about if he does come down or if he does do this or he does become aggressive towards me. It makes me more nervous, which means that I probably make more errors when I know that the batter on the other side is actually trying to score runs instead of if I sit down a length, nothing's going to happen. Down the wicket once again. And that's what we've been talking about. That's a very good shot. Going for another boundary. 6 this time around again. So South Africa have certainly told themselves that in this power play with the spinner, we're going to be very aggressive, and that's showing right here.
Yeah, wonderful batting. Long on in place, so he's just gone over long off. Created space for himself.
Does love using his feet with the spinners, doesn't he, Muirhead? That's the end of the over. End of the power play as well. And with that, we're going to have a change in commentary. I'm not sure if it's an official drinks break, but there are some drinks being brought onto the field. And after 10 overs, no wickets are down. South Africa looking really good. Change in commentary as well.
Welcome back. Little flurry of boundaries from Jason Muirhead, particularly against the spinner Moin Khan. It's taken him to 41 not out off 36 balls. Ludwig Schult, who was the early aggressor, 27 off 24. 72 without loss in the power play. Kamva Nyakani. I think the USSA 11 will be really, really happy.
Yeah, very happy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This beautiful morning out here at the Tuks Oval. Right at the end of the power play. I think certainly it's the USSA's power play. Bangladesh will be in the hunt for a wicket, looking to make a change and a comeback.
Chowdhury Mohammad Rizwan continuing.
I've been really impressed by the USSA start, and considering that they were put into bat on the surface that we were very unsure about early in the morning, a lot of dew and it was wet and had a delayed start because of the couple of patches that were wet, then we probably were concerned maybe it would be difficult to bat initially. But the way they've batted, they've just been so ultra aggressive and just positive in how they've gone about their cricket. Took the game on to the Bangladeshis.
Full toss, put away through the covers for 4 by Schult. And that's kind of the story of the innings so far, is that they haven't had to really force things, these two openers. They've been given a steady supply of loose deliveries like that in which to actually get regular boundaries.
Yeah, as much as they haven't actually forced things, I think it's this one thing not forcing things, but it's one thing is taking the opportunity when given. If you don't take your opportunities when given in terms of those loose deliveries, you can then look back in the pipeline, I missed out on a few strokes. They've taken their chances, they've scored their runs. So credit to the USSA side who've been able to take the charge when the opportunity has been given to them.
Well taken single. They've certainly been clinical, these two, no doubt about it, and not too many quick singles have been taken. They haven't needed to, but good to see that when it is on, they're alert to them.
Yeah, they just really played so well. Ludwig and Jason. Ludwig Schilt and Jason Muirhead.
Nicely steered, just for the one.
You look at their strike rates, they're so good. Over 100, both striking at over 100 at the moment. Played pace well, dominant versus spin. It just shows how the mind frame they're in today. Both sides will be desperate for victory. Didn't have the best of starts to the tri-series against South Africa emerging. Maybe also will say they probably had a better game against South Africa emerging comparison to Bangladesh, who were somewhat blown away in their first innings, 89 on out, with bat in hand. Then look at USA. I remember we were talking about at the end of the game, the captain was interviewed in relation to how he felt they had performed, and he felt that they felt like they were always in the game, just those moments that they missed where there was few drop catches, missed opportunities, and I feel the same as well. I think they played really well in certain periods, but they couldn't really take those moments when they were given them. There were a few drop catches, crucial drop catches, a big drop catch of Khalim, I think it was on 24, and he ended up scoring 27, so that's a massive difference that it does to the game in terms of momentum as well.
Oh, that one just a little bit in the air. They'll get a quick single out of it. Remembering too, of course, that the USSA 11 students, a lot of them probably wouldn't have played cricket for a while. So there will be some rust to be removed. The CSA emerging team, they've all got professional contracts and whatnot, so they would have kept themselves busy, and they've had training camps as well, so a bit more in tune with their games probably. End of the over. 78 without loss.
Yeah, and you look at that South Africa emerging side, you wouldn't really call it a South Africa emerging, it's more South Africa A side. There's a lot of those players there have already emerged. A lot of them have been played a couple of seasons already of the 4-day series, 1-day cup. Look at Khalim, you look at Silitswane, 4-day series final. Diteko as well, 4-day series final. So that's plenty of experience, a heaps of experience. Single straight down the ground. And the reality is you can't buy that experience. You can't buy those opportunities that they have at the highest level, playing against the best South African bowlers. And then they come here against varsity guys that are still trying to make their way into the professional setup. They'll have those errors, they'll have those mistakes when pressure is on. So it's just a matter of dealing with pressure.
To be fair, though, a lot of these Bangladesh emerging players have actually played quite a bit of first class or list A cricket, senior cricket for their teams. They do tend to start them younger over there. Moin Khan bringing his length back a bit, and Mirad a bit frustrated he couldn't make more of that. I could remember a conversation with Lawrence Mahatlani, the former SA Under-19 coach. Sliding onto the pads and just worked away for just the one. And he lamented that when coming up against the subcontinent age group teams, whereas just about none of his players would have had any sort of senior first-class experience. They were coming up against guys who've been playing senior cricket for a couple of years. They're just more comfortable introducing really young guys to senior cricket earlier in the subcontinent than we are.
You talk about exposure of the Bangladeshi side emerging, that a lot of these guys have been exposed to first class cricket. And I asked the question, I don't know, maybe I'm just too critical because it's only been 2 games and I haven't been here in South Africa so long to get used to the conditions. But could you maybe, is there a reason why they've shown maybe struggle or not being able to be at their best? Especially you say a lot of these guys have been exposed at a young age in comparison to USSA side, who's looked a lot better right now. You speak right now in the first 10 overs, looked a lot comfortable. When you look at the game versus SA emerging, they also looked a lot better. So what could be the struggle for the Bangladeshi side exactly?
I guess conditions would be a big one because sure they've played senior cricket in Bangladesh, but those conditions are very different to what they're experiencing here. It's probably totally foreign to them. So I guess that would have a fair amount to do with it. As Rizwan comes in again from the north end. Oh, the Yorker. Just a pity it was wide of the stumps. Bat hit the ground. That led to the speculative appeal.
It's a really good delivery, right into the block hole. Bit of movement in the air as well to go along with the more away from the stumps rather than towards the stumps. The movement. Thanks to our technical team for getting the scoreboard back up. Appreciate that.
Beautifully hammered through extra cover. Goodness me, that's a shot and a half by Jason Muirhead.
Jason Muirhead. The authority in that shot. Saw the length pretty quickly. Jumped onto it. More so, his eyes lit up. Saw it was immediately when he saw it was full.
It's what you were saying earlier, Kamva. Yeah, it's not a great ball, but it's been put away absolutely clinically.
Not just put away, you pierce the gap. Usually, in some occasions, when things are not going your way, hit that directly straight to a fielder. And you look to yourself, my word, what do you do next? So the presence of mind to be able to pierce the gap.
And now bashes him straight down the ground. That'll be his 50. Brought up in style, Jason Muirhead. Just 44 deliveries. And I fancy the last 30 of them have probably been or 15 or less than 20 balls.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you've missed the innings of Jason Muirhead, that explains it. That's how he's played pretty much all innings. Aggressive, on the front foot. That was the boundary just before his 50. And you'll see the one just after where he headed straight over the top to get to his 50 with a 6 in such a stylish fashion. There's Jason Muirhead, powerful hitter, left-hander. Just about something about left-handers when they play these strokes, they always look so classy. And Jason Muirhead is nothing short of that. 54, just 44 deliveries. Oh, lovely follow-up delivery after being smacked away with 6 over the top. Good response from the fast bowler, Rizwan.
Bit of a change in pace as well, and you just see Muirhead there indicating how certain balls are coming off the surface a bit quicker than others, which is often the problem when you've got slightly damp pitch. Handsomely driven. There's a cover sweeper there.
Speaking to the Bangladeshi captain at the toss, Hassan, you spoke about it, how he felt the surface at the Groenkloof Oval was a bit slow and tacky, and that's why he decided to bowl first today. And I think you'll feel today he might have made the wrong decision or feel hard done. It looks like a pretty flat surface, now supposed to bat on. And then he decided to bowl first, and then now he finds himself 12.5 overs in 94 for no wickets lost. Do you think he regretted the decision?
No, I think it was definitely the right decision at the toss. Just their execution, the bowler's execution has been poor. It seems like we had a drinks break 15 minutes ago. Looks like we're going to have another one. So, yeah, this time of year up here on the Highveld, the pitch that they had at Groenkloof and the pitch that we've got here today is pretty much standard. Midwinter on the Highveld, lots of dew overnight, cold. It stands to reason that pitches will be a bit slow and nip around a bit in the early morning, and gradually with the sun get better and better to bat on.
Yeah, you'll probably think to just get better as the day progresses. Don't think anything will change from the surface. It will be highly dependent on who's bowling on it and how and where. As you mentioned already, Ken, that the Bangladeshis haven't really hit the right lanes consistently, and they've given away a few deliveries, and that does release pressure. So that takes away from the surface, that takes away from what the surface has to offer, because if you don't apply the pressure, you can't really, the good deliveries then can be left alone. You don't then force the batter to play at deliveries they shouldn't be playing at. They now know they can wait for that loose delivery, they can leave the odd delivery because they've scored boundary early in the over, so there's not much pressure. But when you are able to apply pressure and then you get that good delivery where it's maybe slightly nipping away from the outside edge, and then the batter just pushes at it to try and get a run or force a run, then a mistake is induced. So at the moment, it's just about Bangladesh hitting the right areas. I'm sure that's a conversation that'll be taking place right now. Just getting the right areas, hitting the right zones, and just limit the errors. I think if you can limit the errors, try put a stop on runs. That'll be much better.
13 overs gone, 95 without loss. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the drinks break. A short drinks break after 13 overs. If you just joined us, we are 13 overs in, 95 for no loss. It was the Bangladesh emerging who won the toss and decided to bowl first. And they found themselves 13 overs in without a wicket. And credit to the USSA were able to capitalize on a few loose deliveries that were offered to them, managed to score quite a few boundaries off the spin and pace of the Bangladeshi side. I'm sure conversations would have changed now during the drinks break in terms of how to change those length and pick up wickets. Here we go.
Ratul in a change of bowling from the south end. Not surprised with the change. Poor old Moin Khan was having a rough time.
He's get away with a few lusty blows. One hit the roof, a few hit the side screen, straight down the ground. Don't think much will change here from Ludwig Skilt.
Ratul is certainly firing it in. Just going a bit too leg side there. Easy one for short.
Not just firing it in, he's dragging the length a bit shorter. I think because he anticipates that Skilt would rather come down the wicket to hit him over the top. So if it is a bit shorter and push through, play him squarer or on the offside.
That one was fuller, and Muirhead just content to push it for one. He's been the danger man for the spinners, has Jason Muirhead. He used his feet beautifully and really struck the ball cleanly straight down the ground. Bit slower this time, and Schulters lashed it high and handsome, over backward point for 6. That's a remarkable blow.
Yeah, exactly what I was talking about. As soon as that length is a lot fuller, goes at it, gets full contact, no intention to keep that one down at all. As soon as he saw the length was pitched up, went over the top and got full rewards.
100 up.
It's not an easy shot by any means. More at point more than anything else, over point. Just shows how late he played that stroke.
Yeah, I fancy he opened the face a bit as well. It really was a quality stroke by Short. Has the 14th over. Comes to an end. Let's see if we can pick up the hands. Yeah, just a bit of nice handiwork there by Ludwig Short as well.
Nothing seems to have changed from the Bangladeshis, or rather, the USSA side still positive, still aggressive. Need to make adjustments, otherwise this will be a massive total. Just the end of that drinks break, I looked at the projector score, the current run rate at 7.6, it was 365. That's a massive total to be chasing down in the second innings, regardless how flat the pitch is.
Well, we're pretty sure it is going to be even flatter this afternoon, so they will need a good total. Moin Khan has changed ends, but not a good start. Too short. Put away on the ball through cow corner for 4.
Jason Muirhead continues where he's left off. Just before that drinks break, saw the length was dragged back, and he had no other intentions but to pull that away. And that big gaping hole.
There was a slight little hint of Muirhead getting on the front foot and coming down the pitch maybe, which perhaps caused the bowler to drag his length back. Excellent batting. And now the easy one to long on. So, yeah, quite scary that the scoring rate is 7 to the over, well, more than 7. And that's with a tricky start when they were sent into bat, that they needed to play within themselves a bit. So potential for a lot of runs here.
As soon as they got comfortable out there, Schultz and Muirhead haven't really held back.
I feel like they still have another gear, to be honest. I think that they've been able to dominate because they've been fed some poor deliveries fairly regularly.
Yeah, Bangladesh needs to take away those boundary deliveries away. And it's fair to the USA batters. As soon as they've seen the length come up, they've gone for it short. They've rocked on the bat foot pretty quickly. So it's really hard to adjust. Much better length, much better line. Quick single taken. That is much better. That is the length you want to bowl more consistently. An in-between length. Don't want to be too short, neither too full. Get the bat on the front foot. Come to the end of the 15th over. It is 109 for no wickets lost. Ludwig Schilt on 44-41 deliveries. Looking comfortable out there.
He was the initial aggressor. He got off to the quicker start of the two. But it's been nice the way the two have handled the ebbs and flows of the innings. Muirhead content at the start to let Schilt take the lead, and then as soon as spin came on, Jason Muirhead has exploded into action. Not that he was a slouch against pace either. Ratul bowled a good first over, but then did concede a 6. Which was down to really good batting, to be fair. Maybe gave him a bit too much width, but still it was a really good shot.
Just wondering, sitting here wondering what adjustments does Bangladesh need to make in order for the runs to dry up. What would force the change or make everything just go on a halt? Because they need that. They need 3 or 4 overs of just a dry period. And the most concerning part is that both spin and pace is being attacked. So you don't really know who to put it back on, who not to put on, and what change you need to make. It makes it very hard as a captain because every single bowler of yours has been taken down, they've played aggressive cricket against him. Again, could be another boundary. It's too short, punished.
Well, he went for the quicker, flatter one again, and I think from the Bangladesh point of view, they've got to go back to basics. They've got to try and string together 4 or 5 deliveries that are in the right place to start with. And at the moment, unfortunately, they're only getting 1 or 2 in the right place consecutively, and there's just no pressure on the batsman. And with the defensive fields, there's now plenty of opportunities for the ones.
Yeah, it's rather the Bangladeshis they're rather under pressure right now than them creating pressure, and you see these balls being dragged down. It's a lot of pressure. It's just a sign of them being under pressure at the moment, not knowing where to bowl. You've barely seen a few deliveries being hit in the same area consistently, and that becomes a concern when you can't group your deliveries. The grouping is so important to applying pressure because it goes along with drying up runs. And then also creates opportunity. If you're unable to group, apply any sort of pressure, it's just a matter of then waiting for a mistake from the opposition. And that's not the position you want to find yourself in. You want to be on top. You want to be creating opportunities. You want to be putting the opposition under pressure. Otherwise, you just be waiting and hoping for the best.
End of the over, 16 gone, 114 without loss again. Ratul, that was actually a very good over. Just the one loose ball down leg side, put away for 4. And that's been a kind of microcosm of Bangladesh's problem today. Just boundary ball and over, sometimes 2, undoing all the pressure. And that is 50 for Ludwig Schult. 46 balls it's taken him. And he looks a very accomplished, hard-hitting young batsman. The man from the Northwest, Puka University.
Another well-constructed 50 in this 115-run stand. Both these left-handers look extremely comfortable out there. Not a smidgen of concern. And what I've liked about their cricket as well that they've played and their shots they've played, it's risk-free cricket. They've played really what's been offered to them. Look at that, a strike rate of 108 of 50 of just 46 deliveries. Not too much risky shots have been played or unnecessary shots that may give away their wickets. They found ways to mix it up. It's either those. If they can't find the boundary, they rotate the strike. If the boundary option is there, they take it. It's just a really good mix of how they've gone about the game.
They're in a position now to really dominate these middle overs and bat Bangladesh emerging out of the game. We've said it several times that conditions this afternoon for batting should be even better. So they do need something, I would suggest 350-ish as another boundary ball. Is it? No, it's a good bit of fielding down on the car corner boundary there. Long on running around. He's done well.
Yeah, Long on covered plenty of ground towards his left-hand side. Brilliant effort. I was also convinced at one point that it would certainly be a boundary based on how it came off the bat and fielded Long on. And those are the type of efforts you need to make to back up your bowlers, especially in these situations where they're struggling, things are not going their way. The fielding has to come up. You have to be a lot louder in the field to just change the trajectory of the game at the moment. Everything is just one-sided right now.
It did very briefly flash on your screen there, the boundary count. 12 fours and 6 sixes. We've had 17 overs, so it's a touch more than a boundary and over that Bangladesh have conceded. And, well, we keep banging on about it. That's been their real problem today as Ratul bowls his third over. He's been probably the tightest of the bowlers so far, the most consistent. Just wants to not give away a boundary this over there. Oh, problems there, but Short will survive. The bowler fired it down leg once he saw him coming, and it just went too far away from the wicketkeeper to affect the stumping.
Short might find himself quite lucky there.
Backs away nicely, struck through the covers, and that's a very well played boundary.
Yeah, I feel that Long off there. Ran really hard towards his right, tried to get to that boundary. Ball beat him to the chase. Due to really good timing. This occasion, Schultz rocks on the back foot, beats cover. And that's a lot to ask of the Long off. Yet another boundary. We were asking for no boundaries over. We do get one. It's because of it that how he's just really playing. You saw him the previous delivery. He wanted to come down the wicket, so his mind was thinking, oh, he might be coming down again. So he was premeditating. Maybe the shot would have been played by Ludwig Schult, and then drag his length. So it's a bit of mind games at the moment that's being played.
This time he goes airily and all the way. Second one that he has lashed over the offside for 6, Ludwig Schult. Clearly a strength of his, able to open the face. And, oh, well, this over he's been really good at creating opportunity for himself. Again, just too much width from Ratul.
Yeah, inside out shot over the covers. Not much turn to speak of, so it's a lot easier shot to play when there's not much turn you are contending with. But nevertheless, excellent shot over the top, over the covers, aggressive. 11 runs in the over already.
And he's catching up with Jason Murad again. 61 or 54 for short. Murad 64 or 53.
Knocks it down straight down the ground for a single. You know, sometimes again it's easier when the one batter is the one that's aggressor. When both of them are the aggressors, it's so hard to even create some sort of game plan built to the one that's struggling. You never know now how to even rotate your bowlers in terms of how they can bowl to one specific bowler. They're both left-handers. They're both going at you. It's just a matter of how you just respond.
And Short has nicked the strike as well. I think he's really enjoying these last few minutes.
Yeah, they'll be thinking well over 350 here, especially in the position they're in. So we'll be quite disappointed if they don't get over 350 from this point onwards. 131 run stand within 18 overs. That's a good total even in T20 cricket. Not the best of totals, but it's a really good total.
It's won a few games, I'll tell you that. Happened to see on the weekend there was the Global League T20 final in the Caribbean. Connor Esther hasn't played in it. Can you believe that for the final, the team batting first, that will just be one as well. Team batting first were bowled out well. They were 20 for 7 at one stage. Dwayne Pretorius came in number 9 and steadied the ship a bit. And Imran Tahir scored what turned out to be a very important 11, batting at number 11. They got to 84 all out, halfway stage of the final. You would think, well, that's it. I mean, you can't defend 84. They did. They won by 5 runs or something. So interesting pitch for a final. Let me just say that.
Man at sweeper cover. Gets to the ball this time. Protecting that exact shot that has got Mio ahead. A couple of boundaries. And shot. Both similar style kind of cricketers are these two openers. Not much difference in how they play their strokes. They're comfortable with the similar areas. They like the covers. They like playing off the back foot when it is short. Very, very similar.
I agree. Their approach has been much the same.
And it's rare that teams go for like. And in terms of the openers, they like to mix it up, maybe the right hand, left hand combination. But if these are your two best openers, why not? Why not go with them?
Yeah, I agree. Not sure if there's anyone else in the 11 who really has much opening experience. So, no one frowns or calls into question when 2 right-handers opening the batting. So we shouldn't when they're 2 left-handers. There's going to be a change of bowling as Bangladesh try and turn the tide here. It's going to be Mohammad Urhanat Dula Borson, I beg your pardon, who's back into the attack. Bowled 3 overs for 22 earlier. Short, skied in the air on the pull shot. 3 fielders converging. Oh, what a pity. It was a great effort. The man running in from deep mid-wicket. Well, I say running, but he was sprinting in. And just left with too much to do in the end.
Yeah. Looking to go over the top. Positive stroke once again. It was in the sky for a long time, but was always going to take a good catch. Never got a chance to really poise himself. As he's about to gather the ball, he had a slight bit of a slip. Maybe that's what took him off taking the catch cleanly. Let's have a look at that again. Ran in really hard, covered so much ground. And at the last moment just pops out. Yeah, maybe could have been taken.
Well, he just had to reach for it a bit, didn't he, at the end? As this one is cut through the gully for 1. I wonder if the fielder running up from fine leg maybe could have tried to get under this run rather, because the fielder running in from mid-wicket, I mean, look at him sprinting in. No, it probably is his ball. It's just perfectly placed, really, between 3 fielders. A lucky escape.
Yeah, and maybe also made the call pretty early and identified that it was his. It's also easier catch for him, to be fair. And then you get that.
Well, they've learnt their lesson. They've now got a man back on the fence for short, so this time he only gets 1.
But, you know, you're in the situation, 139 runs in, and the one thing you are wishing when you are making a bowling change to get a wicket, a breakthrough, the opportunity presents itself. Pretty difficult one, to be fair. But then it goes down, and that as a team, you takes a lot to come back from, especially as a bowler.
He did get both hands to it, one has to say. Oh, a bit of a misfield. Batters weren't aware to it, though. They had always settled on 1. So, yeah, it was a difficult chance because of how far he had to run in. But he did get both hands to it, and those are the sort of catches you need to turn the tide when the batting team is so dominant.
This game of cricket is about taking your chances. Similar to USSA.
Nasty steer and nicely fielded at point. Chowdhury Mohammad Rizwan, good work by him.
Yeah, similar to USSA in the previous game against SA Immersion. They missed chances and they were dearly punished for that. And in this game of cricket, if there's 2 batters that are in and you desperately need to break a partnership, you take that chance. You have to take that chance. You'll find yourself 200 in for no wickets lost, and then it's an uphill toss from there.
That one does go past Chowdhury, but the field on the boundary will keep it to just 1. 20 overs gone. It's 141 without loss. And Kamva Nyakana will be joined by Mondi Zondeki.
Yeah, it's felt like weeks.
Welcome back, good Monday.
Yeah, thank you. So far, so good for the USA teams. It's called 68 of 64. He's picked it up nicely, and then especially with the spinners, been very aggressive, and it's always been good to see. 141 without loss. Going along nicely. At 7 runs and over, too. A USSA team, so going along at a very good pace. I think at this point, certainly without losing a wicket, 300 runs has to be on the cards.
300, I said 350 from this point.
350, yeah, for sure. If they keep going like this. The nice thing is the platform's been laid by the 2 opening batters. The next guys coming in can play with a little bit more freedom quite early on, just to keep that scoreboard ticking along.
There's absolutely no reason for them to slow down from this point onwards. They've got 10 wickets in hand. No reason at all to be even doubting that you can get over 350. Obviously, these two will want to probably reach their milestones of 100. That's probably the mindset that they have as opening batters, to want to convert their 70s or 69s to 100s. So no way and no chance they're thinking they want to lose their wicket. And I don't mind them taking responsibility at the same level they're playing at now, especially that they're playing risk-free cricket.
Bit of with an offer this time, just one though, to the sweeper on the offside. When Khan's balled into the 21st over, he's already into his 7th. Hasn't been too much turn and offer so far this morning.
It's a really good shot. Just whips it off his legs. Does Jason Muirhead.
Get their 2 runs. Another over gone, 21 gone, 146 without loss.
I was going to say that the surface doesn't obviously allow for spinning. I believe Bangladesh are usually heavily reliant on their spinners. But I think as years gone by, they've really produced really good pacers, guys that can swing the ball on these kind of surfaces where it requires seamers to bowl really well. And they've come here into South Africa. Yes, haven't won any major series, but their seamers have shown some great performances. They've competed with the top South African batters when they've come to South Africa. That's the main side, and I'm a bit concerned that now the seamers they do have here on display for their Bangladesh emerging haven't really been able to step up or bowl any threatening deliveries or wicket-taking deliveries or bowl in grouping areas. I think you mentioned the groupings before, that it's so important, how important to hit your areas consistently, and I haven't really seen that from them.
Both on to continue. 4 overs for 27, talking about the lack of consistency. He took the new ball earlier on, didn't bowl too well up front. Was a little bit too short for my liking, but he's back into the attack again.
To be fair, he did create opportunity in the previous over. Banged one in, a tad bit short, back of the length delivery. I believe it was Jason Muirhead.
Yeah. Again, the delivery wasn't the best, but the execution, of course, was the problem. But yeah, he did create an opportunity. Again, pulled in the air. Vacant long on. Not going to make it to the boundary, but again, try to pull it. I guess, again, the timing wasn't quite there, but nonetheless, I pick up 2. Yeah. Gets him closer to the 150, 148 now.
Similar length that created opportunity for him. And the same shot wasn't timed so well. Maybe something you can use. Sometimes a wicket is a wicket. You don't have to get in the most prettiest of fashion, hit the stumps or get the outside edge.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't matter how you get them, as long as you get them. It's almost like batting when you nick one down to third man for 4, or someone puts you down, or misfields. As long as the end result is to your liking, how it happens, yeah, obviously you'd like to time it or bowl a really good ball to get a wicket, but sometimes there's a bit of luck on your side.
I'm sure you know best. I'm sure you've had some off days where you're not feeling good, but you're picking up wickets. Then you have days where you're hitting the right areas, can't even get the outside edge.
Yeah, it happens a lot. More common than people think.
It's about your teammates backing up when that opportunity does present itself.
Short again, pulled this time. There's a bowler. Fielder underneath it. That's a brilliant take. That is a lovely catch to break this partnership that was almost onto 150. Coming over his head. Attempted pull shot again. And a very, very, very good catch by Deepu down at long on. Sorry, at mid on.
Yeah, covered plenty of ground there. I think would have loved to see more. Yes, there we go. This angle is brilliant. And the catch, the finish. And then the presence of mind when you're landing to be able to place your elbows in the correct fashion.
Yeah, Skulk is gone. Skulk caught by a brilliant catch, as we said earlier. That is, to me anyway, in cricket, the toughest catch to take. The one over your head where you have to turn around and chase. It's a very good catch and a very good way to get their first wicket. That's 48 for 1. And Skulk batted really well to get into his 70s. Dhiren Baba coming in as the number 3. A nice platform that's been set here by the 2 openers.
Yeah, nice platform and nice catch to go along with that. To see a bit of something. And that's the length that we spoke about, that previous over, it was dropped, the catch. Then again, early in the over, hit it up in the air and landed safely. This occasion, he wasn't as lucky. Looked to play the same shot up in the air, and this time around the catch was taken cleanly. Dhiren Baba is out there joining Jason Muirhead at the crease, and have a look at that catch. Doesn't get better than that. Doopy.
Yeah, also a wicket keeper. Coming in at number 3, right-hand bat. Didn't play the first game. He's coming in for his first game here for the USSA team. Slip in place now because of the wicket they've just taken by Borsan. One slip. Pretty conventional field. Third man out. There's a sweep on the offside and then fine leg.
He has a window of opportunity now for the Bangladeshi emerging side. Put a squeeze on USSA. Get Dhiren Baba on strike and make him face as many deliveries as possible. Put pressure on him. I'd even suggest bring up the field. Not allow him to rotate the strike. Use a bit of momentum that you have now that you picked up the wicket. You can see Bossant is looking a lot better than he looked earlier in his opening spell. So back him up. They have put in a slip in place for that new batter. That's what I do like seeing as well. Positive cricket. Fielders come up as well. Point is up, cover is up, mid off and mid on.
Yeah, left alone. Wide outside off stump, and that's the end of a successful over in terms of picking up a wicket for the Bangladesh team, picking up the wicket of Ludwig Skulk. 148 for 1 after 22 overs.
It's about being able to take moments. And that was a great moment that was taken by the Bangladeshi man at mid-on. Awareness is required now to be able to put pressure back on to the USSA team. Jason Muirhead has been looking so good. And I think they're just about taking away those loose deliveries. Now he's picked up a wicket. I mentioned already a window opportunity. Rizwan has to find a way to hit his areas more consistently now.
Good start. He comes back into the attack, of course, replacing Moin Khan, who was bowling a bit of off spin from that end. And bringing back Tesima. Rizwan. Nice start. Beating the bat on the outside.
Yeah, you'll have a bit of energy now, knowing that his bowling partner on the other end, Tesima, has been able to pick up a wicket. You'll have something about a bit of confidence and how big it will be to pick up the wicket of Jason Muirhead. That would actually really put a full stop and stop on the momentum that USSA has built so far. So simply mean 2 new batters at the crease.
Yeah, that's one way to slow down the run rate. Getting 2 new batters in the crease. Going just around 7 runs and over so far here, the USSA team. Jason Muirhead, clearly seeing the ball very well. Strike rate of over 100. But as a bowler, you certainly want to bowl as much as you can to the new batter. Looking for two. Driven through the covers, and they get it comfortably. Good running. Good placement as well. Not the worst delivery. Probably just a bit of width. Was where he might have erred a little bit there. Rizwan. Nonetheless, they get two. And that's 150 also. That's up for USSA. Very good start here. Very good platform that was put down by the two opening batters. Yeah, it's still there to continue to try to build this partnership and make it a really good total at the end of 50 overs. Slightly short again there by Rizwan. Just erring on the shorter side this time around. But to no avail. Tried the pull shot there, straight to mid-on.
It's going to be an interesting period now, but one especially Bangladesh will probably feel slightly on top. And as well, the USSA side won't want to lose the momentum. And it's going to be interesting now in the next couple of overs who takes charge from here onwards, who changes gears, who makes the move next. Because the Bangladesh side will be thinking, let's go back to our ears, consistency, drive up the runs. And they also will be thinking, we can't be held back here, we can't be stopped. Oh, that's a beautiful cut.
Nice and late as well. Weighted for it quite nicely. The sweeper is quite fine. So he was able to stop that to just one run. But again, Rizwan a little bit short, a bit of width on offer, and put away for one. This is who Rizwan would like to bowl to. Unfortunately for him, it's just one ball left in this over. Having just faced two balls, Tiran Baba. Surprisingly, no slip for him. Square leg there, man fine leg on the boundary, and then the sweeper on the offside is his field. Yeah, that's what happens when you have the left-right sometimes. Makes you have to adjust your line, and that time he bowled the line, a decent line for a left-hander, but unfortunately he's bowling to a right-hander, and that's another extra, another wide.
Yeah. Beautiful day of cricket, isn't it, out here in Pretoria? Clear blue skies. It's middle of winter, dead smack in the middle of winter, and does not get better than this.
It's a little bit better in the sun. There's a bit of a breeze, slightly cold breeze, not as bad as it was on Thursday at Groenkloof. Fuller this time around. The line also just going down leg. Missing out there, Baba. Looks like it's a leg by, so he's not off the mark just yet. And that ends the 23rd over. 152, 153 for one after 23 overs.
Certainly sliding down leg. Just never hitting the stumps. Nevertheless, you can feel the change in momentum for the Bangladeshi. Has been a bound just in the loss of the wicket. Want to keep it just like that. And the batter on strike, who it's Dhiren Baba. Juice an outside edge from him. He'll be right on top now.
Driven nicely. No one. So still not off the mark just yet, Baba. Still got a slip though for Busan when he bowls to the right-hander. And good to see they're still trying to take wickets and be more attacking. And also another good chance is to bring down that run rate with the new batter in. Just make sure you bowl your good areas and make it difficult for him to score.
Oh, inside edge. Oh. Things happening out there for Basant. Since picking up the wicket, the energy levels he's bowling with. Basant. How he'd love another wicket. think that make that scorecard look a lot better. 154 for 2 makes it sounds a bit better than the 139 for no loss that we had a few overs ago.
Yeah. And also, I think what's disappointing for Bangladesh is the fact that this wicket was perfect to bowl on in the morning. They won the toss, decided to stick South Africa in the USSA. Short again, pulled. It's gone for 1 to fine leg. And I think they didn't use one thing they will have to reflect on when they do reflect on how they bowled in that first power play is that they didn't use the wicket as well as they could have. Allowed South Africa to get away quite quickly. And that's why you find them going at 7 runs and over. Bringing it down slightly now that they picked up a wicket, but they might have to rethink in terms of their lines and their lengths, more importantly, especially early on in the morning when there's a bit in it for the fast bowlers. Certainly didn't use those conditions very well.
What did you feel though went wrong with Manu? Was it too full, too short in that earlier period?
I think Bosan, more specifically, was a little bit too short. I thought Iman started off really well with his lines and his lengths, and then he sort of lost his way in his third and fourth over, where he was a little bit too short. And then went around the wicket as well. We've spoken about that, how you want to go over the wickets, especially early on with the new ball, if you have the ability to swing the ball. So just predominantly the lengths were a bit of a problem early on. Fuller again, driven, but no runs. I think that's what happens when you're a new batter. It's just trying to feel your way into the game in terms of understanding how the wicket is playing, how it's coming on, how slow it is, how fast it is, and if there's movement. So you take your time a little bit up front. And that's where Bangladesh can get in some top balls and try to bring that run rate a little bit down. Maybe put a bit of pressure on Jason Mead in the end to try keep the scoring rate up and play a rash shot to get himself out. So those dot balls are important. Good run. Nice and early. Caught straight away as soon as they hit the bat. And that ends the 24th over. 156 for 1.
Yeah, we are right almost at the halfway point now of these first innings at 156 for 1 here at the Tuks Oval in Pretoria. Not so far away, they just behind the ground there. There's a high performance centre of South Africa. Look at the numbers of Rizwan. 4 overs, 28. Really shows the economy, but it's
a little bit too expensive going around at 7 runs and over, but that's where South Africa was going just before they lost their wicket. They were around about that 7 runs and over, so it just tells you that as we've been saying, that their seamers have been a little bit disappointing here, especially early on in the morning in that first power play. But nonetheless, that's gone behind. They're going to have to try fix it and do a bit better with their second and third spells here, the seamers. Rizwan into his 5th.
And look at the numbers of Jason Muirhead. His innings so far, striking 115, scored 75, just 65 deliveries. Initially, it was that boundary column that was concerning for the Bangladesh emerging. Now they've dropped it considerably. They're adding a lot more dots to his innings and rather singles. This is what they would prefer, but the responsibility has changed now for Jason Muirhead. It's more so about him allowing Diwan Baba to get into the innings, but also taking responsibility right now, the fact that they've lost a wicket and building a partnership. It's almost starting again and finding a way to restart with a new batting partner. Oh, that's a close single.
What does the umpire say? Not given. Tight call that. Would have been a very tight run. They came back for the 2, but a bit of uncertainty too, as well, was what would have made it very close. A direct hit, I do reckon, probably would have been given straight away. We'll have a look here again, down the wicket. Looking for 2, running harder. There is no mid-wicket. That's Kyle Corner coming in. Ooh. Yeah, he's safe. Direct hit, they needed.
Muirhead may have winded himself in the process of trying to make his ground.
Yeah, long way to go for the Kyle Corner. Also, I think the throw wasn't very good either. Keeper had to go fetch it and then bring it back onto the stumps. Had it been a better throw, could have been even more danger from your head. Nonetheless, no damage done.
Yeah, the run rate has dropped. See, the projected score was hovering around that 374, 365 not so long ago at the 20 over mark, and the loss of that wicket has changed. Run rate was at 7.8, at some point now 6.5. So that's the start I want to see the Bangladesh side. Just keep on dropping, try to get it under 5, just around about that 5 or 4 mark. We're pretty happy with that, plus a wicket to go along with that.
Don't think that was that short. By Muirhead tries to play a bit of a pull shot, if you will, down to mid-on, just for 1 though. I still think, yeah, the run rate is going to go down slightly when you have a new batter who's taking his time to get into it. I think they'll pick that up quite comfortably as soon as Diran Baba does get used to the pace of the wicket. I think 350 plus is still very much on the cards here.
I still don't think this is the easiest surface to bat on. Based on a few games I've seen here before, I think just Bangladesh didn't bowl as best as they could have earlier in the morning, which allowed for a free-flowing game more than anything else. And you see now that they've fixed up their lengths and lines, the whole complexion of the game has changed and the run rate has dropped because of just the tidier bowling. So I certainly don't think it's the most easiest surface to bat on, and it probably will get easier as the day progresses, but I don't think it was the easiest place to bat on.
Yeah, I think we've spoken at large about how early on in the morning, especially up here in the Gauteng region, wicket can be a little bit sporty for the seamers, but as soon as the sun bakes down on it, it gets a lot easier to play on. And we saw that in the first game when the emerging South African team was playing against USSA. Got a lot easier as the day went by. At some point, the emerging side of South Africa won 146 for 6. They were in quite a bit of trouble until Khalim came in and batted really nicely. Got his half 50 and put the emerging side back into a good position. So I think as a batting unit, yes, Bangladesh didn't bowl well up front, and that allowed them to get off to a really good start. But the longer you stay out there and the more the sun bakes on it, it's going to get easier.
Pulls it away and pulls away with some conviction. Beats the 2 fielders behind square. There was a backward square in place, and a very, I wouldn't say fine leg, more of a backward square fine leg, and beat both of those fielders there. Diran Baba earns himself a boundary, his first of the innings. It was there to hit, was short on his hip, and capitalized.
Yeah, good placement. As you said, there's a square leg, on the boundary on the onside, and there's a fine leg. Got it right between those 2 fielders, unable to cut it off. So another boundary. First one for him, Diran Baba, as he just walked onto the wicket. Got a change in bowling once again. Bosan just bowled 2 overs.
I thought Bosan looked really good in his second spell. Asked a lot of questions of both the batters. Picked up the wicket as well in his 3 over spell. Just came back for 3 over spell. First over, he asked if his opportunity was missed, and then came back for another one. Picked up a wicket, and it was pretty tidy to finish off in his last 2 before he's come off. pretty happy with that return, especially considering how he started initially.
Yeah, new bowler. Islam Biplop comes into the attack for his first over. Right arm off spin. And then look, a no slip for him. It's got car corner and the square leg on the boundary and the sweep on the offside. And of course a long on the boundary for the spinner. Comes into the attack for his first over. Right arm leg spinner. Let's see if we get a bit of turn with some wrist spinners coming into it. Haven't seen much of it so far. But again, Moinkhan didn't give it much air. Didn't allow it to turn or give it a chance. More of a defensive flight in terms of the speed he was bowling at. We'll see if Biplop can give it a bit more air, maybe get a bit of purchase and some spin on this wicket. Slightly short, pulled. There's a car corner on the boundary, and that's going to be just one. Good work in the outfield. Get into the ball quite quickly.
Few fielding changes being made. Deep square coming up and dropping mid off or long off, sorry, into place.
Yeah, for the right hander, got long off and long on the boundary.
So it was rather backward point that came up.
Yeah, they don't have a square leg. They've got a car corner, someone right in the middle there, almost behind mid wicket almost, or he's very much in front of square if he is a square leg.
It was the square leg for Jason Muirhead that came up, which would have been in a deep backward point if you had stayed in the position. So it's come up now.
Sweep on the offside. Bit of width on offer, a little bit short, but bit of bounce as well for Biplop. So he'll like that. Spinners do enjoy a bit of bounce on a wicket.
Yeah, Islam is bowling with so much control.
Last ball. Sorry, last ball.
That's something South Africa in general hasn't really played well over the years. We've looked a lot better now against spin. Something that we've maybe struggled to rotate the strike with or read. It'll be interesting to see how they maneuver around Islam and get to score against him. And that is the end of the over. The end of the 26th over. You can see that extra bounce he gets. There's not the tallest of leg spinners, but and it's just
Yeah, typically your wrist spinner will get more revolutions on the ball. He'll get more work out of it. Bowling with his wrists, bit of bounce, slight bit of turn, and once again, the skipper of Bangladesh does like rotating his bowlers. Imad, who I thought his first couple of overs this morning were really quite good, and then sort of lost his way in his last 2 overs, but he's back into the attack after bowling 4 overs, not for 26 in his first spot. He replaces Rizwan. His fielders to D1 Baba, who just came on, hasn't been around for long. 14 balls he's faced so far, pretty conventional as well. Square leg, fine leg on the boundary on the onside, and then sweeper and third man on the offside. And everybody else was in the circle. 4 out.
Hassan back into the attack. So maybe a bit pricey first initial spell.
4. Nice drive. Very good fielding. Out in the covers. I think that's B-Plop, who's doing some duty with some bowling. But nice fielding.
Nice bit of play, yeah, for the Bangladeshis. And it's good fielding as well. In the covers, that's the efforts you want. Covers stop every single run possible.
You can see how far Iman, because he's been called for running onto the wicket, has been given an official warning. It was a lot closer. That's in the air. That's gone at point. That's the second wicket. Iman comes in, picks up his first wicket in his 5th over. Quite full. Trying to drive it there, Muirhead, but he gets the leading edge and he's gone. Second wicket on hand. Gets the big wicket of Muirhead for 79 of just 73 deliveries. And the timing of picking up this wicket is very good for Bangladesh.
Yeah, that's what it does when you drop the runs. It reduces false strokes and does a soft dismissal. And you can see as he puts his head back, does Muirhead in disappointment. Really disappointed with that dismissal. Went half-heartedly at that stroke, lobbed up to short fine leg, or short third man rather. Just kind of really just pushed at it, and Hassan gets the rewards. Good bowling. It was there. Outside off stump, throw his hands at it. I think the shot was not convincing enough. Got the outside half of the bat and a good catch to complete.
Yeah, the timing of it.
Yeah, Rizwan there with the catch.
Now you pretty much got 2 new batters at the crease. David Teager coming in at number 4.
Yeah, 2 new batters at the crease. Exact situation I would have wanted. The 2 set batters have walked away in these last 6 overs. And now it's turnaround since the first wicket has fallen. Bangladesh has responded really well here in this middle period. And even much better that the 2 seamers that were not bowling so well initially have come back a lot stronger. Then to couple longer that there is a spinner that has come on to his first over, the next spinner, who is finding his way and is bowling well. So to speak about who would take charge in this middle period and will find a way, and it has been Bangladesh who've turned things around and shown a bit of experience and composure. And I think what they've done is a lot different, is that they've been a lot more disciplined in the areas and how they've gone about the cricket, and they've taken the opportunities as they've come. It's about keeping up that momentum now, and they want to get 1 or 2 more wickets here. I feel a lot better with how things have gone. $171 for 2. Who would have thought? After 139. No wickets gone after 20 overs. USSA were on a roll. They were absolutely dominant, hitting everyone around the park. Spinners, pace, and really nice response.
Yeah, just the bowling so far by Bangladesh. Today, just 1 wicket each for the 2 opening bowlers, Iman and Bosan. Didn't start off too well, as we've overemphasized about their bowling, but they picked up 2 wickets, the 2 opening bowlers. So a nice little comeback for them. Moin Khan, the spinner, of course, 7 overs for 44. It is one just got replaced as well for 37. If you could look at all of them, the economy rate isn't ideal. Biplop just bowled 1 over for 2 runs, but just shows you how expensive they have been, all the bowlers, so far in this innings. But they'll try, now with 2 new batters, certainly try to bring it back. Slow down that run rate, try to pick up wickets consistently, and maybe that 350 will be out of reach for USSA.
Yeah, it was a really good start earlier. In the first 20 overs, it was all USSA, Jason Muirhead and Ludwig Skult, who had a really outstanding 139-run partnership. Looked really dangerous at some point and unbroken. And you would have thought they would have pushed on maybe to even a 200-run stand at one point. But both of them are gone now, 79 and 72 respectively, with Dhiren Baba and David Teague at the crease, the 2 new batters. Dhiren Baba on 9 of just 15 deliveries and David Teague on 0. There's a bit of an error there on our scoreboard, but he hasn't faced the delivery just yet, David Teague. There's David Tiga, right-hand batter. How lovely are the pictures now with pitch vision. Really, really outstanding work from our tech team. A lot of changes we've seen over the last couple of months. Beautiful images from our pitch vision stream. Absolutely loving it.
Yeah, new batter. Slip in place for him. No surprises there. 2 deliveries. 3 deliveries left in this over. Down leg. Think I got a bit of bat on that. Went very fine. Yeah, that's 4 runs. Off the mark with the boundary straight away there. David Tiga. Just erring in his line, Iman. Having just bowled to a left-hander, struggled to adjust to the right-hander. Was a little bit too straight. Coming wide off the wicket, of course, and we've said because of the fact that he's run on the wicket, he's been given an official warning. So he's very worried about running onto the wicket. So he's wouldn't suggest he's very happy about where he has to bowl from because of the running, but he is bowling from very wide. Earlier on, he was very close to the stumps.
Hassan, Iqbal Hassan, his action and his body stature does remind me of his countryman Shakib Al Hassan, the way he goes about his action. Very quick through the crease, quick with his action, fast bowling action as well. Very similar type of bowler and height as well. I don't know if you see the similarities. It's Shakib Al Hassan. Not Shakib Al Hassan, sorry. The Seamer. Just what his first name? 172 after 27 overs. I'll get his first name right. Shakib Al Hassan is a spinner, actually.
Yeah, Shakib is the spinner, the all-rounder, the big famous all-rounder for Bangladesh.
Let me get his first name right.
P-Plop, we said we bowled 1 over so far, just 2 runs off it. So a good start to him. He wound up having just finished his 5th over, picked up the wicket of Muirhead. So they'll be in slightly higher spirits here, Bangladesh, given how they started and where they are right now. Got 2 new batters at the crease. So this is the time for them to capitalize and really hone in on trying to get as many dot balls and frustrate these batters and not make it easy for them to score.
Hassan Ali is the name. That's the name I'm looking for.
Ooh, full toss. Got that one wrong. And luckily for him, just 1 run off it. Bit disappointed there. Tiran Baba didn't do more with that. A full toss, a lovely full toss. He could have chosen where he wants to hit that, but it's just straight down to a long one for just for 1.
I think you'd be even more disappointed if he did down straight the throat of the long on. Lucky enough, dropped short.
Especially from a spinner. It almost feels like a free hit. You can choose where you want to hit it.
Yeah, with the seam, it comes a bit quicker and a bit of a surprise delivery.
Yeah. Slightly shorter this time around, looking for 2. They're running hard, these 2 batters. Good work again on the boundary. Keep it down to just 1. Bit of with an offer. Quite full, driven down for 1. Going around in ones so far in this second over for P-Plop. Besides the 1 drop catch, I've actually been pretty impressed with how Bangladesh has gone about on the field. They're very quick to get to the ball and stop those 2s from happening. A lot of diving and stopping of balls that could have gone through the covers, but done a good job so far on that end in terms of the fielding, especially the ground fielding has been really good.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They've done so well in the field. Oh, good delivery and a big appeal. Islam Biplop was pleading with the umpire. June Slandler, the standing umpire, or is it rather Muhammad Islam from Bangladesh. His countryman.
It's pretty straight. We haven't seen much turn so far on this pitch here this morning. Had a big strike come David Tiga anyway, so maybe perhaps just the length of how much the ball still had to travel would have been the doubt in the umpire's head. Nonetheless, that's the end of his second over. P-plop. Decent one at that, and that's the LBW. Ooh.
I can understand his plea.
Yeah. Tight call, very tight.
Yeah, at most maybe clipping leg stump at most. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, tough one.
Yeah, no turn. Needed to straighten a bit more. I think the doubt would have been, as you said, maybe just going sliding down leg. But nonetheless, a very close call. He wanted to continue after picking up his first wicket in the previous over. No change in the field. Dhiran Baba. I would still certainly have a slip for both these batters.
I think they just feel that they've already given away so many runs, and I think the most important part for them now is just getting things a bit quieter. Understand the fact that maybe you can be more positive by adding that slip there. I'm not sure if you've seen many deliveries beat the outside edge with consistency, but I guess about when that opportunity comes, you want to be having the right fields in the right place. Especially how the period you've had now, these last 8 or so overs, you've sort of bossed them, taken 2 big wickets, 2 massive wickets.
Good delivery. Quick run. Very good running. Got there very comfortably and safe. Good understanding between these two batters. A lot of them wouldn't have played together, especially if they're coming from 2 different varsities as well. So, understanding between these two, it was a call. There was no hesitation. Good running. Wasn't the way he was trying to hit the ball. That's a good length too by Imran. Good line.
Yeah, the nicest thing though about this for the USSA side is that they get to test themselves against international quality or international emerging talent. And it's really hard to be able to, at this level, to get experience against international players.
Line again. A little bit too straight, one down to fine leg. So ever since, it's actually quite dried up, the boundaries, since the 2 left-handers that opened the batting here today had gone out. And that's what we talk about when you bring 2 new batters onto the surface and you bowl a bit better, you can apply a bit of pressure and make it difficult for them to score freely. Run rate now is at 6.21. Just a few overs ago, it was above 7.
Yeah, things have changed. It's really, really changed. It's just small adjustments, and by virtue of just taking the opportunities as well as bowling in the right areas. Up in the air, another opportunity. Another catch will be taken. Wicket number 2 for Hassan.
Short ball once again. Tempted pull shot, and we talked about how difficult it might be on this surface to play those cross-batted shots. This time, Maba did try to pull it. Timing wasn't quite there, and a very easy and comfortable catch at mid-wicket. 3rd wicket is gone. We keep losing wickets now, South Africa. USSA, after a very good start by the 2 left-hand openers. Short, pulled. He knew it straight away. Very comfortable catch there at mid-wicket.
We've seen that shorter length delivery on the surface troubling the batters. Maybe it's not coming on as they anticipate. You've seen that occasion played a bit too early on the ball and just chipped it up in the air to the square leg fielder. Soft dismissal once again. I just feel like some wickets have been slightly been given away here by USSA. But too quick on that one. Look at, there's a moment where he just had to pause for a moment as he was completing that stroke. And Dhiran Baba unfortunately has to walk off. Well, he got himself a start, but unfortunately couldn't push on from there. Nevertheless, wicket number 3 has fallen. 177 for 3. And Bangladesh will be absolutely delighted how they bowled in these last 8.4 overs. They've put together some really good bowling and fielding as well. 3 good catches, maybe the last one the easiest of them all. But nevertheless, they've taken their chances and good bowling, good comeback from the Bangladeshis.
New batter, Nathan Trusky. And a left-hander once again. Coming in, number 5. Things have changed quite nicely here for Bangladesh. Left-handed batter. I'd be surprised if they don't employ a slip here for Nathan Trusky. I think they are now bringing in a slip with the angle that he's bowling from too. Iman going across the left-hander. And he did pick up the previous left-hander, Muirhead. Caught at point.
Yeah, captain of the USSA.
Yeah, it's not exactly a slip, sorry, coming in. It's more like a gully. So the only change in field is that gully in for the lefty. Short ball to start off. Played nicely by Trusky. Just got out the way quite comfortably there.
Leighton Trusky. How you love performance here, captain's performance here to steady the ship for your side. After a few wickets have fallen. There's that short ball. Got his hands down, his head out the way. Good example how to play a short ball. It's a lot more difficult obviously when it's a lot higher and direct to the head. Usually the concern you want to kind of protect yourself and get your gloves in the way and there. That one was more chest height, which was easier and rather going across his body than to him. Didn't really force the stroke. Last ball of the 29th.
Again, better length, slightly fuller. There was an attempt, I think, by Trusky to almost play that one. Looked like he pulled out last minute. And nonetheless, another over gone. Iman, a successful one for Bangladesh. That is, picked up the wicket of Baba. T1 Baba, that is. 33 overs gone. 29 overs gone, sorry. 3 wickets down. And this is how T1 Baba did get himself out, trying to play the pull shot. Caught comfortably there by Big Blop at mid-wicket. 177 for 3. Oh, bit of extra bounce. We've seen a couple from Beeprop that have bounced just outside the off stump. Similar shot that was tried to be played. The last time he got a bit of extra bounce, Beeprop, and there again. It's nice to see for the spinners.
Oh, everything's just happening for Bangladesh right now. For U's and R's, they're a lot louder out there now. I feel things are happening for them. Balls bouncing a bit more. It's just a bit uncertainty from the batting of the USSA team now.
One down to long on.
Yeah, a lot more belief now in the Bangladesh setup.
Well, you can always tell by the noise levels of the fielding side if they're up or down. They've sort of picked it up now again with a bit of the encouragement, talking to each other on the field, where it was quiet for a really long time when the two opening batters were out there.
Yeah, they never shy away from making noise. Do the Bangladeshis? They'll let you know, especially when you play them in the subcontinent. They're in and around the bat. Can't really hear what they say either. Must be the most difficult place to be batting at.
Beats the long off, or the mid off, sorry. But again, good fielding on the outfield. Long on goes all the way across to the offside to try to cut that off from being a boundary. 2 runs off it. Good shot.
Yeah, he spoke about it so over ago, how good they've fielded these Bangladeshi guys. That besides how they've changed their bowling, they've changed their attitude in the fielding as well. Run hard, chase balls hard.
Yeah, and that was by Deepu. They got another big LBW shot. Disappointed again. Umpire says no. Looking for the sweep shot there, Trotsky. Quite full. That's where he might have got himself into a bit of trouble.
Yep, Mohammed Islam not convinced once again. Maybe sliding down leg. And he'll want to have a bit of a change in his line for Biplop. And talking about change, we'll get a change in commentary as well. We'll get Mr. Ken Borland back in the commentary box.
Hit him quite full, but again, I think the line there was the issue, just missing a leg stump. And I think a good decision by the umpire once again. Going at exactly 6 runs and over now, USSA. So from where we were just a couple of overs ago, after over number 20, looking a very different picture here for Bangladesh. And we did see Iman struggling a little bit with the landing. Had a long chat to the umpire the previous over. Just might be having some issues with the landing where he's chosen. He has gone a little bit wider than where he was earlier. No slip in place. Surprisingly, 2 pretty new batters at the crease.
Hello, Mondi. And, well, I guess we give the last 10 overs to Bangladesh. Good fight back.
Yeah, for sure. Picked up 3 wickets. Strike rate, or the run rate anyway, for the USSA has gone down tremendously. It was going at over 7.5 at some point when the 2 lefty openers were playing quite freely and scoring quite freely. Tightened things up here, Bangladesh, and picked up his wickets at the same time. So.
Iman looked quite handy in his opening spell, took the new ball. And then as you've mentioned, Mondi, and you would know exactly how disruptive it is for a bowler to be warned about running on the pitch. Things just went a little bit awry for him thereafter. But he's come back nicely, got a couple of wickets. David Teager, of course, former South Africa under-19 captain. Plays his cricket here at Tuks. So he's on home ground.
Slightly fuller. Driven. No damage done. And yeah, and I think part of where Imran has actually settled on a line and length is, like we've been talking about, where he's bowling from, his delivery is certainly a lot wider and hasn't had any issues with running on ever since he's gone wider. So now perhaps he's just thinking about what's happening on the far end instead of being worried about him running onto the wicket, and having been given a warning that can play with your mind. Same as no balls. If you have consistently challenging the umpire and you're always bowling no balls, then you start to worry about what you're doing on this end as a bowler instead of worrying about what you're doing on the other end, which is more important. So when you're settled mentally, your lines of length become better.
Tiga just leaves that alone. Umpire Yuri Sadler was the one who warned Iman. Last week I was privileged to be at a couple of evenings with Maria Erasmus, the great umpire, and one of the things he was talking about was just how he used to go to nets to stand and practice being an umpire with teams, and just those experiences. And I was just wondering with the relevance of running on the pitch. We'll chat more after this. Teague is just finding fielders a bit, and that's why he's got 7 off 17 deliveries. So umpires do come and stand at net sometimes to practice, but I was just wondering, as a bowler, Mondi, did you ever have an umpire come to nets to practice, which would obviously help you with no balls and that sort of thing? And if you did, or did anyone ever look at nets about running on the wicket? Was anyone ever in a position to say, Mondi, you hitting the danger zone there?
Yeah, I don't think so. But to your first question about umpires coming, yeah, we used to have umpires, especially the ones if you're playing a 4-day game, for example, the next day, and it was your last practice. Some umpires used to come the day before and just go sit and stand, and perhaps maybe get used to who the bowlers that they'll be dealing with in the next day. That is good fielding once again in the outfield. At point, that's the end of the 31st over. 181 for 3.
Chowdhury Mohammad Rizwan again. He feels pretty well for a bowler, I must say.
Yeah.
For a fast bowler, I don't mean to be insulting.
You don't usually see him at point either, by the way. That's very rare that you see a fast bowler at point. So, yeah, not too common. Sometimes, not because they're athletically not able or because they can't field. A lot of the times, they just to hide us out in the outfield on the boundary with his square leg when you're bowling. Never at point, though. Never used to find them at point. Maybe long on, long off, or mid on, mid off, mid wicket, but not too many times in the covers you'll see fast bowlers. Let me put it that way.
Well, they're busy areas, and you don't want your fast bowlers wearing themselves out, having to bowl overs and also run all over the ground, cutting off ones. But Chowdhury seems to like it. Yes, I'm just wondering if Emon, probably blissfully unaware that he's developed a habit of running into the danger zone.
I mean, you can clearly see what the issue is with I think it's after he delivers his child left leg sort of kicks back in and it runs onto that way. And I think sometimes I used to have that problem as well, and I used to not hide it, but like take care of it. I'm not sure. Sorry, we just got a bit of a physios on the field. There's a bit of a delay here in terms of the play. There's a fielder who's on the ground. I'm not sure if he's having back problems or what exactly is happening, but there seems to be a physio working on him. Look, he's actually on his back, so it's not his back problems that he's having. Looks like stomach issues or something of that sort.
Well, it's the bowler. It is.
Yeah, Imon, that is. And that's a big problem. Looks like he's pulled a side strain or something. I'm not too sure. He's holding his. Usually the side strain for the right arm seamer would be on the left hand side, not on the right hand side. So it's not that either. Just seems to be the rib cage area where he's having a little bit of issues. Be a big blow if he can't come back on. He was bowling quite nicely again. On his return, picked up 2 wickets from that end. He's off the field, and hopefully for Bangladesh, he's able to come back on as soon as possible. He was bowling, and I'm assuming he would have carried on bowling had he not had to come off the field. So the captain now has to make a decision about who comes and who follows him. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, we running on the field can be an issue, but not too much at practice. No one used to tell you running on, and it's the hard way to find out when you're at the game. But he's adjusted quite nicely by going wide off the stumps, of course, and hasn't been called since.
Aminor Islam Biblov is back. Imon was in the middle of a really good spell there, but he has bowled 7 overs, so just 3 left. Maybe they want to save those for later as well.
Yeah. But typically they'll give, with 31 overs into it, so they'll typically give you, especially in white ball cricket, 2 overs at the back end, not 3, especially during the death overs.
A little bit over pitched and gets away with it though.
The other part, I think a lot of umpires, when they did come to some of our practices or 2 practices, it almost looked like they were just looking for the no balls more than they were looking for you running on. Can't remember being told by an umpire that I was running on during practice, but certainly if you did bowl a no ball, they used to tell you. Okay, his line a bit too straight down leg, another wide given.
As opposed to when there weren't umpires there, and the bowlers would just bowl from 20 yards regularly.
Yeah, that happened to some bowlers, yeah, for sure. And funny thing is, I used to maybe practice at times, used to bowl no balls, but I never had an issue at the back end anyway. Once I sorted out my run up, never really had any issues of bowling no balls on the field. This is where they normally tell you to double the score, and you'll see where they get to. I don't see South Africa or USA anyway at this point getting to 360. And there was a time when they looked like they were going to comfortably get to over 350, but ever since they've lost their two left-handers, their two openers, who set up a really nice platform, they've lost 3 quick wickets, and the Bangladeshi bowlers seem to be gaining some confidence from that, and the run rate has gone down tremendously.
Just shows you the value of wickets. Because as you say, during that opening stand, 400 looked possible. A little bit short and nicely played by Trotsky just for the one.
I think also with these two batters when you're at the crease, recognizing that we are losing wickets, it's time to consolidate and maybe have one more big partnership. Don't want to keep losing wickets and taking risks and then keep losing wickets. I think they're playing it a bit safer at the moment, not being very attacking, just waiting for that loose delivery. And where Bangladesh can get it right, if they don't give away too many of those, then it becomes a lot easier for them to get up those dot balls and bring that run rate down.
It's a good point, yeah. Maximise the overs that are remaining. Interesting stance by David Teager. You see they're starting with these front legs splayed outwards. Not sure, I don't remember from his under 19 days him having that stance.
Yeah, I think it was after my time and in the 19, David Teager, but we'll have a look now. But sometimes, yeah, as you get older, you do things that make you feel more comfortable. A different coach might give you a different option in terms of how you want to approach the batting. And they've had to, forced to make a change, Bangladesh that is, with their bowling.
Batters are like golfers, aren't they? Constantly tinkering.
Yeah.
With their swings, with their stance, with their... Yeah.
And Rizwan back into the attack. But the settled ones, I mean, I'm just trying to think now. I don't remember perhaps like a Kailas or Session, even an AB changing too much in terms of their stances. When you're going through some tough times as a batter, sometimes that's when you start tinkering with those things. And you say golfers, when their swing is gone, they sort of have to try get a new swing going. Not an easy thing to get used to either.
Sometimes even when things are going well. Oh, a bit dangerous there, fiddling a bit, Teager. Triggers, that's a big one. Batters always used to fiddle around with their triggers.
I think it's two basic ways that they approach that. One, either you stand very still until the ball's delivered. There's no trigger movements behind it. And some batters will have the trigger movement, like there of David Teager, as you say. There's the back foot movement, then the front foot, and then he waits for the delivery to be bowled. Some batters just stand still. Very open, as you said. That front leg is very, very open up front. But then as the ball is delivered, he gets himself into a decent position because both feet do move. So that's his trigger.
Maybe it's to encourage him to get into line, to actually be sort of really intentional about that front leg. Getting into line.
So it's very similar to a Kailas and a AB de Villiers, that kind of stance. Well, where they end up with the trigger movements. First with the back foot movement, and then the front foot moves, and then you get yourself into the position before the delivery is bowled. Is the position you're looking for. It's always where you end up, not where you start. I remember. Yeah, look at that. Chanderpaul was a very tricky guy to bowl to in the beginning because his stance was very, very awkward. Looked like he was looking at the square leg umpire. And by the time you delivered the delivery, he was already in a very good position to face your ball. So it's not where you start, it's where you end up. And if you're in a good position by the time the delivery is bowled, then no problems at all.
And of course, you want to be pretty still, especially your head. when the delivery does come. So I guess that's where trigger movements can land a batter in trouble when they're too complicated, and you're still moving when
Yeah,
the
right.
ball is coming.
You want to be dead still by the time the ball is delivered. Gone.
Yeah, there was not much of an appeal because they obviously felt it was pretty obvious. Wicketkeeper Ankon taking the catch. A very good delivery that from Chowdhury Rizwan. Looked to come back at the left-hander, and Trotsky just prodded at it rather flat-footed.
Yeah, he picks up his first wicket, Rizwan. Seems like wickets from that end are coming more commonly now. That's the third one. It is coming from that end. Evan Iman picked up 2 just previously before he was replaced by Rizwan. Good line, good length. Yeah. Easy catch for the keeper. 4th wicket gone.
Difficult line for the left-hander, isn't it? You kind of feel you have to play that nice and tight to off stump. Look where it ends up.
Yeah, and it's also a lot of people will say, well, he could have left there, but because of what you said, how tight it was, and maybe because of the bounce hasn't been consistently one way. Sometimes you see some balls have a bit of extra bounce and some haven't had a bit of extra bounce. So maybe that's what was in his head, where ideally on a wicket that you do trust, you probably leave that alone, based on the length, not the line, because the line was really good, forced him to play that. And he was in between in terms of going forward or going back as well there. So good line, good length.
Pitching middle and leg, what do you reckon, Mondi?
Yeah, roundabout. Middle and off stump probably a little bit more because of where the keeper ended up catching it. But nonetheless, it's a delivery that makes you think, and that's where you want to be as a bowler, where there's a bit of uncertainty when it comes to if the batter should actually go forward or back or leave it or play. Where's Gruber comes in at number 6, left-hand batter.
Yeah, the point being that it would take a very, very brave batter to leave that delivery.
The more doubt you can put in the batter's head, the better. Creates a bit of uncertainty in his head anyway, and that's where the mistakes do come sometimes.
Not the best first delivery to a new batter. Way too wide.
Yeah, I'm more surprised at the fact that they haven't got a spinner for him. A slip, sorry. A very new batter. The angle works for you. You just ticked him off to the keeper, so why would you not? I guess is the question.
I'm with you.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't too far from the edge.
Hence the slip we were talking about. Maybe they should think about employing it.
How's the bowler not asking for one?
Yeah. Maybe both. Look at the umpire. They're looking at where he's landing too. Haven't had an issue with him so far for being called for running on, but the umpire seems to be looking at a strong look here. It's that first foot after he delivers. That right foot that goes pretty much right on the wicket. So there might be a little bit of a talking to coming to him as well the next over.
Yeah, he is getting very, very close there, and you can understand the umpires being strict on this because of the moisture that was in the pitch this morning. Makes it easier to rough up.
Yeah, the Bangladeshi batter, I might not be too happy about that either, though, by the way, because it is going to dry up this wicket. Because of the weather up here, it's quite warm out there. There is a bit of a breeze, too, that helps the wicket dry up a little bit more. And so the South African spinners won't be complaining too much about the fact that they're running on, just in case they can hit those areas and use them to their benefit.
Oh, that tipped quite nicely. Really tossed up there, and Grieber unable to put it away.
He has struggled a little bit deep up to the left-handers. He's pulled quite a few. They've been fallen a little bit leg side-ish, was called for wide. Also went up for an appeal that was missing leg stump. Just needs to adjust to the left-handers a little bit more, a little bit better, that is. That's his line.
Was that a catch? It was a great dive by Biblob. I think he got a hand to it.
I think he might have, and certainly was in the air for a split second or two. The line was a bit better, a little bit straighter this time around. Yeah, it was very close. Might have gotten a hand to it too. Difficult to catch that, especially as a bowler. But good effort in the end.
Tiga is starting to find his timing now quite nicely. That came off the bat pleasingly. Here's the, just chipped up. Yeah, it would have been a very good catch, but...
Yeah, and spinners are notorious for being very good at fielding from their own bowling, that is. Full toss again. He's keeps struggling to the left-hander. Seems to be bowling very full and very straight, or too straight, and sometimes leg side. He has been called for wide, and again, hasn't adjusted very well to the left-right combination here so far, Biplop.
He's also bowling, I'd say, slightly downwind. The wind has switched a bit again. That might be a factor.
It's not going from left to right of the screen, though, the wind. I think as a leg spinner, that's ideally what you want for the drift, and it drifts in and then pitches and turns.
Maybe I'm just trying to make excuses for him, Mondi.
Nothing wrong.
Good end to the over. 190 for 4, 34 overs gone. So just 13 overs remaining. Remember, the start of play was delayed by an hour this morning due to dampness on and around the pitch. And there's the schedule for this Inman one-day tri-series between the South Africa and Bangladesh emerging sides and the University Sport South Africa 11. Basically like an SA Students 11, and the first two results, the SA emerging side, emerging triumphant. So almost a bit of a knockout game this, because whoever loses this match would have lost twice. Will make it hard for them with just one game remaining to then get into that tri-series final you see at the bottom of the screen there.
Yeah, always want to continue. It'll be interesting to see if the umpire does have a look at where he lands. No one on offer. Yeah, it's a short little tri-series here, so getting on the board in terms of getting your win as soon as possible will help you try get into that final on the 12th. And both these sides, as you say, have lost to the SA emerging team, which is not too much of a big surprise.
Yeah, I think we always felt this game could be a lot closer, a much more competitive one. Didn't seem that way in the first hour and a bit this morning when openers Short and Muirhead were clubbing 140 for the first wicket, but
yeah,
they've come back nicely, Bangladesh.
Certainly have found their lengths and their lines. Some maybe not the best choice of shots by some of the batters, but nonetheless, Bangladesh will be happy about that. The fact that they've picked up 4 wickets in a very short space of time as well. Got a gully for the left-hander. Rizwan. I still have a slip instead of a gully. Missed a couple. Good solid coming forward. Good bowling, good batting both sides actually. Nice length, nice line. And
that was Biblob doing good work in the covers there. Cutting off the one. Yeah, 30. Well, we're going to have, it's 12 and a half overs left now, Mondi. If if Bangladesh can keep the USSA 11 to say 70 or 80 in these last dozen overs, I reckon they're in the game. Punched nicely. It will just be one to the sweeper.
Yeah, because as we said in the afternoon, it does get a lot better to bat on. Comes on better. It doesn't stick in the wicket because the wicket was a little bit damp this morning. It's hardened up because of the sun and the wind. So it does get better to bat on. And so the fact that if they can get them to 250, 260, as you said, because we were looking at something closer to 400 at some point, or 350 at least. Put it back nicely here, Bangladesh. So they feel like they're very, very much back into the game. Of course, it doesn't help that they were bowled out for 89 first game, so the batters have to come to the party this game. But different bowling attack as well.
It's a pretty wretched delivery. Crucially, that 89 all out also came when they were sent into bat in the morning.
In the morning, yeah.
In Groenkloof, and it is tricky up on the Highveld this time of year, early in the morning.
Yeah, also I do think that the emerging bowling attack, because of the experience, a lot of them have played 4-day cricket and 1-day cricket for a number of years, because they are pretty much, if you want to say, the third team for South Africa after the SAA team and obviously the national team. You might say the bubbling under the kids. So a lot of them do have a lot of experience of playing. So they control in terms of their bowling, and being consistent in hitting their areas will probably be slightly better than emerging side control in bowling, especially given what we saw in the first game. So Bangladesh will feel a little bit more confident. One, they're batting on a better surface because it's in the afternoon, and two, probably a slightly weaker bowling attack than you would get from the emerging side. So that'll give them a little bit of confidence if they can close this off and restrict them anyway to 250, 260.
Very fair comment, I think. And also the USSA 11 bowlers, maybe a little bit of rust as well. I don't think many of them have been playing cricket since the summer ended.
Well, especially the ones that come from the coastal areas with a bit of rain, so they have to be indoors pretty much all day and or winter long. Where up here, the Gauteng guys or the guys that are coming from the Northwest University, obviously here at Tuks and at Wits, would have maybe had a chance to get into the middle of not just indoorness but outdoors as well. So it gives them an advantage in terms of that. That's the end of the 35th over as well. So far, so good for Bangladesh in terms of how they've come back.
There you see on that graph just exactly how the wickets have just flattened that line. The run rate was absolutely soaring while Short and Muirhead were together. And Short was dismissed. Bit of a partnership developed, but then 3 quick ones. Look at those. Look at all those overs above 10 in the first 20. There's a 10, a 15, another 10, a 12, another 12.
Yeah, the last big over was the 25th over there. Went for 27th over. Went for 9 in a wicket, I think it looks. Or 25th, actually. People up to continue. He's done a pretty decent job as a left arm leg breaker. This is where he's been maybe a little bit inconsistent to the lefties.
That's a bit short and just popped up for 1 by Grieber.
I wonder what the conversation is from the coaches to these 2 new batters. Take your time and then maybe have some wicket in hand for the back end where we can actually try and launch. One partnership is needed here. When you had one really good one, and then after that it's been wicket after wicket after wicket. So maybe perhaps start slowly, build a partnership, and then we can have a big go in the last, 7, 8 overs. And they have been quiet, haven't been trying to force things, haven't seen anyone really use their feet, sort of just waiting for that bad ball. And if it doesn't come, that means Bangladesh is winning because they're not giving away any boundaries, just singles. And perhaps the odd extra ball here, of a wide over a no ball. But so far so good in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, Teague has been there a while now, 28 deliveries, as you say. Strike rate of 50. I think time for him just to start to push things along a little bit. The USSA 11 do have some strike power still to come. Seth Vleerdermans is a pretty good finisher with the bat. from Free State, and Carl Francis can hit a long ball as well. You don't want to leave them coming in the last over or something. That's not really maximising the potential in the lineup.
And I think also you can have that conversation because, as you said, Tigger has been there for a little bit longer than Ekriba, who just got there on 11 deliveries he's faced. So you can tell one of them between these two to actually be a more aggressive, put the bowlers under pressure, and maybe try to get one of these two batters anyway, who are already in, who are used to how the wicket is playing, to bat through, and then the other guys just come in and be the aggressive. Of course, he's not just whoever bats through. He's not just going to be trying to look for ones. Be aggressive as well, but don't be careless.
Giba playing that off the back foot and perhaps didn't bounce up as much as he expected. The other thing in Biblop is really hustling through his overs, isn't he? He gets through it quickly, and before you know it, one ball left in the over, and there've just been two singles.
When he's seen two spinners as well have been used so far by Bangladesh, usually you'll see a lot more than just two spinners in their bowling lineup, but so far it's been a lot of seamers. So the spinners are getting through their overs quite quickly. I'm just worried about the slow over rate, maybe with a whole lot of seamers that have operated so far. That's the end of the 36th over. Leading wicket taker so far, Khalim picked up a 5 for 18 in that match against Bangladesh emerging, so he did really well. Andile Mokhokane also picked up 5 wickets in his 2 games. And Sosa Heba, having played just 1 game, picked up 4. Yanko Smith and Caleb Sileka. So a lot of them are from the emerging side. Just one who hasn't played for the emerging side, and North South Africa, who are the leading wicket takers so far in this tri-series.
And Khalim has also had a great time with the bat as well.
Yeah, came in when they were quite a bit, well, they were in a lot of trouble actually. 146 for 6 at the time when he came on. And managed to get himself a 50, an aggressive 52. Wasn't taking his time. He certainly put the batters under pressure. Bowlers under pressure anyway. Moin Khan, spinner. Spin twins operating. He comes back into the attack. Was slightly expensive, 44 after 7 overs. Also wasn't trying to give it any air. We'll see if he changes anything now that the pressure isn't so much on. No, same pace, fast. That's a wide to start off with. He's not giving it any flight whatsoever.
Yeah, about 25 of those runs came off 2 overs. He ran into Jason Muirhead, who really took him on to great effect.
Yeah, I think he was scarred by those 2 overs, especially his first 2 overs he brought to Muirhead, who came down the wicket quite often, so he doesn't want to give it any fight and allow the batters to use their feet against him. Just very flat and very straight is how he's looking to operate right now.
Moin Khan, not to be confused with the very chirpy Pakistan wicketkeeper, former Pakistan wicketkeeper. Oh, chipped up, just short of extra cover. Did you ever come across Moin Khan, Mondi, in your playing career?
Oh, the original Moin Khan, you mean?
The wicketkeeper, yeah.
Didn't play against Pakistan very often, to be quite honest with you. I remember one time I did play against them was in 2002 when they first arrived. It was literally just as I started. I played 1 game against Sri Lanka. It was my debut in 2002 in December. Then Pakistan was here after that. So they were our summer, basically December. And I'm not sure if he was here, Moin Khan. Could have been, though. There's a very good chance that he was here in 2002, 2003. I remember Waka was there, Wazim, Shoaib Akhtar was there. Some of the bigger names, Mohammed Wazim was there. 200 up on the board.
Some bowling greats on that list. So you see how the projected score on our screen has really plummeted from being well above 350 for much of the opening hour, 273 now. I fancy USSA will want more than that. They'll be wanting to get to that 300 mark. They'll need a good finish, though.
Does seem to prefer the back foot, doesn't he, Cleaver? That was very full by Moin Khan. That's the end of his 8th over, 48 without a wicket. 200 on the board. Only 10 overs left. 270 projected score. Wickets in hand and a bit of aggression. Yeah, they could certainly get there, but there's still some big hitters, as you said. Carl Francis, Jason Robbenheimer, Conrad Morton, Seth Fledermas. Is he batting at 10?
I don't think he will. He's an all-rounder. He'll bat higher, I
Yeah.
imagine. There's the scorecard, and you see that wonderful platform laid by Ludwig Schult. Runner ball 72, and Jason Muirhead 79 or 73 balls, and then it's rather fallen away, but an important role. These three played here by David Teager, who is on strike now against Biblob. It's going to be kept to just one. Wezo Kiba hails from Madibas, the university in Nelson Mandela Bay. For a coastal guy, it is a bit surprising that he plays so much off the back foot.
Yeah, that's a good point. Short again, yeah. Gets through eventually, so they get the easy one. We're just waiting to see if the ball gets through there, and it does to the infield anyway. Yeah, that's very true, by the way. So because you grew up in the coast and the bowlers usually are a little bit fuller, you do tend to be more of a front foot player. I remember Mark Baines had grown up playing in Durban, and when he moved to the border region to play for the Border Bears at the time, he was very much a back foot player. Everything was pull cut. That's where he scored the majority of his runs. Every time we came up here, he scored a lot of runs in the Highveld because of the length the bowlers were operating on. And he was a short guy, so he was very good, very quick on the pull and the hook, and was very good at cutting. But as soon as the ball was very full and he had to go onto his front foot, is where he got himself a little bit of trouble. And that's obviously shows what kind of wickets you grow up on. And that sometimes dictates what your strengths are.
Well, his formative years would have been played at Kingsmead.
Yep.
When it was the Green Mamba. So, yeah.
It was certainly a favourite for fast bowlers to come and play on. Quick, bouncy, all of it. It was like playing up in the Highveld in the Gauteng region as well. So you would have grown up on those wickets, which means you're very much a square batter. All of your shots play square. And when you see it a lot with the guys from Gauteng, I think of a Stephen Cook maybe, even Alvaro, very good in the pull and the hook shot. As soon as you pitch it outside or stump a little bit fuller, then they got themselves into a little bit of trouble on the drive.
Must say Biblob's doing a really good job for Bangladesh emerging. Yeah, one more left of his seventh over. Just 22 runs, and he's been bowling at a period when you just sense USSA want to get going. They want to start accelerating. But he's just been too good. They're finding it difficult to break the shackles. Teager, a little shuffle down, and he has holed out, scooped it up to point. And that's a disappointing way to get out, just as he was trying to push things along. But credit to the bowler. Biblob has done a really good job.
Yeah, and you asked the question about who's going to go and look to be aggressive. Certainly you could see that with David Teager was trying to be aggressive to the spinners. Wide, yeah, pretty soft dismissal once again. It was full. It should have been driven, but the execution was the issue there. And Biblop was bowled really well, actually, since coming on. Hasn't been expensive, has picked up his first wicket and a very good catch taken at point.
I think Teager might regret not having more of a go at that delivery, really trying to, get the arms, free the arms and slash it up and over maybe. But I wonder if the bowler saw him coming and just threw it wider. But it's been just reward for some very good wrist spin from Aminul Islam Biblob. So it is Seth Fledermaus who has come to the wicket because of that dismissal. Good catch by Chowdhury Rizwan. who been a bit of a standout in the field. You see there that he could really just try to place it, didn't throw everything at it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Probably should have tried to hit that a bit harder. Made the catch a lot easier.
Umpire Yuri Sadler just signalling the beginning of the final power play.
Very flat once again. Griva 9 of 20. Seth Fiedermaus about to face his first delivery. Right hand batter. Boundary riders, long on, square leg, and car corner on the onside. There's a sweeper on the offside. I think they try to tell the long off to go onto the boundary now. Yeah, he's moving back. So there's 2 on the offside on the boundary and 3 on the onside. Strange field with that mid wicket of theirs is. I know it's an off spinner. He doesn't really turn the ball much. And he's pretty straight. Almost looks like he's right behind. Or the long on is right behind where the mid wicket is. Because it's not turning. Yes and no. Ooh, didn't pick it up straight away, the fielder. Could have been interesting had he picked that up.
Fledermaus eager to get off the mark there. But I think Griba quite right to send him back.
Yeah, finally gets off the mark. 1 down to long on. Yeah, USSA starting to run out of overs. He had to put a really big score. And the 250 is looking highly unlikely at this point.
Well, if these two stay together, they're 8 overs left after this one. That would be 44 more. That's on. But it just seems as wickets have fallen at bad times as well for the USSA 11.
Yeah, that's been pretty much their main concern, is that they've been losing wickets consistently. Haven't been able to had one good partnership after the opening batters had a really outstanding one. Put the platform on there. Problem is for USSA, they've been losing wickets consistently. That's gone through pass point. And we're looking for 2, and they'll comfortably get their 2.
End of the 39th over, 209 for 5. USSA 11. Flawless day here in Pretoria. Lovely winter sunshine, a bit of a breeze blowing.
Yeah, I was going to say a perfect day without the breeze. Well, cold breeze, that is. Not exactly a warm breeze, but once you get into the sun, it's really quite nice. It's a nice day to be out and about.
There's the card, and you see after that opening stand, the wickets have rather tumbled. Griba again comfortable off the back foot, get 1.
Yeah, I think he's done a wonderful job here, B-Plop. Into his 8th over, just 23 and off, having just picked up a wicket as well. Also, perhaps maybe the reason he didn't take or didn't bowl in the power play or ball sooner was because of the 2 lefties, and they wanted a right arm off spinner turning the ball away from the left-handers. That's perhaps why they didn't utilize him a little bit earlier. Oh, that's not much of a. That's gonna be there. That could be really close. Umpire decides no, not out. Direct hit as well. I thought it was always going to be tight. Well, not given, but good running in the end. But they've been a little bit nervous there. Fledermaus.
Absolutely. Was that Charduri again? Excellent bit of fielding and throw. Good run though in the end. Geber, it's a nicely struck sweep. But the same fielder gets across for the keeper to just one.
Yeah, he's been pretty good to the right-handers. I think we look at this run out. Yeah, it was well in. Again, that line of his people up to the left-hander, slightly a bit too straight again, leg side-ish. If there's going to be any criticism of his bowling today, would have been that. Just the lefties seem to struggle with his line a bit. Is that in terms of running though, by the way? Would there be a warning from the umpire for that? He was on the pitch the whole way.
Didn't notice a warning.
And also just outside off stump is where he's been able to extract a bit of extra bounce. We've seen a lot of the batters, the right-handers, try to cut him. And it's also that they've been outdone by the bounce at times where it's passed a little bit extra. There's a quick change in the field. It took the mid-wicket out and put him a car corner. Not a bad decision. Especially if he bowls that line. Yeah, a bit of extra bounce once again missed. And that's the end of the 40th over. 212 for 5.
So we go into the last 7 overs with Bangladesh having fought back most impressively here. And it's been thanks to the likes of Aminur Islam Biblab, 8 overs, 1 for 25. Iqbal Hassan Imon came back and bowled a really good spell, took a couple of wickets, as you see there. And even more in Khan, 9 overs, none for 53. But his last 4 overs or so have been really good. So 7 overs left. We're not sure whether Imon is going to be able to bowl again. Went off the field with what looked like some sort of rib injury. But apart from his last arm, alongside me in fine form is Kamva Nyakani.
Fine form. Thanks, kid.
Apart from your glass arm, I said.
Nice way to welcome me back in. What an interesting turnaround it's been in the last 20 or so overs. Just want to do the maths quickly.
At the moment, it's just singles really that the USSA 11 are getting. It's been a long time since the last boundary.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And talk about just singles. From the 20th over, from the time the wicket had fallen at 139, and the 20, which was around about the 20th over, only 70 runs are scored in the last 20 overs, and 5 wickets have fallen. It just shows the stranglehold the Bangladesh has had on the USSA team, as well as just the change in attitude in the field, the intensity they brought. And I wouldn't someone call it a collapse. It just really just tamed them down and controlled them, especially after picking up those 2 big wickets of the openers. Up in the air. That could be another chance for a wicket, but it'll go all the way. Misjudged completely. Came in from the boundary. Maybe could have waited. Misjudged the flight of the ball and went over his head. It was always a horrible when they bounce just after you.
Well, it just wasn't that well struck. From our vantage point, it was apparent straight away that he hadn't got all of it. The fielder maybe not concentrating 100%, rushed in.
I wonder what's really changed. And well, first, I should probably answer the question myself. And as you see that shot, misunderstood by the fielder. After those fall of those wickets, I think just Bangladesh just changed their lens, changed their attitude in the field. They brought up the intensity in the field, changed the lines and length, and put the pressure on the new batter, which induced a lot of wickets and false strokes whenever we came in next.
Well, I think once they got rid of the two openers who'd really been bashing them around, the pressure eased a bit, and they were able to string together more balls on the right areas. And the batters coming in, they were a bit more tentative than what had come before, allowed them to get back into the game.
And we're heavily critical of how they went about their bowling early on. We spoke about their loose deliveries, and you haven't seen too many of those. It's just been wicket to wicket lines. Barely any full tosses been given away. Complete contrasting last 20 overs to the first 20 we saw.
That'll just be one. Well, as Mondi's on deck, he said earlier, it's a totally different thing for a bowler when you're running in, bowling to someone who's belligerent and has hit you around a bit, and you know that they're coming for you. Easier said than done, just to stick to basics and land the ball in the right place. New batsmen coming in take a bit of time to get settled. It's easier to go back to basics.
Oh, the authority in that shot. Seth Feathermouse just slapped that over the covered region. So much authority. It's never in doubt in what you wanted to do with that shot, or rather the ball.
Yeah, going with the turn, just opened. Oh yeah, the open stance, even to start with, barely got the front leg across at all. Freeing the arms, very well put away.
It's good running between the wickets. Thinking too. Oh, brilliant running. Putting the pressure on the fielders. Fielders on the leg side are right on the boundary. So it allows for you to go for that too. As soon as when you see the bowler making the effort to cover, you know that a two is on.
Well, it's very clever cricket. Bowler Biblob had just been hit over extra cover. Almost inevitably tried to bowl a bit straighter, and that allowed it just to be bunted into the hole in mid-wicket.
What they were thinking too once again. And he sets up for the one this time around.
Yeah, it was a bit straighter that time. He long on came into field. He couldn't quite get it through mid-wicket. But Fledermaus has done well. Run a ball already, 13 off 13. It was important that he got off quickly.
You'll get those from leg spinners. They won't always get it right. It's not an easy craft as leg spin. There'll be some few drag downs. That's the end of the 42nd over. 230 for 5. Current run rate at 5.4 per over. Projected score at 274.
It's also pressure. 8 had come off the over already. And it's probably the first sort of over where Biblob has felt under a bit of pressure. And that leads to looser bowling. And you just see on the right of your screen there, the right of that graph, just a little bit of an uphill stretch has appeared. The run rate taking a bit of a climb, as it really does need to.
Look at the Manhattan there. Look at that start. A couple of big overs, positive starts, and then as soon as the wicket's down, those buildings just really went completely down flat in the last 2 overs. Now, these are the biggest ones you've seen in the last 20. Can also finish strong. A huge appeal.
Well, it's Iman who has returned, which will be returned to the field. Good news for Bangladesh. He went off with a bit of an injury about an hour ago. And that's pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, he was one of the bowlers that really bowled well alongside Biplop, who kind of changed the trajectory of that middle period. Good running between the wicket. Went so quickly to find leg and he picked it up cleanly as well, but they end up getting there comfortably at the end. I think it's a bit of a rescue mission here for these last two batters, Mqiba and Feathermouse. They can afford to go for it at this point in time. Get over that 250 mark to push it, try to push it to 270, which still remains a competitive total on the surface. Oh, what a wicked, subdued celebration. I kind of missed it for a moment there. But it is Hassan once again with the wicket hitting the top of off. A brilliant delivery. That got Seth Feathermouse in trouble.
Big wicket and a super delivery as well from Iqbal Hassan Iman. It's his third wicket. Feathermouse bowled for 13 or 14 balls.
It's a really good delivery there, right on top of off. And initially when this innings started, we thought the surface might have been flatter than what we thought. It's actually not the easiest of surface to bat on. If you do bowl right, obviously, as a bowling unit and hit the right areas, it kind of does make it difficult for the batting side. And to be interesting to see how the USSA side bowl. They didn't really bowl so well against SA Emerging. Didn't have the best of bowling performances. Struggled with ball in hand, especially later on in the innings or in the rather middle period. So it's to be interesting how they respond today, knowing how the surface is playing and if they've maybe done any adjustments to their bowling.
Cole Francis, the tall, powerful fast bowler, is the new batter. It won't surprise you that he can hit a long ball.
Yeah, it's interesting how to see Conrad Moton and Asosa. That will be very, very important to get them off to a good start. Beg your pardon, Mouton. And I felt Mouton was their pick of their bowlers in the game against SA Emerging. Got them off to a good start with ball in hand, but never really got other bowlers to back him up. He'll need to be in top form as well today, as we've predicted that the surface might get flatter in the afternoon period.
There's a bit of grass that has been rolled into the surface here, a bit of green grass. I think, as you said, if seamers get the ball in the right place, they could get a bit of help.
Yeah, it's those second spells that they came back for to the Bangladeshi seamers bowled with so much energy. think it was also that drinks break that they had. Just a conversation that took place there. Might have been the one that done the trick for them. Started hitting that back of a length delivery pretty hard, which earned them their first wicket. And then took their catches after one first difficult one the over before. And 3 wickets to follow with 3 really good catches, maybe one simple one, but nevertheless they were taken. And it's about taking opportunities when they present themselves, and they have done that. It's also that Basson, who came back really well as well. Picked up a wicket. It's just minor changes.
Borson is a former Bangladesh under-19 player. Coming through the pipeline.
Jeez, what a good delivery. Right into the block hole. When the way that delivery went, I lost it for a moment there. Exceptional delivery right at the death into the block hole. That's where you want to be as a fast bowler right at this time of the innings. Don't want to give any loose deliveries.
Bowling a good full length as Borson here at the death. Not much Wezo Giba could do with that one.
Slinging and skiddy actions to the Bangladeshi seamers. Again, another Yorker. Just the accuracy is really exceptional. Looks like a different bowling unit as a whole to what we saw a lot earlier. I'll probably slightly disappointed will be USSA, considering how they started. Would have loved to at least get over that 300 mark. I think as a minimum for the way they started. Quick run, but comfortable.
Yeah, skipper Zakia just held on to the ball when he realised there was no chance of the run out.
Yeah, a lot of rely on to the shoulders of Wezo Giba to finish off this innings. He's the in batter. He's faced 34 deliveries.
Cow Corner has gone back to the boundary. Bit of pace off there from Borson, nicely bowled. Bit of a cutter.
Another good over. 4-run over, that is the 44th over. 236 for 6. Overs were shortened earlier this morning due to a delayed start, so we'll be finishing off at 47 overs. So 3 overs remain in this first innings. We were supposed to have a 9:30 start. Now it was advised to 10:30 to 47 overs aside.
Him on to bowl his ninth over.
Three overs remain, Ken. Hit uppishly in the air, but straight to the fielder. What would be a good total here to finish off in these last 3 overs? What would really satisfy the USA side? And also on the opposite end, what would be where they want to stop them, the Bangladeshi side?
Well, I think bare minimum we also need to get at least 30 off these last 3 overs. That takes them to 266, which is okay. It's a competitive score, I guess, but I don't think it makes them favourites necessarily. I think given the start, Bangladesh will be very happy chasing 267. Well, they have a chance if they bowl well here at the death to make it less than 260.
That's good running. Love the intent there. But I absolutely agree with you. They'll be really content with the score just under 260. Especially how they start. They would have been thinking definitely 300 at some point. And they'll be a lot more comfortable now.
350. I mean, it really looked like USA were definitely going to get 350 in the first half of the innings. Once again, cricket's ability to surprise and how games can just change momentum.
Oh, brilliant wicket. Rattles the furniture. Hassan again into the wickets. Wicket number 4. And his standard celebration that he's had throughout the whole morning. What a delivery. Right into the block hole. Death bowling at its best.
No better sight than the middle stump cartwheeling backwards as the batter stands admiring a massive lofted straight drive that unfortunately has made contact with nothing but thin air. Excellent bowling from Imran. That's his 4th wicket. And he gets rid of Carl Francis, who, well, looked as if he could hit a long ball. The first time he really tried, he failed. And Jason Robinhammer is the new batsman coming to the crease.
He was looking to launch that over the scoreboard. Missed it. All ends up
over the Centre of Excellence, Cumber. That's the building on that side there, next to the side screen. Take a good hit to clear it.
Might break a window in the process.
There's lots of glass there, yeah. You can see the facade.
I'm sure that window is shatterproof. There's no way they'll place glasses that are not shatterproof directly on the straight of a cricket field. I'd be really surprised. Considering we had one hit the roof here, here near the dugout. There's a few discussions regarding ball change.
So there you see a summary of what's happened so far. Myriad and Short, that opening partnership was worth 140. What a platform they laid, and sadly it's been frittered away by USA in the face of a really good comeback bowling effort by Bangladesh, led by the man at the top of the list there, Iqbal Hassan Imran, 4 for 38, and along with the name at the bottom there, Aminul Islam Biplop, He's only got 1 wicket, but he bowled really well in those middle overs. Jason Robelheimer is a very experienced campaigner. 27 years old. He's played first class and list A cricket for the Warriors in the Eastern Cape. He's another Madiba's University of Nelson Mandela Bay representative.
Oh, easy. Could have been another. I'm not too sure if you didn't know the ball went, but I don't think that was the best option to run there. It made no connection with the ball, so I'm not sure what he was assuming where the ball went, having the ball hit his pad.
I think there was a bit of panic there. A bit of, let me just get off strike, come hell or high water. And very nearly run out. Robbenheimer can bat a bit. Averages 11 in first class cricket, 15 in list A, so not the worst.
Bangs it in short. Hassan, he's mixed it up really nicely. Nice foolish length before that. Went short. It won't be easy that for any new batter coming in. Trying to read the surface. Especially now. So it's just showed a different level of cricket at Bangladesh. Shows a bit of that first class cricket experience maybe that they have over the USSA. Yes, the end of the 45th over. 12 balls will remain in this first innings, score on 240 for 7. How much more can they get, USA? Or what is the score? Will the Bangladesh restrict USA to? Probably more of the question right now. The way they've gone about things. Last 3 overs, or last 3 or so overs, I think has gone over 10 really. 5 to speak of.
Captain Zakir just fine-tuning his field. Borson has the ball. There's a fielder at deep point. Cow corner, deep backward square. And one at long on as well.
And it'll be hard to get away with Son now. The way he's bowling, he's mixing it up. Slow ones, Yorkers. Hard to predict. Oh, there again, into the block hole. Nasty one for the keeper.
Did well, did Agcon, not to give away any bars. Yeah, hard to predict, probably the most important skill required at the death. Except for one circumstance. I think nowadays when bowlers get those wide Yorkers going well, you could bowl 4 or 5 of those, and sometimes very difficult to get away.
I don't think he needs to change anything. He has it on the string right now. Whereas Otkriba can barely put a bat on it. It's either too quick or too slow to pick up. Or just too full. Maybe a scoop. Paddle.
Yeah, we haven't seen Kriba do anything really innovative, so I doubt it.
Instead, his wicket falls. smashes into the stumps. Basson, he's been absolutely brilliant here at the death. And Wes Kleber has to walk off for 25 for just 39 deliveries. Didn't have the best of innings, only 1-4. Just suggests the difficulty of his innings. Here's how the wicket came.
Yeah, very nicely bowled by Borson. Where's that Kleber? Fought hard. 25 runs, but perhaps maybe should be batting a bit higher up the order where the pressure to get boundaries isn't so great as it is here at the back end. He looks a decent enough batter, but not really a boundary hitter, which is what USA really need. The boundaries have just totally dried up.
Yeah, that's due to the quality of bowling, the accuracy, stump to stump, if not stump to stump, Yorker wide, unable to reach. And just when you think you've read it, then they just bowl a slow one. Here comes Conrad Mouton to the crease. He won't have much to do with the bat in hand, more so ball in hand. Yorker, quick single taken. Even that 250 is far-fetched at this point in time.
Conrad Mouton is a University of Pretoria player, so he's here on home ground. Known for his bowling more than his batting.
Scoop. A paddle rather. Reverse paddle. Doesn't go too far. You want that to go behind the keeper. Instead it went to backward point. That's the end of the 46. Six balls remain. Scored a 242 for 8.
Good option by Robenheimer. Good idea. But just the execution not quite good enough. But he did at least get a 1 out of it. And has strike for the final over. Mouton actually started his cricket career as a batsman. So he'll have some ability, but when he discovered belatedly that he could bowl pretty fast, that's when he wisely switched to bowling. Robenheimer on strike now, though.
One barely. I'll take any single run now. USA. Every single run counts. I'll need that psychological 6 more runs to get over that 250 mark to make them feel better. I can tell you that for sure. In the midst of the disappointment that they may have, 5 more runs on board. Or maybe change the conversation in the dugout at the halfway point.
Emon is chasing a fifer. He's got 4 for 41 at the moment. 4 balls left to bowl. Took 5 for 19 once for the Bangladesh under-19 side. But he'd love to get himself a fifer here in South Africa. And it's been a hard-fought one by him because he's really had to work hard in his second and third and maybe fourth spells.
Slap that straight down the guard for only a single. It won't give you much. Oh, Hassan, Iqbal Hassan, Imam. Yeah, he's been the pick of the bowlers. He's done a great job. He's almost led the fight back. Alongside Bosson. Oh, another wicket, and that's a fifer. Iqbal Hassan Imam. Same celebration he just done all for all 5 wickets. And a really well-deserved fifer. What a performance has been. What a fight back. He's been the leader of the attack, especially in the second half of the innings. And he's turned things around for his side. Well-deserved.
Yeah, fabulous stuff by Iman. Just sticking to basics here, targeting the stumps. You miss, I hit. Might have been a bit of pace off that delivery as well, that Ford Mouton. But Iman, he'll remember today for a while. Wonderful effort by him, especially since his day did not start that well. He's fought back admirably as we see the last man, Isosa Ahevba, come to the crease.
You'll have 2 delivered to face. Isosa Ahevba.
Musa will be hoping he just has 1, which he pushes away for a single, or best case scenario gets a 3, and then get Robenham on strike for the last ball.
Oh, could have been the end of the innings. They'll still won. One more delivery remaining. Could it be a 6 for Iqbal Hassan Imam?
Just over the off stump, that delivery, so not too far away. Right, where's Robenham targeting? Lots of space through mid-wicket, 2 boundary riders at widest long on and a deep mid-wicket.
Short and pulled away. They'll be running for 2. They end up with 1. And that will be wicket. Umpire points him out. That'll be the end of the innings. USSA end up being bowled out for 247 all out.
Well, it's been a disappointing fall away by USA, considering they were 148 without loss at one stage. As the final wicket run out, I have very keen to come back for the second. Robenham knew there wasn't much point in doing that, and our visiting umpire from Bangladesh, Mohammed Sajidul Islam, raises the finger. So Bangladesh emerging have managed to bowl the USU 11 out, and it's been a really, really good fight back in the field by them.
Yeah, a serious fight back, considering how they started. They were hit from all parts of the ground by that opening partnership. 140 run stand partnership that they had no answers for. But they found ways from the 21st over to get the breakthrough. And from then onwards, they took full control for the next 27 overs. Thanks to the man that they're clapping off now, Iqbal Hassan Imam. And rightfully so, they clap him off.
Yeah, you'll see his name appear 5 times there. At the top, he removed Jason Muirhead, and soon afterwards, Dhiren Baba, 2 key strikes at the top order there to help turn the momentum Bangladesh's way. And then he returned at the death and picked up another 3 wickets, all of them bowled. Excellent effort by Iqbal Hassan Iman, targeting the stumps and getting reward. Ludwig Short, well, he also played a very impressive innings alongside Jason Murad at the top there. But the fall of wickets tells the story. From 148 without loss, just 101 runs later, and USA were all out.
Yeah, that's the man. It was starting off, it was Busan who started off with the first wicket, hit the deck really hard, and it was a back of the length delivery that picked up the first wicket. From then on, it was Hassan who did the rest of the damage. And just look at that Manhattan, or that worm rather, from the first over to the 20th over, it was all USA. And then from then onwards, Bangladesh just took charge, wicket after wicket, and they just dried up the runs. Yes, at some point they did try to get some runs to try to keep up the run rate, but at the end of it, it was Bangladesh who took full control.
Just another look there at the Manhattan and the flurry of wickets on the right-hand side of that, which will disappoint the USA 11. But, well, they're not out of the game by any means. The target has been set. And as the players go and enjoy their lunch, 248 then all out USA. Muirhead and Short leading the way with the bat. Iqbal Hassan Iman spearheading the fight back by Bangladesh with 5 for 43. And do join us in 35 minutes or so.
And yeah. And be back. South Africa. USSA, that is. We'll be chasing a score of 246 in the 47 overs. Opening the batting for the Bangladesh emerging. Robin Islam. Opening the batting, right-handed batter. Opening the bowling for the USSA South African squad. Conrad Muta. Another play miss. This time the ball didn't get up. Sort of stayed low. First one bounced over the top. Second one he tried to cut, didn't bounce at all, just kept low. So really showing some invariable bounce here this wicket this afternoon as the sun has baked on it since this morning. Probably nice and hard now. Really good time to be batting, I reckon, for the batters. Good line, good length. Conventional field to start off with here for Mutan. 2 slips. Power play, of course. Third man and final leg out on the boundary.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good Monday.
Yeah, good afternoon, and once again, just first over of the day. Conrad Mutan. Right arm fast medium. Does plays cricket up here in Tuks. Short wide again. That's the first one that's gone to the boundary in his first over. Bit of width on offer. It was short. Just stood up quite nicely here for Islam.
Yeah, it was there to hit. It was short and wide. Bit of a gift, to be fair.
Yeah, certainly was a gift, wasn't it? First over of the day. Chasing a moderate total given where they were at the start of their innings. The USSA would have been very disappointed in the score they got given the start that they had. Zakir Hassan also doing the batting from the other end, the opening. And that's where he wants to be. Conrad Mutan. Just outside off stump. Might want to bring him forward just a slightly little bit. Got 2 slips waiting for that edge if it does come. Total of 249 that they're chasing. So Bangladesh will be very happy about how they bowled at the back end of that innings. Certainly restricted South Africa to at least 100 runs short of where we thought they were going to get when the 2 left him opening batters were flying along.
Oh, nice back-wheeling delivery to finish over from Conrad Mutan. Oh, is there one more delivery remaining? I think that should be it. That's it. That's the end of the first over. 4 for none. Pretty balanced start. Some good delivery you saw from Conrad Mutan. It's always a nice shot. Mahfijul Islam.
Yeah, opening the batting is the captain from the other end. Hassan Zakir.
Looks to be Cole Francis to partner up Conrad Mutan.
Yeah, same opening bowling attack we saw in that first game when they were playing the SA emerging side. Didn't start off well that day, but Cole Francis will be hoping for a much better start. He goes in to Zakir, the captain of Bangladesh. Same field for Mutan, 2 slips. Third man, final leg out on the boundary in this first power play.
Yeah, he did struggle. Cole Francis, right arm, fast medium. Pacer, did struggle, didn't have the best of stars. But he would know what to correct now. And he'll right his wrongs. Both sides still searching for their first victory in their second respective game.
Oh, no ball, free hit. First up, very disappointing start. And it's gone to the boundary to add salt to the wound. A half volley driven through the offside for the first boundary for Zakir in his first ball that he's faced. It's a good start here for Bangladesh. Disappointing for Cole Francis.
Yeah, nice start by Zakir Hassan, the captain of Bangladesh emerging. Latched onto that pretty quickly. And we saw in that first innings, anything in the run by that full length, it's easy pickings. And once again, free hit. It doesn't get the connection, slices it. Good fielding effort on the boundary. Somewhat gets away with it, does Cole Francis.
Yeah, that's good running as well. 2 extra runs with a no ball and the boundary. So very expensive start to his spell, Cole Francis. 7 runs of just the first delivery, given the no ball as well and the free hit. 249 is not a big total to defend. Yeah, they're going to have to be a lot more disciplined, I reckon, South Africa. USSA in their defense of the 249. Coming around the wicket now, Cole Francis to the left-hander. Just perhaps wants to tuck him in and not give him so much room outside off stump. Yeah, better line, better length. That's where he wants to be. Oh, it's like Johnny Lamb. But when they're going to start thinking about taking over down, changing that. Can you call him? Okay. Yeah, had a bit of a late start as well because of the damp wicket, and we did bowl our 47 overs pretty much in the first inning, so it's going to get interesting when he gets around about 5:05. If they either haven't won, Bangladesh, or South Africa has not bowled them out. USSA, that is. Good length again, good line, more importantly.
Yeah, well, the couple of matches I've been here before, it's proven to be a surface that you are able to chase down totals, in particular the total around the 250 odd, 240 odd, maybe 350. The initial thought that we had based on the start that they had the USSA side, that would have been a very, very difficult total to chase down. But 240 odd, and a surface that is batter friendly. And Cole Francis continues with the struggles. One string down the leg side. Not something that he'll be happy about, is Cole Francis.
Yeah, we talk about a lot. People think partnerships are only meant for batters in terms of a good partnership, but it's vitally as important when it comes to bowling. You don't want to create pressure from one side and then the other side you loosen up all that pressure by giving away wise no balls and 4 balls to hit. So you have to tighten up here, Cole Francis. Possible wide again. Another one, yep. Didn't have a good start on Thursday in that first game against the emerging side, and again he's struggling here in his start in his first over.
Seems like a pattern with the opening, with the seamers and opening bowlers. So he's not playing, but Tando Prusant also struggled initially. And took Asosa Aheva to kind of get a few good overs in. I would have thought maybe would have started with Asosa. And obviously they entrust Cole Francis once again with the new ball. But he has struggled.
With an offer once again. That's a good shot once again by Zakir, and that's gone all the way for another boundary. So a disappointing start to his first over. Cole Francis 13 off it, 17 without loss. Bangladesh chasing a total of 249.
Yeah, guilty again. The USA team of bowling loose overs at the start. And, the big question is, can they do the same what Bangladesh did after they had a indifferent start? First 20 overs were hit all over the park. There's a 139 run stand, 140 run stand between the opening batters of USA, and they fought back really hard. Question is, can USA do the same if they do have a horrible start? Rather doing some recovery, rather do it now, correct it now, early on, early doors, get your lens right, and just hit your areas. It's a bit more simple than I'm explaining it, but a bit more difficult rather than I'm explaining it right now. But they'll need to, rather than doing damage control, correct it right now.
Slightly fuller. Nice little check drive by Robin. You don't see a Robin on the screen. On the back of his shirt is written Robin. Masfijul Islam. Just don't want to confuse anybody. Yeah. Good start by Conrad. Good lines, good length. No width on offer. He's been steady. Pretty decent too in that first game. Conrad Mouton against USSA emerging side.
Yeah, he was the pick of the bowlers, Conrad Mouton. Bought some really good areas, picked up an early wicket as well.
He was on a hat-trick at some point. Got Daniel Smith out with the very first ball after he picked up his first wicket. And swinging full ball, tried to pull that. Not too sure if it was that short for Robin to try and pull that, but no damage done. And so far, so good in this over. No runs off it just yet.
Was that lethal Yorker had ripped up these stumps. Does have a bit of gas behind him and can nip it away from the right-handed batter. So you'll be more comfortable now to Islam. There's Conrad Mouton.
He's got the ability to just shape the ball away from the right-hander too. Talking about that first ball that he bowled to Daniel Smith. Western Province left-handed batter that is, coming in at number 3, bowled him. The ball coming back into him as a left-hander. Took off middle, off stump that is. So it does have, when the conditions do suit him, the ability to just swing the ball. And I think he's bowling from the right side of the field. I said earlier the wind was going from left to right of your screen. So it might help with a little bit of the outswing that he's looking for. Yeah. First runs off this over. Just one. Tucked off his hip. Slightly short, and that was the end. A very good over by Conrad Mouton. Just one run off it. 18 without loss.
I'll give Conferences another chance to have a go at it again. Yes, Cole Francis didn't have the best of starts in the first over. Scored, you consider 13 runs, struggled a few wides, a few loose deliveries. Still backing with some 2 slips. You need to back up his captain here.
Full toss again. Oof. Struggling for rhythm. Cole Francis again. There was a I'm pretty sure Robin's going to feel like he missed out on that one. You get a nice, juicy, full toss here. And it's still the power play, just hitting straight to the man at mid-off. So no runs conceded of that first ball, but he'll feel like he certainly missed out on a scoring chance.
Yeah, it was there to hit. It was absolutely there to hit and just didn't pierce the gap. Big gap in the covers.
Looking for a quick run. Good running, good fielding as well at mid-off.
Much better delivery though by Cole Francis. You need to back up Conrad Mouton, who's bowling really well on the other end. Say the university end.
Bit of swing coming back into the left-hander. There was a bit of confusion from both sides. First a knock-on and then the yes and then the no by the two batters. Bit of a knock-on by the captain, Chorski.
Excited for your rugby, aren't you? Talking about knock-ons.
Fumble, knock-on, yeah, all of it. The greatest rivalry starting soon, by the way.
Yeah, pretty excited about this Friday, I believe. Stormers, All Blacks.
On the 7th is the first game, isn't it? It's 7th Friday.
Yeah.
I think it's on the 7th, yeah. First test is only on the 22nd. Of course, South Africa playing at Bangladesh. South Africa playing Argentina.
Oh, on Saturday.
Yep, on Saturday I heard on the news that they landed yesterday. Another wide coming. Yep, down leg. And that's where he's been a little bit disappointed, Cole Francis. He'll give you one or two good balls and then you'll get a wide or a long hop or a full toss here and there. So the consistency. Still a young man, of course, learning his trade. That's where he'll want to concentrate a lot more of. Be more consistent.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's the real issue here. He's starting it a bit too far. He's starting it in the middle, and it's then angling in towards the left-handed batter. Again, starts it. And this time, oh, could have been a strangle. Oh, got the pad.
Yeah, it would have been the pad. So no wide given, but luckily for him, though, it did brush through the pad on its way to the keeper.
Still starting it too wide. Check where it lands. Lands more so middle to off, and to always go that direction based on the angle he's coming from. He needs to start around about the off stump, maybe the full stump.
I still say, I'd like to see him maybe perhaps have a longer go coming over the wicket. We spoke about it earlier this morning. But with the new ball in hand, short this time, pulled by the keeper. There's a fine leg underneath it. Yep, he's gone. It's a no ball.
My word.
That's a nightmare. That is a second no ball. Ball not in the first over. It was a free hit. Another free hit coming along. Picks up a wicket. Having not started off very well. And then eventually you think he gets the breakthrough, but umpire calls a no ball. So another free hit.
No way. Bang it in short. Gets pulled down to fine leg. Beautiful catch on the boundary, and then only to find out it's a no ball. No. Don't want to do that.
Yeah, not having the best of it at this time, Cole Francis.
Yeah, even that delivery there.
No, not the best one either. It was a bit too short, but luckily for him, it went straight to the fine leg's throat. But unluckily for him,
Yeah,
no ball.
I was about to say, yeah. Not the best of deliveries. Got away with it. Bang up in the air. Might be caught again. And then.
Yeah, off a no ball. I mean, off the free hit again. So, yeah, that's one run. Yeah, when it rains, it pours, they say.
Something to take note of, actually, now. Now that these two short balls have taken place. Maybe a potential weakness to the Bangladeshi side. Oh, that no ball is tight.
It looks big to me, actually. It didn't look tight at all, to be honest with you, when I first saw it.
I'm not sure. I would have loved to see the square leg angle. But trust the umpires, the correct decision was made.
Fuller this time again. Driven. Good work. At mid-off. Cut it off to no run. Oh no, 1 run. Sorry, my mistake. And that's the end of the fourth over. 23 without loss, Bangladesh. Disappointing over once again, Michael Francis. In these 2 overs, he conceded 18 runs, so he's going at 9 runs in over. And we talked about this earlier about bowlers bowling in partnerships. It feels like there's a bit of pressure being applied from one end and then being all loosened from the other. Conrad, you can see his figures there. 2 overs, not for 5. He's been good so far. A bit short, slightly short, pulled. Perhaps the commentators cursed. They're saying some good things about Conrad Mouton, and then the pitches went slightly short, and he was very quick on that pull shot there. Robin finds the gap, and that's going for another boundary. So they're getting boundaries quite consistently in these overs.
I don't think that's the length he needs to bowl, Conrad Mouton. I was going to say in the previous over, I kind of got a bit of a feeling that Bangladesh is not all too comfortable with that short delivery. Both the batters hit it to fine leg. Shows that they played it late. Outside edge to third.
With an offer once again, slightly short. Top edge has gone down to third man for just 1. Good start here by Bangladesh.
Yeah, good start.
Good start, yeah.
I'd actually maybe push my square leg a little bit deeper in between for Cole Francis and maybe say try to go short again, see what happens. Those 2 short balls were not really convincing to me for both batters. I know it's too early to do that, especially having that new ball. You want to bowl as full as possible. But for me, I got a few signals. Not sure if you'd agree with that, but I think that short ball might be a problem for Bangladesh, especially that they're not used to serves that have bounce.
Yeah, I think teams from the subcontinent are notorious for, obviously, as you talk about bounce, extra bounce, it does trouble them a little bit more. I don't think it's actually the pace through the air that's the big issue. I think it's the bounce that you extract from South African pitches and Australia in many ways. So that's what gives them the most trouble. Not used to it. Of course, when you play down in the subcontinent, it doesn't quite bounce as high, also a little bit slower, and it turns a bit more. So the pace that you have to adjust to when you're in South Africa and the extra bounce is the biggest issue.
Outside edge again, or trickle towards the boundary. But there's a man at third. 2 streaky singles taken in the over. I just feel with anything that's short and that's well directed, they haven't shown real comfort in pulling those strokes. And now a lot of these Bangladesh emerging players would have been exposed to a lot of, quick surfaces and bouncy surfaces. And anything that's short and quick and well directed, they don't look really comfortable. So it's interesting how Francis goes again in the previous next over. If he does go for that shorter one, now he's low in confidence.
Can be all right. Already into the 5th over. Those extras. Seen a couple of no balls and a couple of wides from Cole Francis. There's already one slip. Other one's gone to gully. Only change in the field so far for the right-hander.
That's the end of the 5th over. Halfway point of the power play. 30 for no loss. Good start so far by Bangladesh. They'll be pleased with that start. Just moments ago, the graphics showed the numbers of Cole Francis, 2 overs, gone for 18. Pretty pricey. You can correct it. Feel like if you can have a few deliveries in the right areas, then that surprise short length delivery. He does have a deep fine leg, more of a backward square rather than a fine leg.
Yeah, same for Cole Francis. Coming back over the wicket, which I'm actually quite happy about now that he's changed his angle. Just brings in a couple more ways to be able to get the left-hander out. Especially, oh no, he's actually coming around. Sorry. Thought where the batter was standing because he'd changed his mind to come over, but he's still around.
Oh, strapped in front. Played for the shorter one. Looked to put it away. And grabbed the leg stump, I'm sure. Not too happy is Zakir Hassan. Cole Francis will take it however it comes. He struggled, but he'll take a wicket.
Little worried about the height. Zakir Hassan doesn't look like a very tall man, but still, Cole Francis is. Try to pull it. Clearly must have misjudged the length if that is hitting. And he's gone. First wicket for USSA. Picked it up in their first power play. Cole Francis, who we've been talking about a lot as in terms of not exactly hitting his straps, has picked up the first wicket though, nonetheless.
Oh, that might have kept low. Maybe not a pull shot kind of length delivery, but definitely more there to hit, maybe with a back foot, but not a pull. But kept extremely low. Cole Francis chaps him in front. Seems like it was hitting middle. And Zakir Hassan has to walk off. Wicket number 1 via Cole Francis.
Yeah, third batter coming in at number 3. Third batter. Number 3 batter coming in. Sharat Deepu. Right hand bat.
I think that short might have been playing on his mind. The one he previously hooked down to deep square. And probably saw the length and he thought he would have probably had a bit more bounce in it. And he was very reactive to the length rather than the delivery.
First ball, down to fine leg. Off the mark straight away there, Deepu.
Would have liked to see maybe a few deliveries to the right-hand batter for Cole Francis. Maybe he would have shown a bit more comfort. But you
It's
only
another
got
right-hander though, no stress. It's 2 right-handers. I know we've seen quite a few lefties here today. Still one slip and a gully, if you will. Almost looks like a fourth slip / gully. Better line. So slightly too straight for my liking, but slightly better than that first ball he ball to Deepu.
Yeah, after that wicket, he's looking in much better rhythm. A bit more confidence for Cole Francis. Yeah, wicket does do that sometimes. Even though you may feel out of rhythm at times or feel like it's not coming out right. And in the midst of that, you pick up a wicket. Just makes you feel a lot better about what you're doing.
Yeah, I'll certain those nerves as well. Full straighter. No runs.
Yeah, if also can start the struggle now, the pressure now. That score of 248 would look like more so 290. And once that pressure is applied in that fashion, then you can be right on top of things.
Feet weren't quite there that time around. Just perhaps not getting that front foot. to the ball, but no runs on that one again. In the bottom of the edge of the bat. Yeah, that's the end of his second over. Cole Francis picked up a very important wicket in that second over. If he's perhaps that will help him settle the nerves a little bit. So after 6 overs, Bangladesh 1 down for 31.
Again. Not the easy of customers to face. There's Conrad Mouton. Hit the body quite a few times. He's at you. He's really at you, is Conrad Mouton. Those deliveries are really uncomfortable. That comes directly at you. That back of the end delivery. Don't know, should guide them around the corner or just a bit too wide, a bit too short and hit away for 4. That's not where he wants to be. Wants to be a bit tighter.
Similar to that first over of his where he got hit to the boundary by Robin. Same sort of delivery, short, wide, a bit of width and hit over the top of the infield, and that's gone for another boundary. That's the second boundary that Bangladesh has been able to hit off Mouton. Good line, good length, good comeback.
These last 2 overs from Musa have been a lot better. They've backed each other up outside the boundary, that back of a length delivery. And that has been a good last 2 overs. It's come with the wicket as well. Flick of the wrist and flicks it away for 4. Yet another boundary in the over. That ruins it.
Yeah, 2 straight, 2-4. Picked up over the infield once again, this time on the onside. And the boundaries are starting to come quite comfortably and regularly for Bangladesh. Good over so far, 8 runs off it. Still 1 more delivery left in this over. Once again, that's lifted over the slip coordinate. That's going for another boundary. That finishes off a very good over. 12 runs off it. And after 7 overs, 43 for 1. Bangladesh are USSA just maybe losing their way a little bit with a couple of 4 balls being bowled. And a very good over for Bangladesh.
Yeah, expensive over. Don't expect that from Conrad Mouton. That's a really good manufactured stroke.
Yeah, because this time there was no room really. He created it by leaning back and just sort of guiding the ball over the slip coordinate. So watching the ball carefully, and execution was just as good. Might be a conversation about changing the ball, I think, or what? No, the physio's on the field. Sorry, not too sure what happened to him. I think he's looking at his elbow.
Yeah, he was pointing at it as the umpire was asking what exactly went wrong. I think.
Can't remember them diving and maybe him grazing himself while they were diving for a run.
Oh, it could have been the hit from Conrad Mouton earlier in the over. It's also in his leading arm, his top hand. If you look, that's his right hand. So interesting how it would have hit him there.
Yeah, we're not too sure what happened exactly, but he did call for the physio, so the umpires have allowed him to do that. I'm not too sure if they're putting on tape or what exactly is the issue. And clearly is one.
Yeah, I wonder what exactly happened. It seems like it's hit a bone more than anything else. You can see that discomfort is showing.
Well, from this angle, we can't really tell what kind of treatment he's getting. It looks like the elbow, his right elbow, yes.
It's I'm seeing a bit of cotton, so it is a bit of a
Maybe a graze.
graze, yeah.
That's what I was thinking originally. I just can't remember him taking a dive for a quick run earlier. Maybe that could have happened.
I'm trying to figure out how that happened as well. Hasn't been a real quick run in recent overs. I'm sure you would have reacted a lot sooner if it happened recently.
I think that this is just putting a bit of tape just to protect it for any further damage. Back, sorted, ready for action. Cole Francis into his fourth over. Going to Robin. Yeah, better with an offer this time, but luckily for Cole Francis, straight to the cover on the offside, so no run and over.
Yeah, it's looked much better as Cole Francis fight back from his first 2 overs. Just really haven't backed each other up. As soon as Cole Francis found his rhythm, Conrad Mouton lost his rhythm. Oh, straight. That's a gorgeous stroke. And we'll go all the way for 4. Head directly straight.
Once again, just a little bit over pitched this time around by Cole Francis and driven nicely by Robin, beating the inside of the captain of the USSA on the inside for another boundary. Seem to be scoring in a high percentages of boundaries that these runs have come off in this first power play. Short wide again, given the treatment. That's going for another boundary. Not a very good start here by USSA. A very good start the other way around for Bangladesh. They're racing to 50, already into the 8th over. 51 for 1. They get there quite quickly as well.
Yeah, that one is very loose. That delivery. Oh, short. Easy pickings. Very easy. Don't want to bowl there. The big gaping hole in the covers. I welcome that any day, the Bangladeshis.
So much time to choose his gap as well. Could have gone through between point and the cover, but he chose between cover and mid-off, and because of that, they've taken out the gully and put him into the covers just to protect Cole Francis a bit more on the offside.
It's just giving away boundaries in regular occasions now. Also, previous overs were 12 runs. This one already on 8 with 3 balls to go. Just making it far too easy for Bangladesh. Again, it's another one. 3 in the over unless it doesn't get to the boundary. Don't have the legs. But regardless, it's runs. The issue is more so that it was a loose delivery on the legs. Yes, Bangladesh did not capitalize. If you don't want to bowl there, you don't want to give those runs away so easily. That's not how you apply pressure. And if you don't apply pressure, rarely do you get the opportunity to pick up wickets.
Good comeback. A lot better. Just has to stay there and be more consistent with those lines and ends. And that's the end of the 8th over. Very good power play so far. Just still 2 overs left in this power play for Bangladesh. And they've taken a good advantage of the power play.
They've taken some really good advantage. That's a good start. Yes, that's the exact start they would have been looking for. Is Bangladesh.
Yeah, straight away. Changing bowling. Mouton did struggle. He's passed over, got hit for 12, and all of them were off boundaries and quite poor deliveries, you would say.
Sosa Aheva. Former under 19, SA under 19 player. Former bowling partner to Quina Mapaka.
Yeah, I heard he got injured just before the World Cup, actually, and got replaced by Loose in the squad. He comes in for his first ball. Good start.
Yeah, he'll give you that. I have wicket to wicket.
Was with the Lions for a season, and has now been signed by the Titans up here in Pretoria and in Centurion, that is. So this is going to have to be get used to playing up here because it's his new home ground, that is.
He's had a really good start. Oh, that's brilliant fielding! Oh, directed, needed. Hit the stumps there. He's gone.
The bowling from both sides at some point might have been a little bit indifferent, but the fielding, especially the ground fielding, has been really good from both teams, actually. Very well done there in the covers. Picked it up one hand. All it needed was a direct hit to finish it off.
Might have been out of the frame even.
I wouldn't have needed the umpire for that. Had he hit, it would have been a straight walk off the field.
Yeah, the fielding has been really good from both sides. After that one blip from Bangladesh, that really difficult catch with the fielder coming in from deep square to come catch it. From then onwards, haven't seen really any form of mistake in the field. Any drop catch or any misfield really to speak of. Maybe one really. Other than that, everything else has been outstanding.
Slightly shorter this time around, but the line is very good, so no run on offer.
So continuing where he's left off in the previous game, very accurate. Was a good replacement for Conrad Mouton in the previous game, and he's doing exactly that here as well.
Slightly full this time around, but no run again. Slip does the job. Doesn't let it get through to the third man for a single. punch off the back foot. Once again, straight to the fielder. So a decent start to the over. Just one run off it from Eso Aheva. After 9 overs in the first power play, just 54. Not just, that's exactly at 6 runs and over, by the way. So a pretty decent start here for Bangladesh. And you saw want to maybe bring their run rate a little bit down. There's been too many 4 balls, I felt, and perhaps so early on, too many extras.
Yeah, Bangladesh was pretty guilty of that as well in the initial phases, in particular the first 20 overs, went for a couple of boundaries. But Cole Francis has come back really nasty since his first 2 overs. He's found his areas. He's starting to group his deliveries now, rather than spraying them everywhere.
Again, with an offer. Short, wide, put away. Rightly so. It's gone all the way to another boundary. High percentage of boundaries in this first power play. Another very good shot.
Yeah, it does have the tendency of just dropping that one short, allowing the batter to free his arms, and yet another gift he gives away.
Sits quite nicely, quite deep in the crease there, even if his movement is back and across.
Oh, wicked it is! Cole Francis rattles the stumps. And Doopy will be very disappointed with that shot selection. Not too sure why. He went for that shot and just literally just walked right past it, giving away his wicket.
And as the coach, you'll be a little bit, well, you'll be very unhappy with the selection of stroke because of the fact that you can just wait. We said this earlier about how Bangladesh went about their bowling, where they're giving away so many 4 balls every over. You didn't have to force anything. Just wait for the delivery. You will get a bad one. He just got one, a short and wide one, and this one decides to use his feet and walk at the bowler, pretty much turn it into a Yorker almost. And clips the middle and leg, and he's gone for the second one. Second wicket gone now for Bangladesh, and 58 for 2 after 9.5 overs.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why, really. Maybe you wanted to continue piling on the pressure on Cole Francis. I'm not too sure the exact decision behind that stroke or what he was exactly trying to do with it. But man, what a soft dismissal. USA really needed that. Partnership was building. Basically gifted a wicket. FT. Your right hand batsman coming in. Rather left-handed.
Back around. Another full delivery. Almost looked like a full toss that is again. As we were talking about earlier, don't have to force things. Just wait. That ball could have been put away for 4 as well. And he's still protecting the offside quite a bit. Just one slip. The new batter even have not moved the 4th man out on the offside in the infield into the slip coordinate. Just happy to keep it this way.
France will give you a loose delivery here and there, and it's just a matter of being patient. No need to come down the wicket. It's a bit of a rush of blood, really. No need at all. He was also looking really good. Looked like he set himself up already. Gets the inside half of the bat. That's the end of the power play. I'll say a relatively balanced power play. And we'll create some balance as well here in the commentary box with Ken Bowling coming into the commentary box.
Yeah, first power play going at just under 6 runs and over, 58. Big difference is the 2 wickets now, and they're going at a decent rate so far. Bangladesh, just those 2 wickets that if you compare to what USSA did, and lose a wicket well into that first partnership. Sosa. Aheba waiting to bowl his second over. Had a good first over, just 1 run off it, and just sorting out his field. Just 1 slip once again. 4 on the covers.
He had a good opening game as well for USSA against SA Emerging.
Yeah, commentators, Chris. As we're talking good things about him, he gets driven for his first boundary. Moves Bangladesh onto 62. Just a bit of a half volley, bit of width on offer as well. Into the 29th boundary so far of this very short and young trial series so far. 3rd game of the series. Bit of width on offer. It's everything a batter wants. Half volley as well. And immediately after that, as a change in the field, the sweeper goes out onto the boundary on the offside. Square leg also has gone back onto the boundary. Looking for 2. Good fielding. Wait before I say that. Oh, looks like very good fielding. Yeah, good job. Supporting his fellow fast bowler.
Excellent scrambling work. Ball just seems to be coming on nicely, doesn't it, for the batsman, Mondi? And compared it to this same stage of the innings this morning, it was a bit stickier. And well done, Cole Francis. He's made a couple of important breakthroughs with the ball, has worked hard. And straight after bowling is over. He's pulling off fielding like that.
Yeah, was picked up 2 wickets as well. So the output has been good for him so far. Put himself under pressure too. Aheba, the way he started this over. It was 7 in his first 2 deliveries, and he's gone for another 2 here. So as we're talking about how good his first over was, his second one, not so much. 9 runs off it. Still got 3 more balls left in this over.
Yeah, Bangladesh are going along nicely. Well over 6 runs to the over. It'll be a good test for these USSA bowlers, and in good batting conditions and defending a moderate total. Their disciplines and their skills are going to have to be really good. Mondi, what do you think of young Aheba's action? I quite like it. It looks like a nice, strong action. Not too many moving parts.
Yeah, I saw him for the first time on Thursday. And certainly in terms of the whole package, it looks nice and strong, nice and tall as well. got a very uncomplicated technique in terms of his bowling action, and that's a very good shot. Wasn't quite a half volley either. It was pretty decent length, but then the check drive just to push it down past mid-off. That's gone for another 3 runs. So a very good over here so far for Bangladesh. And that over's really gone for 12. Not a shot in anger so far, but we'll worry USSA in terms of how many runs they've conceded in this over. Just all really good shots.
Yeah, no, like terrible deliveries. I mean, he hasn't missed his mark by that much. But batter's starting to get really good value for their shots now.
I think it also talks to how good the wicket is, that sometimes it's not quite there to drive on, but because of how good it is, and if you wait for it long enough, you can play it underneath your eyes and be able to drive on the up. When you're able to drive on the up, you know that the wicket's doing its part, top edge, down to third man, that's gone for 4. Bit of unlucky there. This one's a bit short and wide, but a top edge has gone for 4. Very expensive over, very good over for Bangladesh. 16 runs off it. And an expensive one for Ibeva.
Well, yeah, this is off the edge, but it's too wide from Abe. You can't be... Oh, it's not that wide, actually. It's a little bit wide, but a very good shot.
Slightly short as well. So he was able to get into his back foot. Not exactly where he wanted the ball to go, but chasing a total of 249. He'll take every run.
And suddenly, Bangladesh are just shy of going at 7 to the over, which is the sort of rate that Muirhead and Short were going at early in the USSA innings. Cole Francis will bowl a 6th over, putting in a big effort here, the young fast bowler.
This time 2 full, 2 straight. Luckily for Cole Palmer, that is. Cole Francis, sorry. That's straight to mid-wicket. No run.
And Mafijul Islam was getting ready to bat against the shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Fielder decided not to take him on.
Straight to the fielder. No run. Okay, nice shot by Ifti.
Ifti is a 23-year-old. He's played a bit of senior list day cricket, has a century already. 30 games, 1 century and 4 50s.
At the top ball. Yeah, they brought up a squad of a mixture of youth and a bit of experience here, Bangladesh, for this tri-series. And I would probably imagine that none of them have been to South Africa before, so it might be very different conditions to what they're used to. Short again pulled. Down to fine leg for just 1.
Yeah, well, the captain, Zakir Hassan, and wicketkeeper Ankon, they both played against South Africa the last time the Proteas were in Bangladesh, playing those tests.
It would have been a test series, eh?
Yeah, 2024 was it?
South Africa won quite comfortably, if I remember. A whole lot of runs were scored in that tournament, in that tour by South Africa, that is. Change of pace. Slower delivery. There's a sweep out there just for 1.
Just telegraphed a bit by Cole Francis. He saw the batter able to wait and wait and wait.
I can't remember too many change-ups by Bangladesh seamers, in fact, in this game. I don't remember too many of those, and not too many short balls either, besides the 1 over by Iman where he peppered 2 lefties.
Towards the back end, they did start to bowl maybe a few cutters.
Shot again. Gone through to pass mid on. That's gone for another boundary. They keep getting these boundaries every over. Bangladesh have been able to keep that run rate at a very good rate. South Africa, USSA, pretty much similar as Bangladesh when we felt there's always a 4 ball if you wait long enough. Always a 4 ball for you to hit. And here again, 2 full, 2 straight, and driven nicely for another boundary.
Yeah, Francis just has been erring a bit on the full side. You got to support the intent. He's trying to get the ball up there. Doesn't want to be bowling too short. But unfortunately, he's just providing some nice driving practice for the Bangladesh batsmen at the moment.
Yeah, and we know a lot of these USSA guys, especially, are very young. Most of them have not played first-class cricket at a high level consistently just yet. So they're still learning their trade in terms of their bowling. And you can understand why the inconsistencies are there for a young man who's still trying to find his feet at this level or at the higher level. So they will bowl those 4 balls, but that's where they need to learn and play even more forward cricket, where you learn how to bowl, hit an area consistently. And that's where they are not there just yet, but with time and with obviously a lot of overs under your belt, you get there.
And also it being August, they probably haven't played, haven't had any match practice any time actually out in the middle competitively for a few months, so there will be rust.
Just pulled out there. Perhaps just something wrong with his with run-up. Wasn't happy about something.
I have, of course, one of the Sinstillions product line of very talented young cricketers.
Yeah, and I was just saying to Kamva that he's decided to side with the Titans now. Gone. First wicket for Aheba. Picks up the wicket of Robin, who was there from the beginning. 34 of 38. He was going around quite nicely, and next one straight to the keeper behind us. 3rd wicket down now. Bangladesh. The problem is, as much as they are getting those runs, they are still losing wickets consistently in this first power. Power play is finished now into the 11th over. Down for 34.
Well, this is a wonderful delivery from Aiba. The perfect length. He finds that right length, draws the batsman forward, and there's a bit of heat on this delivery. It takes off a bit. Look at that bounce. And the batter ends up just prodding at it. And an easy catch for wicketkeeper Baba. But there I have just found the golden length as the wicket will bring a drinks break. And we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. 80 for 3, Bangladesh emerging. got the DLS. I hear it. That's definitely going to come into play.
Yeah, for sure. 80 for 3, having just picked up their third wicket just before the drinks. Well, they took the drinks break just after the wicket had fallen. 3 down now, Bangladesh, and I guess where they have to be a little bit careful is not being too reckless, where they start losing overs, losing wickets consistently, even though that run rate of theirs is very good at this point. A danger, of course, having been bowled out for 89 in that first game against the emerging side of South Africa, is of them losing wickets without building one big partnership or partnerships to try and get to that 249 that they're aiming for. New batter, Ankon. Again, surprised. No slip whatsoever for him. 4 men in the covers. Third man, fine leg, and a square leg has gone onto the boundary.
Have a slip just for the bounce, isn't
Yeah.
it?
New batter as well. Not used to the pace and bounce of this wicket just yet. Tend to make more errors when you are still new to crease, trying to adjust with light and how the wicket is playing. It's the best time to get someone out early on, and having a slip there, I think, would do South Africa, USSA, some good.
And speaking of light, Mondi, we're coming up to 4 o'clock, so I reckon we've got somewhere in between an hour and a quarter and an hour and a half of light suitable for play remaining.
Yep. I think that's part of the problem when you do play in winter. And because of the delay earlier, because we started at 10:30 instead of 9:30 because of the damp wicket, it has sort of put us in that danger of not being able to complete the overs because of the light.
Yeah, there have been so many interruptions. We've had about 4 sort of injury breaks where players have received treatment and drinks have come on. And
Yeah, some random drinks at times that weren't expected. I think it took Bangladesh almost 4 hours to complete their first 47 overs because of the delays. And them employing 2 spinners, by the way, usually you see a little bit more with Bangladesh, but they only use 2 spinners. Majority of their overs were bowled by the seamers. And it was a little bit slow and stagnant in the first 4 hours when South Africa was batting.
so I don't know. I mean, this game might be called after about 30 overs, maybe.
So I guess my question is, when do they decide when the DLS does kick in? Because the Bangladesh batters are going to need to know what the target is, at what over they need to get there to be able to claim a victory. So there's going to be a bit of, by the umpires, a big decision to be made about, okay, well, now from here, there's only 10 overs left, and this is what you need.
No, well, the past scores, we have a copy here of exactly what. So in between innings, both teams would have been given this document. So technically, it's always alive. It's always on in case the match gets called off.
I guess
for some reason.
the batters need to know exactly what they need to get to. The problem is we don't know when the game's going to end, right? Because we don't know if it's going to end at over number 35 or over number 40. So they have to calculate themselves more or less. So that's why I think maybe, if it's possible, I don't know if it is, the umpires might say, okay, well, we've only got half an hour of light left, and you calculate the overs left, and then you do the runs you need. In terms of, instead of just waiting and saying, oh, well, it's too dark now, we've got here, we didn't tell you what you guys needed, this is where we are, game is over.
Well, I don't think it's the umpire's responsibility to tell them the target. So what will happen is you'll start to see the sun start to go down. It'll start to get dark. And you'll know, oh, geez, the game is not going to last much longer.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be surprised if Bangladesh aren't keeping check.
No, they probably should, and they probably will.
Need to be right now. So we'll just look where they should be at the moment, which is
12 overs, 13 overs gone.
13 overs gone.
And after 10, where would they need to be,
3
for
wickets.
example?
So with 3 wickets down after 13 overs, they need to be on 89 as the par score. So 90 to win. So at the moment, they're 7 runs behind on DLS.
I guess the tricky part for both everyone on the field is not knowing when the game is going to be called off. At least with DLS, when there has been a bit of rain, they'll say, okay, well, there's only 5 overs left because we've reduced. and this is your target.
Well, that's if you come back. Yes,
Right.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
when it's called. At least you know your target exactly. Here is at any moment when the sun does go down, they might say, okay, well, we've only got 1 over left.
Well, I can give you an exact time that the sun will go down. I imagine play will stop before that, though.
Yeah, Trusky also, left back into the attack. The captain, left arm spin. Had a good bowl in that first game on Thursday against the SA Emerging. Gave it a bit of air, got a bit of turn on that surface. We'll see how he goes here in terms of his pace. He's still in the power. Well, the power play is over, so he's allowed to have some fielders out on the boundary. So he's got the square leg out, a long on, long off, and a sweep on the offside. 4 men out. Yeah, nice and slow. Giving it a bit of air here. Looking for to purchase and some turn.
So sunset is at 5:42.
They'll probably be done before 5:42, I would imagine, yeah?
So that's why I said, between an hour and a quarter and an hour and a half from 4 o'clock.
I think if I'm Bangladesh, I give myself this. I say by 5:15, what do we need to have by 5:15? And how many wickets down do we need to be not by? And then work it out from there. Because I think if they look at, well, when the umpires start to tell us that the sun's going down, then it's a little bit too late because you might have lost too many wickets already. So I think you need to do it you need to preempt it, do it nice and early, say at 5:15, this is where we need to be, just in case.
But you might not know how many overs have been bowled by then because USSA could mix things up in terms of bowling spin or pace.
Yeah, there's a lot. But I think you have to work something out, find some sort of target where you need to target, say, okay, if we only get 30 overs out of this, what do we need in 30 overs, for example? Even another one.
I agree. You've definitely got to have some sort of
idea.
So 30 overs with 3 wickets down, they need to have 132 to win.
That would be quite nice, because it's only 50 runs off it, and they've got 17 overs to get there, so that'd be comfortable. The problem is the wickets in hand. It always changes everything.
Big time, yeah. Wickets change it big time. So if they lose another wicket, suddenly that goes up to 145.
Yeah, it's 15 runs later just because of 1 wicket. So yeah, it does get a bit tricky. But I think as a coaching staff, you need to have an idea, as you did just now. Sunset's going to go down at 5:40. Let me give it 20 minutes before that and say, after 20 minutes, how many overs are we likely to get in an hour and a half or whatnot? And then work it out from there, more or less. Obviously, you're not going to get to an exact score, but you have a more or less target.
I'd even go at sort of 5 o'clock. Let's see where we are at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Are we up with DLS? Do we need to push a bit harder? Are we far enough ahead that we can, stop pushing, not take any risks?
Not take any risks, because as we said, that wickets in hand is going to be very big and important in terms of where they finish off. It's almost like you have to be a little bit cautious, but also you need to keep scoring while being cautious and not to be too aggressive and lose wickets. But then if you become too aggressive and yes, you get ahead of it, you're also doing yourself a favor. It's a tricky position to be in, especially as a chasing side, I reckon. And now as the bowling side, you also have to work it out for yourselves. Okay, wait, maybe we're getting through our overs too quickly. Let's slow it down, because it makes it, and especially if you get some dot balls in here, slow it down, let that run rate go up, let them take a chance to lose a wicket. But if you hurry up and you get it through quickly and they're scoring runs, then you're not doing yourself a favor either. So it works both ends for both teams, but probably more on the batting side more than the bowling side. The control is with them a little bit more. But yeah, both sides have to sort of work it out for themselves.
Except if you keep changing between pace and spin, that'll kind of mess up the calculation of how many overs they're going to face before it gets dark. Just a thought.
I don't think I've ever been in this position before because of light and in terms of DLS without any interruption of rain or anything like that.
Yeah, knowing so far ahead that DLS will almost certainly come into play.
Because of what time we started and how long the first innings was. I'm sure they would have talked about it actually before they got onto the field. We need to be aware of this and the scores, how many wickets have gone down, and work it out, because we are not going to get to 6 o'clock.
No, it'll be dark by 6 o'clock. We'll be seeing stars by 6.
course, the safety of the players is also very important. Probably the most important thing about all of it. Short, pulled, good fielding once again. Been very impressive by both these fielders, both these fielding teams, that is, in terms of their ground fielding especially. Yeah, Bangladesh might have put 1 or 2 down earlier on, but their ground fielding was excellent. South Africa, USSA has been just as good.
Yeah, on a winter field.
Yeah, might be come up with a couple of grazes, bit of sore bodies landing on the hard wickets, on the hard field, sorry, of winter. I must say the grass is a little bit green, so they've upkept it quite nicely because in winter it does get a bit dry up here. Done a good job managing the field. They'll be looking for 2. Good workout on the outfield. That's square leg there to keep it down to 1.
David Teager. Quickly in. Quick release.
Don't usually see former captains out in the far out in the boundary.
That's what happens when you're not captain anymore.
Yeah.
You get posted.
Yeah, I was Polly. When captain was Polly was in the slips at some point when he was captain. Next thing, back on the boundary as a fast bowler.
I always used to worry a bit about Polly fielding in the slips, just, breaking a finger or something.
Yeah.
And
Marco Jansen does that quite a bit. Jimmy Anderson was very good at that as well, though.
Chris Morris.
Yeah, Chris Morris. Generally don't find a lot of bowlers out in the slip coordinate. And if you do have very good hands, sometimes you find yourself there. End of the over. After 15 overs, 87 for 3, Bangladesh.
You ever have a go in the grabbers, Mondi?
Only at school level, never at a provincial level. I wasn't wanted there, wasn't asked for. I was chased away, even though I did try to sneak in there a couple of times.
So there you see the bowling figures so far. Cole Francis has worked hard for his couple of wickets, important strikes. And so I have 1 over, went for 16. So his other 3 have been pretty good.
Down the wicket. Big shot. That's gone all the way for 6. Very good batting. Putting the bowler under pressure there. Ifti coming down the wicket. We saw a bit of that from Muirhead earlier when he was facing some of the spin. And he's done exactly the same thing here. Ifti come down the wicket. Smacked it over long on. And that's gone for the big one. 6 runs.
Bangladesh batsmen, of course, would have seen a lot of spin bowling in their youth, in their development. No fears coming down the pitch and stamping an early mark.
Probably the safer one to come down to as the lefty to a lefty coming into his bat. So if it does miss, he can get his body in the way. Whereas if it's turning away from you, then it becomes a little bit trickier. If it is turning, that is. And there's a change in field once again, long off onto the boundary. Because of the fact that he came down the wicket and hit him over his head for 6. That's what aggression can do. It opens up the gaps within the infield for that. Wouldn't have happened had he not hit that 6. An advantage is sometimes of being aggressive and putting the bowlers under pressure. And they spread the field to make it easier for you to rotate that strike and not rely just on boundaries.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy involved in that boundary, deciding to go early in the over.
Quicker this time. No air given by Trotsky. 1 ball left in this over. Good run for Bangladesh. 7 runs off it so far. The 90s chasing their first 100. Down the wicket using his feet. Nicely done there by Ankon. Just for 1 down to long off, and that's the end of the over. 16 overs gone. 95 for 3.
Nicely bowled, though, that last one. I felt Patrosky just gave it a bit of flight. And
Yeah, I think I just said about his bowling in that first game against the SA emerging side, where he was, to me, certainly the pick of the spinners because he did give it a bit of flight, got the ball to turn here and there. He also was very accurate in bringing the batters onto their front foot. I think sometimes when you do try to bowl the ball quick and not give it air a lot, you tend to err on the shorter side of the wicket, giving the batters enough time to either pull or catch you. Where he's been really good in the first two games that I've seen of him is gives it a bit of air, gets it forward, does turn a little bit of bounce at times. So he's sort of worked it out, and then he'll mix it up with a bit of quicker balls here and there. Time to third man for one again.
So Bangladesh have just nudged ahead on the DLS now, where they should be.
Driven. Bit of with a knife and a bit full. Oh, there's a knock on. That's a bit naughty. They come back for two. An extra run because of that knock on there on the boundary. Gets them to 98, a little bit closer to that 100.
Conrad Mouton on the fence there, just perhaps thinking about the throw before he had the ball totally under control.
Do the umpires have light meters for this, by the way? Because obviously in 4-day cricket they usually carry them. I'm just wondering for 1-day cricket with a white ball, do they carry them out? Because they wouldn't have seen this coming starting 10:30 in the morning, and also the amount of overs it took and how long it took to finish off the first innings. No feet at all there by Ifti. That's why he missed out on that drive shot. Just sort of played from the boundary, from the crease, and they couldn't get enough timing on it.
I can tell you, Mondi, that at around 9 o'clock, when the officials decided that the toss would be delayed because of the damp spots, I did chat to match referee Kerry Pienaar, and he said all the way back then that it's going to be tight with reduced overs. We're going to be battling the light at the end.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, that's gone down to fine leg. Oh, bobbles it. Gone for a boundary. That's the second misfield here by USSA. And it's going to be very disappointing by Cole Francis at fine leg. Ayeba will feel like twice in this over. One was a knock-on for next year run, and now this one is going all the way for a boundary. So very disappointing. That gets them to the 100. A little short, a little too leg-side-ish, but still should have done better than that, Cole Francis.
Yeah, it took a bit of a big bounce, but still got to back up your bowlers. And you just sense these two now are just starting to up the ante a bit. A little flurry of runs helped by some imperfect fielding.
Yeah, certainly by Ifti. He decided that he's going to be a little bit more aggressive. And I'm pretty sure that with all the drink space that we've had, they're very aware of where they need to be, or about the light anyway. And perhaps that's why he keeps being aggressive, just to make sure that they on par where they need to be in terms of runs. And also the other thing, when I asked about the light beater, if Bangladesh is ahead and they start saying, well, it's getting a bit dark, I can't see, and now USSA wants to stay on because they want to get behind, it's going to get a little tricky at some point.
I think there could be fun and games later on Monday.
Yeah. I think the easiest way for those controversies not to happen is that one side is clearly ahead by a long way. If it's really, really close and tight, then someone might be asking for an extra over. Someone might be saying, we need to get off, I can't see. And there could be those things, those mind games being played.
Yeah, and we could see a lot of shoelaces being tied.
Yeah. A lot of calling of the physio, a lot of things could be happening.
And then it could all change, and it could all be the team that did have problems with their shoelaces are then trying to speed things up.
Yeah. Traske just sitting his field here. Long on, long off. The left-hander. No sweeper on the off side, just a long off. Car corner and square leg on the leg. good work. And we've talked about the fielding from both these sides. Another very good work in the infield. I think that's Muirhead as well. Besides the previous over, by the way, sorry, we did, I think Jinx, the USSA side, talked about how well they've been fielding, and then 2 knock-ons, one they went through for a boundary. Down the wicket he comes again. Willing to use his feet to the spinner. This time around, just one. That's good batting, though. Just keeping the pressure on the bowler, not allowing him to settle.
Yeah, I hope Trotsky keeps his nerve because it's a good battle, this, between a batter trying to attack him and he's still bowling it up there.
Air given again. That's what I like about Trotsky. He does mix it up quite nicely. Just one. Punch down to long off.
That was Maharu Islam Ankon, who's played 3 ODIs for Bangladesh. Made 46 on debut against the West Indies last year.
Is he also still emerging? How old would he be?
Ankon is 27.
He's not emerging anymore. He's emerged. Well, they do say the prime of the batters is around about late 20s, right? Where you start to peak and be able to work it out for yourselves, what you need to do and how you want to bat and play. So maybe he's right slap bang in the middle of his prime. Age-wise, anyway, for a batter.
Or maybe he emerged and then went back again.
Or re-emerged and then...
Yeah, and he might emerge again.
He's emerging now again, yeah. End of the over, 18th over gone. 103 for 3. On a 6 for 3, sorry, after 18.
And Bangladesh are 8 runs ahead of where they need to be.
I wouldn't mind if the umpires
Yeah,
decide
let's-
to call it off. For right now would be a good time for them. Both these sides, as you said, don't want to emphasize too much on it, but they haven't won a game just yet so far, having lost both the games to the SA emerging team. So it's a big game for one of these sides. Whoever wins gets a clear advantage. Jason Rubenheimer coming in, right arm off spin.
And whoever loses, Mondi, I think it'd be very, very difficult for them to make
Yeah,
the final because they've only got 1 game left.
right. Yeah, because they just quick schedule. They get to face each other one more time, if I'm not mistaken, before they get to the final, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, they won't. They will.
It's the first time
let's
these
just
two
check
teams
the-
have met each
let's
other.
check
Yeah.
the schedule properly.
Yeah. Right arm off spin to the lefty. Slip in place. Pulls out last minute into his run up. Good start.
Yes, they do play each other again on Friday
Yeah, I think every team plays each other
at Arini Country Club.
twice.
So they both have 2 games remaining.
Yeah.
So
One down to long on.
still, whoever loses today has definitely got an uphill task.
Yeah, and I think we can probably all agree that the emerging side is probably just given the numbers and the experience and how they've played so far in these first 2 games that they've played, and they probably are the favourites to win it all or get to the final at least. And then it's going to be scrappy between these 2 sides to try to be in the second part. Now, of course, we don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of games, but my prediction would be the emerging side is going to play one of these 2.
That final is on next Wednesday, 12th of August, back here at the Tuks Oval.
Yeah, good start here by Jason Robbenheimer. Just one run so far off his bowling. Didn't play in the first game against the emerging side. Into the team this time. Just trying to manage his field here. Jason asking for the sweeper on the offside to come into the circle for long off to go back onto the boundary. Still got fine leg, square leg, and long on the onside on the boundary. Good over. Just one off it. 19 overs gone. 107 for 3.
And now just 7 runs ahead of where they would need to be to win. Jason Robbenheimer protecting his over really well there. And if they continue with spin at both ends, then we could race through the next 10 overs quite quickly.
I think they did that on purpose as well. Maybe trying to get through as many overs as they can before the light kicks in. Came down the wicket, almost turned it into a Yorker there. FD. In the air. Just to the left of the mid wicket for 1. Only been a little bit nervous, the FD. Did hang in the air for a split second.
Quicker delivery from Trotsky.
Yeah, that's what I like about his bowling. Does seem to like to change it up. Doesn't just keep it at one pace that you get used to what pace he's bowling. Got a slip in there for the right-hander.
Very nicely bowled that.
I think that the way cricket is going, if you're able to do a little bit of bowling and you're a strong batter, sort of does help you in terms of your career and getting picked for teams, playing SA20, whatever is coming. There's so much of it around the world these days. You can do a little bit extra than just a guy who does one thing, specializes in one thing only. It does give you a bit of advantage, and I think he looks like a very good batter. I've seen a lot of him, and very decent spinner as well.
And captain of the team as well.
Yeah,
so
there's that, yeah. There's the package. Still very young, of course, but does show a bit of promise. One down to long on. Last ball. Might be a single only. Yep, it is. And that's the end of the 20th over. 110 for 3 for Bangladesh after 20 overs. And with that, we will have a commentary change. Kanva will be replacing me for the next 10 overs.
So Leighton Trotsky just chatting about him being a good package as a cricketer. Well, he's been recognised. He's the CSA Student Player of the Year for the last season. He won that award at the Cricket South Africa Awards last month. Northwest University player, Puka. And there you see the Bangladesh worm just dipping below that of USA. Wide on the leg side. Just trying to cramp up the batsman, but getting a bit too leg side-ish is Robenheimer.
Very interesting phase of the game now.
Now we're going to hit through the cover. There's a sweeper. Who's your money on, Cumber?
I was actually about to say the game is really balanced at the moment for me. It's hard to choose exactly where it's gonna go. I feel like it was this at this period where Bangladesh turned things around for themselves, and I wonder if USA probably can do things and put a halt on the game, put pressure. One thing that I need to keep on chipping away at is that wicket column is USA. I will apply a lot of pressure on Bangladesh.
Full toss, he's going to get away with it being just one. Well, we almost 100% are definitely going to have DLS coming in to decide the outcome of this game, because we're not going to get to 47 overs, and I don't think Bangladesh are going to be able to score another 134 runs in the time remaining. But the last thing USA want is for them to be two set batters in at the death when the final sort of charge or the final sort of calculations are imminent on DLS, because then Bangladesh can really control the game really nicely with two set batsmen.
Yeah, and if they do have to accelerate, they can certainly accelerate and press on and cover some ground if they are slightly behind.
At the moment, they're 11 runs ahead of where they need to be. So ticking along nicely. Bangladesh, the Manhattan there, Bangladesh are the light blue blocks.
Yeah, I can see the big difference there. Well, two common differences: that Bangladesh has lost wickets early in the piece, and this is when the change happened for USA around the 21st over. First wicket fell, and then for the next 20 overs, I calculated they scored 76 runs from over number 21 to over number 41. And that was due to obviously the change in length and line that was bowled by Bangladesh. Thanks to Hassan Bosson. Islam, the spinner, if I'm not mistaken.
Some sharp turn there from Trotsky into the left-hander.
I like the look of Chosky. He's a really good spinner as the captain of USSA. Bowls really well. Bowled really well in the previous game as well. I think he picked up 2 wickets, if I'm not mistaken. 2 quick wickets. It's very good against the right-handers that looked to sweep him. I think it was Mitch van Buren and De Teek, if I'm not mistaken, that looked to sweep him, but missed it all, ends up. He does push it through, does mix it up.
Work to do for long off, but he does get across well. Does set Vleerdermouse.
Fielding has been so good from both sides today. Brilliant efforts on the boundary. Barely any loose runs been given away. But you're absolutely right. Again, they need to make sure that they can't have any 2 set batters in the middle by the time the game has come to a balance right at the end or towards the end where a decision needs to be made. Because I'm sure both teams will be aware what is the game situation around that time and who needs to progress or who needs to go on the front foot. And if Bangladesh have wickets in hand, the game is in full control, in their control rather. Looks to go big and goes all the way. That's good timing.
Yeah, mighty blow by Iftikhar Hussain. Ifti sailing over the clubhouse to end an otherwise tidy over from Leighton Trotsky. This is worth another look.
Yeah, turning into him. Not much risk in the stroke. All you need to do is time it well. And got the right connection. Got to the pitch of the delivery pretty quickly. And clears the boundary some ease.
Robenheimer to continue from the north end. Has made a good start, as you see from those figures. All beaten. Keeper has fumbled but regathered. There was no edge, and I don't think Ancon was out of his crease either, so just a bit of excitement from beating the bat more than anything else.
Oh, I think if he'd gathered it cleanly, there might have been a slight smidgen of a chance for a stumping. Maybe, just maybe. But that foot looked like it was grounded for most of the time.
That's nicely driven through extra cover, a despairing dive, nowhere close to cutting it off. Lovely stroke by Mahudu Islam Ancon. Just breaking the shackles a bit, because Jason Robenheimer has been very tidy. Use of feet, crisply struck. And it's forcing Robenheimer into a fielding change. Is he going to come around the wicket? He is. Fine leg is coming a bit, short fine leg a bit finer. Down the wicket again. This time picks out the deep mid-off.
Yeah. Bangladesh look really comfortable. They pick their boundaries, they pick their strokes. Don't look really flustered. Especially with these two batters. how they're going about their work at the moment. Not going in the quickest of rates. They are just chipping away a few singles, boundaries here and there when the opportunity presents itself. I think the only way here USSA finds a way to victory is by picking up wickets. I really don't see them defending their way to victory.
Well, the original required rate was less than 5.5, less than 5, sorry, to the over. That would be a 50 over game. Let me just quickly recalculate. 47 times 5 is 235. So a little bit more than 5 to the over, less than 5.5 though. So it's not a huge asking rate required. If you really just need to keep that scoreboard ticking over, and I think perhaps the need for a wicket will bring the bowling change. Conrad Mouton coming back into the attack. This partnership growing ever more dangerous.
Yeah, it'll be really important right now. And the reason why Chosky has put him on, Conrad Mouton, is because he's a strike bowler.
Tucked nicely off the hip by Ankon. Just the one.
He'll need to get a breakthrough here, break this partnership. Desperately need to do that before it grows any further. I tell you what, I think if this partnership continues to grow, any form of legs and arms, this might be the partnership that will take them over the line. May not take them all the way, but the longer it goes, the better for Bangladesh.
Yeah, the partnership has just reached 50 now between Ifti and Ankon. Yeah. And that's come up in 11 overs. So a tidy rate. From the USA perspective, it definitely needs nipping in the bud.
Yeah, we've seen here the most dangerous the batting unit from both sides has looked is when they have a partnership. Neither side has looked dangerous when wickets are fallen. Not that ever a side looks dangerous when wickets are falling around them, but when a partnership is built here on this surface and batters are comfortable, usually runs are easy to come by, and not necessarily right now that they come in at a quick rate. But then if Bangladesh decide to then go for it when the change is needed, they would have been set, probably would have each faced over 50 balls each. Those are two set batters. You see here on the surface, once you're in, you're in. Sipping it through.
Well, it was a flat-footed swish outside the off-stump by Ankon. Mouton just asking a couple of different questions this over. That slower ball bounce outside off-stump, and then another one just a bit wide and drawing the shot at it. It's been a good over back by Conrad Mouton. Just 2 runs from it. 131 for 3 after 24. So 23 overs remaining, in which to get 118 runs. We're not going to get either of those in before it gets bad light, I doubt. So DLS will come into play, and at the moment Bangladesh are 20 runs ahead of where they need to be to win.
Trying to calculate again. What's the realistic time where the sun will really set? To try and understand how many overs we really have left.
So the sun sets at 5:42. That's a definite, barring some cataclysmic breakdown in the solar system or something.
You need to explain the word that you just said now.
So 5:42 is sunset.
You just mentioned the word cataclysmic.
Cataclysmic, yes.
What does that mean?
Well, if the whole system breaks down, if
okay.
you know, the scientists know what time the sun sets every day, depending on the time of year, the date, and yeah.
So let's say in the next hour we've got a next hour of play.
No, I don't think we will. The sun will have set in almost exactly an hour, but don't forget the minutes, the time leading up to then. It does tend to get a bit dark. Peter outside the old stump, and wicketkeeper Caden Solomons, who has been subbed in for Baba, can't gather either. So I mean, I think let's work on 5:30. We're not going to go past.
That's our max.
5:30.
So we've
I
got
would
45
imagine.
minutes. And you can realistically get about 7 minutes per every 30 minutes, 7 overs.
45 minutes. You're probably looking.
I'm saying every 30 minutes, 7 overs.
Yeah, depending on who's bowling. You're looking at 10 to 12 overs probably.
The 45
In
minutes.
45 minutes, yeah.
And that leaves us at about over. Not having the easiest of afternoon as Caden Solomon. So 12 overs. Looking at over number 37 from here onwards. That's interesting. And they're going about 50 runs per every 10 overs. The big thing is that they've got 2 batters that are set. So if they realize that over number 30, they need to change gears. They can, if they still have the wickets in hand. So it just shows how important it is for USSA to pick up a wicket right now and break this partnership.
Well, a wicket also changes the whole calculation. So that's the end of the 25th over, 134 for 3, which would mean that Bangladesh are 19 runs ahead of where they would need to be with 3 wickets down. But if a wicket had fallen on that ball, suddenly they would be just 1 run ahead of the DLS winning score. So a wicket does make a big difference to the calculation. And there you see on the scoreboard the 3 wickets that have fallen so far, with Cole Francis making the first 2 strikes, removing Captain Zakir Hassan and Shaidat, and then Sosa Ahebba getting the important wicket of Mafujur Islam, who was well set. Ifti, well set now, he's on 45, faces up to Mutton. Nicely clipped through mid-wicket, just be one though.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting in the next couple of minutes whether or have a big say in what happens next. Yeah, it's wickets for the USSA side, and I think Bangladesh, I think they just need to continue with how they're going about things. And I think they just should be just fine to get over the line. Should just about fine.
Well, if USA can string together some dot balls and just create a bit of pressure, it might cause something rash. But that's going to be one down to third man. But as predicted, batting has looked pretty comfortable this afternoon. It's looked a nice batting deck ball coming on nicely. One just feels that Bangladesh have put themselves in control now with the bat and would have to do something fairly silly in order to lose that control. Might well be a wide. Yes, it is.
It's a good bounce, a push through. See a lot more bounce from this end. Not sure what end is this side. Okay.
South
end, and then is at the university end.
Only because I'm only sure that's south and that's north on the other side. So I did have this debate with the scorers, and we weren't 100% sure. So
it's definitely university end.
Well, I think
the other end has to be.
Like love, the university is all around us at the moment.
Yeah, true.
There was some speculation that the north end is it used to be the high performance end, because the high performance centre was that side. It's now the centre of excellence end, maybe. There's that good bounce this pitch has provided. But if he got over the top of that nicely.
Before you started describing the end, I think that's what I was trying to get to. The south end is showing more bounce. I think if you saw Cole Francis when he bowled from the south end, the so-called south end, I think it's showing certainly more bounce. And it's also zipped through a lot more.
Well, Mutan is probing, asking questions. The answers are coming from Bangladesh so far. End of the 26th over, 137 for 3. Still 20 runs ahead on DLS or Bangladesh, as you see some shadows lengthening now across the field. It'll get interesting when those shadows start going across the pitch.
Yeah, there's still enough light though in the outfield. That makes it still pretty easy to play at the current moment. But obviously, things can quickly change in winter. But the good thing that it's not generally a cloudy day, or the darkest of days. We had clear blue skies, no clouds to speak of. So the light should last longer than what it would in a cloudier day. But with still that said, it's still winter. Days differ.
Yeah, and once it does start going down, it goes quickly. But trees can also make a difference. And umpire Yuri Sadler was saying before the start of play how a venue like Irene, where we'll play later this week, bad light comes into play earlier there, just because the surrounds are well wooded, and trees cast shadows a bit earlier. That's been fairly walloped straight down the ground, but Longwolf can get comfortably to it.
There's fairly any buildings to speak of there around, besides the building straight, but in terms of the buildings that would be then blocking the light coming into the ground, or any trees to really speak of.
Just over the head of mid-wicket.
Oh, that was extremely close. Just gets it over the crossbar. Just hit it over the man at mid wicket. So what does a wicket really do to the duck with the DRS in terms of
Well-
reducing the runs or where you stand really?
Well, I'll give you another example now because we've had 27 overs, which means DLS par with 3 wickets down would be 120. So on 142, Bangladesh are 21 runs ahead of where they would need to be to win the game. But if they were 4 wickets down, then DLS par would be 136. 137 to win, so only 5 ahead. Bhutan. Ooh. Full toss it straight to mid wicket. Lucky.
Which still keeps in my head. If the wicket does fall, not so comfortable. And then without a wicket falling, it then essentially makes them a bit more comfortable. And I think just requires responsible batting here for Bangladesh.
Yeah, they've earned themselves that right. Put themselves in that position. Slashed away uppishly, but well wide of point. It'll be just one. And let's not forget also how well Bangladesh did to come back in the field. Because USA lost their 10 wickets for just 101 runs after that opening stand of 148. So what they wouldn't have given for 20 more runs, which they really should have got from the position they were in.
That's 101 runs in 27 overs. That's not good. That's really not good. And losing all your 10 wickets.
Pass the bat.
And I guess it speaks to the inexperience of the side, of the young players still learning and applying the trade. And I think this is really good experience. I just say earlier, I think USA probably gains more from this experience, being able to play international side and international quality standard players, or emerging talent rather, for Bangladesh. And they're still varsity level, they're still learning, and they're playing first class players, obviously some. So USA does gain a lot more.
Cut down to third man for one. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of test players in this Bangladesh team. It's, just about all of them have played senior first-class cricket, as Iftikhar Hussain Ifti brings up his half-century of 60 deliveries. Very, very solid innings by the 23-year-old. Whereas most of this USA team are guys who are trying to make their way into professional cricket, into senior provincial teams.
And I think a lot of them will learn a lot about situational experiences, because that was a lot more of a situational experience rather than a collapse. I think just treating each moment as it comes, a dominant moment, and then converting it and pushing on from then onwards. Because I felt like they just got comfortable and maybe some form of complacence, maybe if I'm being harsh, and then just didn't show that edge of wanting to just continue the dominance, and kept on allowing Bangladesh into the game, allowing them to drive the runs, allowing them to pick up wickets, few soft dismissals. So I think in the harshest of ways, I think yes, I'll give credit to Bangladesh. They bowled really well in that phrase. They put pressure. They stringed good deliveries together. To be fair, I'll give credit to Bangladesh, but there was a lack of impetus thereafter those wickets were lost.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Kamva, because so you've had such a great opening stand, 148 at practically 7 and over. You've got then, you're just about halfway through the innings. So you've got time. But perhaps the message is that you've got to then try and keep that intensity as Ankon down the wicket just pushes too long off for one. You've got to try and keep that intensity and keep that pressure up. no one's saying you have to come in and play like $1 million straight away. But perhaps I don't know if complacency is the right word, but there was just a reduction in intensity, I guess, which allowed Bangladesh to establish a form of control.
And you just simply just add 50 more runs here onto this total, which takes them up to 300, which was initially their minimum goal at the time. When, if at worst case scenario, it would have been 300, maybe 302 as a total. It's a total different chase when you look at it now. A lot more pressure on Bangladesh. And I say this regardless of light, regardless of the match situation right now. Even if we were to get the lights back on now, we're carrying on playing, it becomes a whole different situation. So it's just, yeah, I think they really could have done better.
Nicely bowled by Roman Ahmed. He's got very good control of his length. Just pulling that runner back a little bit.
And I also feel that USSA has bowled a lot better than Bangladesh in the initial phases. Because if they had bowled anything close to the way Bangladesh bowled initially, this game would have been over by now. We wouldn't have been having these conversations of the equations, because the game would have been probably taken away a long time ago if they had bowled the same way the first 20 overs Bangladesh did. Bangladesh fought back. So they looked a much better bowling unit at the beginning. And yeah, I think that they could have really batted better.
Yeah, well, one would have to say it's the batting that's let them down. The bowling hasn't been too bad. At the outset, there were fairly regular boundaries on offer, though, for Bangladesh. They were able to score briskly from the start. And it just looks difficult to defend at the moment. 250, 5 and over in these conditions is hard to defend. And we're going to see another, well, a Hail Mary might be a little bit harsh, but Jason Muirhead is being brought into the attack to bowl some spin. Hopefully mysterious enough to bring a wicket from the USA point of view.
We're hoping for maybe a lapse in concentration from the Bangladeshi. Don't know, the Bangladeshi, just 10 more overs of good batting. Guess them the win. And without a shadow of a doubt, I'm sure they're getting the messages out there when they should expect things to change. So I'm sure that they'll be responsible for the next 10 overs. Get yourself your first win of the tournament.
That might run away down the hill towards the boundary. No, he does claw it back in. And just looking across at the Bangladesh camp, I did notice what looked like a multi-page document being handed around. No doubt that's the same document we've got, the table of over par scores, as drawn up by Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. Murray just a fraction short in this over. And now fraction too full. Gets away with it though.
Talk about a Hail Mary. Jason Muirhead has looked good in this over. He's looked tidy. Love to couple with the wicket. Just something. Oh, that's the last thing they'll want. The Bangladeshis necessary run out.
Well, the run was quite quickly denied. Batter sent back. And as you can see, the sun starting its journey towards setting here in Pretoria in 40 minutes' time. And this will surely be the last drinks break of the game, with Bangladesh emerging on 150 for 3 after 30 overs. If the game were going to go its full course, they would need 99 to win, or for 102 balls with 7 wickets in hand. You would always back the batting side for that, especially with 2 set batters in who have added 70 now for the 4th wicket. Iftikhar Hussain Ifti, who has gone past his 50, and Mahadur Islam Ankon going well too. So Kamva Nyukani will be back with you in a couple of minutes alongside Mondi Zondeki.
Welcome back after the final probably drinks break of the late afternoon. And this is the perfect angle actually to look at the afternoon right now, where we're at as the shadows are coming further and further across the field. And there's one big one here towards your right, just by the square leg umpire. If that one goes any further in, that will probably be the one that decides the rest of play. But as of now, we're 30 overs in, 150 for 3. Probably in and around, probably 30 minutes remaining or so. We're probably predicting about 17:45. Maybe completely off, because it's become probably extremely dark at the time. So at most, maybe 17:35 to probably the last delivery ball then. But as of now, we will carry on and see what cricket does. But Monde, welcome back to the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the Duckworth Lewis sheet here in front of me. Yeah, Bangladesh in a strong position at this point after 3 wickets down. Certainly ahead of where they need to be, just in case that light does become a factor. The amount of overs coming in and the shadow going over onto the field right there. In a good position to win this game so far. Certainly ahead of the rate.
Yeah, and they press on further on with that boundary straight down the ground. Some authority about it.
Too full again, just erring on the length there. Ayeba been really good since he came on. 55 of 64, was the aggressor throughout. His strike rate under 100, but the fact that they are still ahead of the run rate right now means that he's done a really good job. And Ankon on the other end has just played anchor, 25 of 55 deliveries. Hasn't really been at the rush because this man's really been putting in and doing all the hard work and scoring all the runs necessary at a rate that puts them ahead of where they need to be right now. As long as they don't lose any wickets and they're still going at this rate, we should win here comfortably if we don't get to the 47th over. And we're probably not going to get there, so I need to be aware of how much they need and how many runs they need. I'm sure that will be passed down by management as the game goes along. Full toss off his legs, beautifully clipped off. Looking for two, just one, straight to fine leg.
I don't think the USSA team has bowled awfully badly. Just didn't have a total to bowl to.
Full again. No run.
But great learnings here they'll get USSA from this experience. Playing emerging. Bangladesh emerging.
Yeah, and I guess for them, if they do lose this game and if things go the way that they are going right now, they probably will end up losing it. They still have a chance, one, to make the final just because they've lost today. Be a wide, it bounced twice before he got to the keeper. Nasty low bounce just before he got to him. Difficult chance to try to stop it, but he did stop it. Just a wide, no extras. Just for them, regardless of what happens, they still got a chance to make it to the final on the 12th of August. Of August on this field at Tuks for the final. But hopefully, with every loss, there is a lesson learned. Some experienced players, obviously for Bangladesh, who've played Test cricket, so they've played at the highest level, and these youngsters are still trying to find their feet at this level. There can be some difficult and uncomfortable learning sometimes, but as long as you can take something out of it to use for your future as a cricket player to learn, they'll get something out of it. And that's the end of 31st over, 57 for 3.
Yeah, and also we'll be looking back to both these games, and the first one, I think moments really lost in the game where the drop catches, because there were times they felt like they were coming back into the game and they'll drop a catch here and there. I think they had 5 chances they were put down, if I'm not mistaken, and 5 crucial ones with the 2 batters, Ditego and Halim, who ended up taking the game away from them. So those 2 big chances being dropped, and it was, I think, within back-to-back overs.
Yeah, and also the other part of it, as I don't know why given. They were in good positions in some of these games, including today, where they had Bangladesh in trouble with 3 wickets down. I think they were 80 for 3 when these 2 guys first got together. Against the emerging side, they were 146 for 6, had them in trouble, couldn't finish it off. So it really is about when you have a team in trouble, do everything you can in terms of your disciplines and your bowlings to really finish off a team. And if you can't finish them off, then it's something that they can take going forward in terms of how did we approach it when they were 6 down with nothing. Khalim, I think it was Mahokane, if I'm not mistaken, that partnership that really broke their backs. But when you do have teams, and they've been in some good games where they've been able to put themselves in positions to win the game, but just haven't been able to finish it off. And those are the things you learn as a team. Of course, they don't going to play too often together, but as an individual, as a bowler, what could I have done differently when I had them in trouble to try to keep the pressure on them instead of letting them loose and allowing them to get a partnership when they were 6 down?
Yeah, that's something will come with time, and there's also a thing that Bangladesh and Malaysia probably played more games together, but also I think it's it's really just about taking those learnings and seeing what you can improve, because it's just in big moments, in situations where they could just have a killer instinct, they lack that. Where like today, 148 ahead, only to finish, only to score 102 runs
Yeah,
against
yeah.
27,
Got
27
themselves
overs.
again, yeah, to the point you're trying to make about putting yourself in good positions because of the work you did, and then letting all of that go away in terms of not being able to capitalize on the fact that they had a really good start here today, 170 without a wickets in hand. We were looking at 350, close to 400 at some point, and they couldn't get there. Only got to 249, 248 that is. And we're disappointed that they couldn't capitalize on their good starts. Similar to what we were talking about earlier, about 146 for 6 with the emerging side. Couldn't finish that off. And then again here, allowing partnerships. Not allowing partnerships. People are allowed to bat well and have good partnerships in between. As we said, the wicket has gotten better to bat on. But always, bit of a misfield, but no run taken. So just being able to finish off once you start off really well or carry on with that momentum is where a team can sort of learn something. Don't let them off the hook, so to speak, if you will.
And it's two different situations. In the first game, which was allowing South Africa emerging to progress and allow to have a big partnership at the end with those two chances at the end. And here again, on their batting side, now allowing Bangladesh back in the game. So two games they could, I wouldn't say easily won, but could have had chances of winning. But just with those moments, was pretty much was taken away from them, or was allowed it to be taken away from them. But I guess they'll learn as individuals, as you say, and they'll grow from this, and hopefully they find those strides and growth within this series and find themselves in the final on the 12th of August, and maybe pull off something special. I think for them as a group, that would be absolutely massive, turning things around after two defeats.
Yeah, as you said earlier, still very possible for them to make the final, even if they do lose today or shy at the stumps and a miss. Would have been tight, I reckon. Would have been very tight.
Let's have a look at that again. That's shine. That's a quick single. It probably makes his ground.
Yeah, pretty comfortably, I think. Caught nice and early. Yeah, pretty safe. Short pulled. There's a vacant mid-wicket there. Well, there is a mid-wicket, but he's a little...
Has more square leg
Yeah.
more than anything else. Deep square leg and boundary.
He's very... So, because of the pace of the wicket, where mid-wicket is, there's a big gap between him and the square leg. And if he found that gap beautifully, hit the ball. The timing was really good as well. Gets it to the boundary. The wicket was playing a little bit quicker. I reckon that mid-wicket would have been right about there where the ball was hit. Pulled again. Deja vu almost. And this time around, the fielder on the boundary does get to it. So just two. But more importantly, keep that scoreboard ticking along quite nicely here. 170 now. And good over, 7 runs off it. They're still scoring quite comfortably. The pitch has pretty much been covered by the shade. So I think this is where the umpires have to start making decisions now. And start thinking about how long can they carry on in the start of light. Batters don't want to come off. They're ahead. South Africa, USSA won't want to come off. They'll be hoping to pick up a wicket or two here. And because Bangladesh is a long way ahead, I reckon South Africa is going to be the one that says, nah, let's keep going. Let's push for as many as we can. And if I'm Bangladesh, I'm telling, as management, do not lose a wicket. You can afford to actually give away a couple of dot balls and not be in rush, because we are ahead of the run rate by a long way at this point. 170 after 3. After this over, they would need to be at 144. With 3 wickets down, so they are 25 runs ahead. So no need to take any chances.
The only thing that would turn things around here is a hat trick. Right
Yeah.
out of the end.
If they get, after 32 overs, so if they do get, let's just say 2 wickets in the next over, they're still ahead. 165 for 5, with where they would, where South Africa would need to be USSA to be able to claim victory if they were 5 down at this point, but they're not. So Bangladesh, you can play it as safe as you can at the moment. Just make sure you don't lose a wicket. Keep the scoreboard ticking along, but you don't need to do anything stupid or anything rash to try to get the scoreboard ticking along.
Yeah, and I'm sure both batters will want to be the ones closing out the innings, as the shadows are getting even larger parts of the ground now.
It's getting a bit chillier. As you can see, the umpire is taking in the jacket there. Yeah, as you can see there.
And we look at the bowling performance from the USSA team, where they bowl awfully badly, but fortunately, as I mentioned already, not the biggest of totals to bowl to. And the pick of the bowlers who didn't start so well was Cole Francis, picked up 2 wickets. Sosa Heva, who picked up the 1 solitary wicket. And everyone else really was a matter of just chipping in with good maiden overs to back up the wicket takers.
Also not a bad time for Bangladesh to play a bit of mind games, just 1. And that's what he's done so well so far today here. Ankon hasn't taken too many chances, just sort of given the strike to the form batter Ifti, allowed him to face the majority of the deliveries. 61 for 75, so not too much in terms of him sharing, but he hasn't taken too many chances. While his partner on the other end, Ifti, has been the aggressor out of the 2 and has kept the scoreboard ticking along quite nicely. So sensible batting by these 2. Understanding the situation and knowing that losing wickets is the biggest enemy.
Yeah, but even if they do lose 2, they're not really. We may consider we should drop their rate, but they'll still find themselves within fighting position to win the game.
Yeah, that's probably the conversations they are having, because you can see Ankon now just keeps talking to Ifti, just reminding him about the situation, I reckon. Cut with power, but straight to point.
So what they need to really do. I did feel earlier that maybe maybe a few more overs could have been reduced yet to get a full match result. Not that we won't get one now, but it will be determined by DRS rather.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how they work it out, but after an hour, we lost an hour of play today, so it probably would have been done by now had we started at 9:30. But we only lost 3 overs in that hour per team. I think after the first half an hour, they only take out after the first half an hour. Something to that effect. I'm not exactly sure, but it seemed like it wasn't a lot of overs. You can get up to 15 overs in an hour if you go at a decent rate. Perhaps because of the conditions and when we are playing in winter with no lights on, they're going to be utilized. Probably should have been a shorter game in terms of 47 overs into maybe a 40-over game that's pulled nicely in front of square. That's going to go to the boundary. Another one. Very good shot. Short ball tried by Conrad Mutan. Seen very nicely by DT. You can see it like a soccer ball at the moment. Seeing it very well. Pull shot right in front of square. There's a man out there on the boundary, but couldn't cut it off at all. Was in the air over mid-wicket, and that's gone. A comfortable boundary.
Yeah, you'd think the shorter one, the quicker one, would be the most difficult delivery to face at this time of the day. Made that one look very easy. Shows how he picked it up so quickly, pulled it in front of square. Son of a man, seeing it, picking it up quite early. Usually, if he picked it up late, probably would have pulled it towards square leg or behind him, down to fine leg. That was a very convincing pull stroke. Been a really tough performance from Iftikhar Hussain. Ifti, a match, player of the match, performance.
Yeah, he certainly put his hand up for that, hasn't he? Especially if they do end up winning this game.
We can't forget Hussain is burning his teammate Hassan. Iqbal Hassan, Imam, five wickets.
Yeah, I think I'm still going to go with Ifti, though. I understand he got his FIFA and he did well at the back end of it, but just given the fact that how comfortably he did it, and he's still there. He's not even out just yet, but yeah, FIFA does deserve some sort of credit.
Oh, it's a batter's game, isn't it?
Yeah.
You do everything you can as a fast bowler, and then say your performance is not enough.
Changing bowling, Trusky. Back into the attack, changing ends.
As a bowler, what would have expected you to go for?
Yeah, you just got to be fair. Got to be fair. That's gonna no, it hasn't gone through. Good job on the covers.
Thought bowlers, back bowlers.
Not all the time. Not all the time. What is his figures, by the way? We need to get his figures as well. I know you got FIFA, but how many runs he conceded, all that stuff. It also matters. And how you got your wickets. Sensible batting. Yeah, there's going to be a conversation between the umpires now. The whole field is has no sun whatsoever.
Still light.
Yeah, it's still light, but it's going down on our left of the field. Yeah, sure. 4.3.
That's a good numbers.
Yeah, driven down for one again. Yeah, 5 for 43. Iman got
43 in his full 10 overs. Economy rate of 4.3, is it?
Yeah, 4.3.
Oh, you tell me that's not worth man of the match performance?
Just below. No, it certainly is. But if your teammate outplays you in terms of his performance on the other end, and unfortunately that's where you lose out. 69 of 82, still there. No ball. Oh, spinner bowling a no ball free hit. That's exactly what you don't want as a South African supporter, a USSA supporter that is. You're already behind the 8 ball here, and now you're giving away free runs. Hit big. Where is that? It's in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. Yeah, just bounces once or twice before he gets to him. So they get another 2 runs there. The only way you can get out, by the way, on a free hit is by run out. So also be aware that you actually can get out as long as it's not a run out.
Yeah, the reason why I'd give it to Iqbal Hassan. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Scouts around the corner. They push for 2.
Good running again.
And the reason why it makes sense, good, is because I think him not picking up those wickets would have been a whole different situation. Maybe it would have been 50 more runs on board, especially the way he did it. It becomes
Giving a bit of air, yeah. No, I'm still going to stick with it. Yeah, I think it's a pretty close decision that someone has to make. Luckily, it's not us because we both are not agreeing on that. So luckily, not the two of us are the ones making that decision. Also, might be a bit of a draw, if you will. That's the end of the over. 35 overs gone. 182 for 3. The umpire's having a long conversation out in the middle. Certainly talking about how many more overs can we survive with this. Chosky, the captain, also listening.
Seems like umpires are still moving into position.
Yep. It's getting quite cold too, Roger. Oh, wait. There's a decision being made, I think. Maybe they've said only spinners allowed to bowl at this point.
Yeah, it looks like that might be.
The call, yeah. Spinners only, yep. No seamers.
Clearly, USSA still believe that something can happen for them.
Rubenheimer changing end. He had a decent first spell. Yeah, that's the call from the umpires. No seamers.
Not so long from now, it will be no bowlers.
Yeah, we're almost at 5:30. Sun's certainly going down to our left as we look at on the field. That's where the sun was. It's shrinking. It's disappearing on us.
3 minutes till 5:30.
Look at Rubenheimer's field. Long on, long off, out on the boundary, of course. On the leg side, you got car corner. And that's about it on the leg side. Square leg is up in the circle, a little bit surprising. Short cover and a sweep on the offside on the boundary. Clipped off the legs for one to car corner. Going along here sensibly, Bangladesh. Just playing every ball on merit.
That's all they need to do, really. Nothing silly needed. It's a matter of time. They get called off.
Short again, a bit too straight. One down to square leg for one. And after this over, if they don't lose a wicket, they would have needed to be at 160 for 3 after 36 overs to be on par back with Lewis. Again, 24 runs ahead at this stage. So again, very comfortably ahead here, Bangladesh.
Just knocking around.
That's all they need to do. That's really all they need to do. As long as they don't lose a wicket anytime soon, knock it around until the umpires do call it for light. Good running. Nice quick single. Early call again. Good understanding between these two. 4 runs off this over. No chances taken. No risk taken at all. Just knocking it around for ones.
Yeah, they batted really well, these two.
Especially Ifti. Third anchor just played anchor really well. This man has been the aggressor and has allowed Bangladesh to get themselves into this position where they can be comfortable just knocking around here. As the umpire is going to do another quick meet.
Yes.
Waiting for the...
Yeah, it seems like they're pulling them off.
The final call, yep. Well, I hate that it had to end this way. It was ended by the lack of sunshine up here in Pretoria at the Tuks Oval, but the game is being called. Bangladesh do win their first game of the tour, beating the emerging USSA by 7 wickets.
Yeah, an outstanding performance by Bangladesh, emerging from a dire situation, 139 for no wickets lost. Fought back in the last 27 overs, restricting USSA to only 102 runs in the last 27 overs. And they then came out and showed a hearty performance with bat in hand, managing to turn up 86 runs for 3 after 36 overs, which put them enough in the DLS.
Yeah, I think what's going to be disheartening, and we've touched on this before, is the fact that they got themselves into this position of 249 only, where they were looking like getting to over 350. Had they gone to the 350, I think it's a very different game, especially with the light. Bangladesh had to take more chances be a bit more aggressive. That means that the USSA guys get more opportunity to take wickets. So it could have changed the game completely had they finished off because of how well they started. So that's a lesson that they will learn, hopefully, for the rest of this tournament, that when you are in a very commanding position, you capitalize on that. They weren't able to do that here. They weren't able to do that in the first game either. So they lose their second game of the tour, of this tri-series, and Bangladesh pick up their first win. So good news for them, and gives them a step closer to be able to make it here back at Tuks for the final on the 12th of August. Next game, though, is on the 5th at Irene Country Club. Alright, so game's been called off. Of course, as we said, yeah, one win for Bangladesh. That jumps them into second on the table, with the emerging SA having won 2 out of 2 so far. Maybe number 1, Bangladesh number 2, and the emerging, so the USSA squad in 3rd place in this tri-series. Game ended in the 36th over because of bad light, of course. We also started an hour late because of the fact that the wicket was a little bit damp this morning. That's probably robbed us of a full game. Condition of the pitch this morning. And 26 runs. Yep. They needed to be at 160 at this stage, and they got there with 26 runs ahead of where they needed to be. So a very comfortable win here for Bangladesh, and they'll be very, very happy to get their first win on this tour in South Africa. And they are now second on the log after playing 2 games each per team. And with that, we're just going to go to the presentation with Kamva and the 2 captains and whoever the man of the match is, and we'll be done for the day. Next game on the 5th of August at Irene Country Club in Centurion. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll see you on Wednesday.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the official postmatch presentation between the USSA team and the Bangladesh emerging team. And the Bangladesh emerging team ended up being the victorious side today. So let's get started with the postmatch presentation. Let's bring over the losing captain, Leighton Trotsky. Leighton, another defeat, unfortunately. And just your thoughts on this result. I know you mentioned in the previous game that it was the moments that lost you the game, and today you looked really good at 139, not out, and then eventually the last 27 overs, I think you only scored 102 runs. What went wrong?
Yeah, I think from the batting point, obviously we started really well. Maybe built up some pressure in the middle, but I think still it's a defendable score. Started well, obviously. It's just unfortunate that the light went down. I mean, if you look at the score, if we went the full 47 overs, it would have been a good game. Unfortunately, light caught us.
Obviously, you still have a chance to correct your wrongs in the rest of the series. What adjustments would you like to make going forward?
Finish before the sun sets. Yeah, I don't think we fall off. It's small tweaks that we'll go work on, but yeah, I don't think we fall off. But we need to win. It's all good and well saying it, but we need to pull a win through. So we'll go have a chat and then try our best next time.
All the best for the rest of the series. Good luck. Thank you. Before we get into the winning captain, we'll announce the man of the match. It was a tough decision that we had to make here for the man of the match. Quite a few performances, bat in hand, FT with a good performance of 71. But it ended up getting to the bowler who bowled really well, Hassan Imam. Please. Hassan, your team was in a spot of bother for large periods of time, especially in the first 20 overs. What changes did you make and what adjustments did you make to kind of pick up those wickets?
বললো যে শুরুতে তো একটু এদিক সেদিক বোলিং হয়েছিল তো পরে কামব্যাক কিভাবে করলাম আর কি
কি বলিস যে আমি যে কামব্যাকটা করছি আসলে আমি প্রথমে যে বল করছি লাইনের বাইরে তো আমি আমার প্ল্যানে ছিলাম না একটু ওই ব্রিদিংয়ের প্রবলেম ছিল তারপরে যখন আমি নেক্সট ওভারে আসলাম তখন মানে আমি ইয়ে করছি যে আমার বেস্ট জোনটা কোনটা এটা ফাইন্ড আউট করে আমি আমার বেস্টটা দিছি সো
Well, in the first spell, he wasn't quite good with his lines and he was having some trouble with his breathing as well. But after the break, when he came back in his second spell, he figured his line out and he was bowling properly.
You showed some serious heart there coming back from the injury. Anyway, congratulations and go join the team in celebrations. Thank you.
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার
We'll call up the winning captain, Hassan. Please come through. Talk about that performance, talk about that fight back there.
Well, obviously, we didn't start well, but in the middle of after the drinks break, we had a little chat, and then we planned how we go now. Then after that, bowler chip in, everyone chip in. I think they bowled later on very well. Biplab, Imon, Borshon, they all bowled very well.
And anything that you'd like to improve on as you progress into the rest of the series?
Obviously, we want to improve on our top order batting, starting as well me, and the bowling wise, starting is very important for us.
Anyway, congratulations for the win and enjoy the rest of the tournament. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here at the post-match presentation. We look forward to seeing you again for the next fixture on Wednesday between South Africa and USSA.